We cannot understand the Holocaust, though we can use cliches to try. You who live safe in your warm houses. Holocaust films are clearly a self-serious lot. They frame themselves as historical dramas, often with hopeless or sonorous elements. In laying bare the cruelties experienced by our fellow human beings, we experience a little of what it must have felt like to exist within an occupied camp. Holocaust survivors were not held in camps for decades at a time, closer to mere months, at the extreme end a year or two. Months passed at an agonizing pace. You can't remember yesterday because every day is the exact same kind of miserable. Memoirs of survivors often range from 100 to 150 pages. They condense down massive amounts of time into brief vignettes of life, moral complications, and even the smallest of triumphs. It's tricky to create setups, payoffs, foreshadowing, and bookending based upon this history because the Holocaust was not a story. It did not rhyme. It was simultaneously nihilistic and complicatedly political. The murder of homosexuals, the disabled, political subversives, Roma, and 6 million Jews cannot be expressed within a tight hour and a half. Hard to earn a profit off of a 2-hour picture of a bunch of anemic dudes just digging up a frozen hole. Though an easy way to circumvent this flaw is that some films employ cliches. Schindler's List, Life is Beautiful, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. Though they share a mainstream appeal and a melodramatic quality that is meant to tug at the heartstrings, they're reviled by Holocaust historians as popcorn fodder, twisting facts and self-censoring as to remain marketable. They attempt to teach the new generation about their grandparents' horrors in good faith. That's admirable, and it's borderline blasphemous to criticize one of the best reviewed films ever made. But, to quote Stanley Kubrick, the Holocaust is about 6 million people who get killed. Schindler's List is about 600 who don't. We see gratuitous scenes of Nazis senselessly killing Jews, and with a familiar visual language of cinema, we feel bad, and then we are convinced that we are good because we feel bad. Through this lens, the Nazi becomes uncomplicated, the homogenized version of what racism needs to look like for mainstream audiences to stand against it. When Schindler's Jews place stones on his grave, a traditional funeral practice, they claim him as one of theirs, and since he is our analog, we are also absolved. I'm not saying that the film functions only to nullify Gentile guilt, a silly statement to be made about a film made by a Jewish man, but while the film deserves its due for being masterfully crafted, along with raising the public's awareness of the Holocaust, the highest regarded film is still a film, and the screenwriter needs their cliches and shorthand to craft a tearjerker. The internal logic of the cinema serves to confront the horror of Jewish murder, and to frame themselves as righteous for their daring. But without the months of context of seriously understanding the torture and loss a survivor feels, the films lack a soulful quality. We use violence against Jews to identify our humanity with, just as the Nazis and anti-Semites used Jews to identify their humanity against. We can sit here and lament that horrific suffering, but the problem inherent in all of these films is that they use their violence against Jews to make their political point. This does not mean that harming any Jewish character is bad categorically, but a Jew shouldn't have to be martyred in order to affirm the evils of fascism. For fascism has plenty of things to critique in itself. Its romanticism, its expressionism, its need for an eternal enemy, the deterministic drive towards totalitarianism, the amount of meth needed to maintain itself. Sure, we've learned plenty about fascism in school, but with the generation that fought the Nazis almost completely gone, we are starting to forget how horrific fascist authoritarianism was. And yet there are few films that engage with Nazi fascism on its own terms, that dare to wrestle with its inherent fallacies. Granted, it's a tricky ideology to critique within a 2-hour time frame, but I've always been curious about why more films haven't attempted to even do so. We're always killing Jews on screen to make ourselves feel a bit better. I reject that. With the way the world's going, we should feel afraid. You who live safe in your warm houses, you who find returning in the evening hot food and friendly faces, consider if this is a man. Chapter 1, 1943. The zone of interest is about contrast and juxtaposition. No one dies on screen, but upwards of hundreds of thousands are heard dying off of it. We barely see any blood, we see no bones protruding from bodies, we see no naked corpses thrown into pits or burned. Yet, the zone of interest is devastating precisely because of its innuendo. It refuses to rely upon cheap tactics to elicit sympathy. Instead, it does something more thoughtful. It asks us to recognize ourselves within a nuclear family of hardened Nazis. Nothing really happens in the film. At most, Commandant Rudolf Hess and his wife Hedwig have a terse argument and are forced to separate via circumstance. Neither of them really seem to mind all that much. I doubt the characters would even remember the specific events of this film a year afterwards. Rather, the tone of the film is forensic and lifelike. We see many quiet moments of intimacy. A married couple mock each other's laughs. A first kiss is shared behind the house. A dog steals a bite of cake while no one is looking. Yet all of this is set within a little house in the center of Auschwitz. The film is curious because it relies upon the audience to have a generalized knowledge of Holocaust cinema and history to fill in some gaps. Maybe an alien would be confused, but as savvy viewers, we understand the general function of these camps. We understand their capacity for inane cruelty. We understand that so many will die for no real reason. But by leaving it as innuendo, we are made to take these monstrous people as they are. Slightly awkward monsters. I first want to give a brief primer on Auschwitz. This might not be wholly necessary, as you are already probably aware of its significance, but in my series on antisemitism, I declined against giving a lengthy history of Nazism or the Holocaust, as I believed I couldn't do the scope of the greatest crime in human history within the format of a video essay. I stand by that, but I suppose I could talk about one camp during 1 year of the Shoah in relation to one emblematic movie. We tend to view Auschwitz as the worst place on earth, but the camp is only so infamous because approximately 25% of prisoners were not gassed and burned immediately upon arrival. Helmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, these were camps with a near 100% extermination rate, and the only survivors were Sonderkommando, or the extraordinarily lucky. Auschwitz was functionally different. It was the largest and most prosperous camp. With nearly 5 crematorium, it functioned as a docking point between several Polish sub-camps, Birkenau, Monowitz, Bergen-Belsen, and these labor camps were meant to bolster German commerce by producing cheap, low-quality shoes, tools, and bricks. But the most important purpose of this slave labor was to work Jews to death. Make no mistake, Auschwitz was the site of the lion's share of murders, gassing, diseases, and executions, but we must understand that we only have so many survivors who recalled "work shall set you free" above those gates, because they were selected to work to death. Whether this was luck or a fate worse than death is up for debate. I oscillate depending on my mood, frankly. What's important for us is the year the film takes place in. Based upon context clues, it's towards the tail end of 1943. The year prior is agreed by scholars to be the single most devastating year of the Holocaust, but 1943 was nearly as terrible. And the film leads up to the Hungarian invasion of late 1943 through 44, which by country and demographic is considered to be the most holistic destruction of Jews within the war. Under Operation Hess, a mind-boggling 430,000 Jews were sent to death camps, and depending upon whether the state wanted to save food or needed slaves, at least 70% of each train cart was killed upon arrival, sometimes as high as 90. Poland exported an estimated 300,000 Jews. In trying to comprehend these numbers, I looked at my home state of Tasmania, Australia. At its height, Auschwitz cremated approximately 10,000 people a day. So with approximately 560,000 residents, every man, woman, and child in my state would have been disposed of in about 8 weeks within those electrified fences. Not to mention the death tolls of all the other camps. I know for a fact that I wouldn't have survived Hans Asperger's tests. We have this concept that the Germans saw themselves as the peak of genetic superiority, the overmen of the earth, but this isn't really the case. Where liberals viewed history as the process of improvement, and Marxists viewed it as the process of class oppression, fascists analysed history through the only constant they felt important: race. They looked towards a distant future in which their lived experience and sensations were that of the earliest hominid, and they wanted their potential gene pool to be as pure as possible. They appropriated the dynamics of evolution, twisting reality to their own tastes. It takes a hell of a lot longer than 100,000 years for species differentiation to take place, let alone 1,000. It's not that the Nazis viewed themselves as the Übermensch that made them so insidious. It was that they crafted themselves as the victim of the Untermensch, the degenerative peoples. Mass genocide and genetic hygiene in an era before Watson and Crick discovered what a DNA strand even looked like. The Nazis didn't pervert so much as they took eugenics to its inevitable endpoint. And because fascism was so wildly irrational in its cold rationality, it made no sense. Its contradictions were the point, to evoke Victor Klemperer, because if only the party understands reality, then you ought to defer to them when you grow confused by the reality they spread in the news. Fascism was a curious variety of political mysticism. They used the language of science and modernist ideas of power relations to subjectively re-enchant the world. In the Nazi view, Jews were a people that had no land, and because of that they had to use trickery to avoid extermination, superseding the dynamics of how history was supposed to work. Thus, communism and capitalism were tricky inventions used to suppress peoples of heartier stock. They lacked a quality of unnature. They refused to submit to the hierarchy that the Nazis subjectively put themselves atop. As an act of divine retribution, they decided to rid them of this earth. Thus, what we would call the Holocaust, a mass event made up of dozens of subcategories of eugenics-inspired war crimes, started with the murder of the physically and mentally disabled. There had been Nazi concentration camps as early as 1933, but it was only in 1939 that the disabled were considered to be impeding the war effort. Food for healthy soldiers shouldn't be wasted on people considered to be burdens. Gases and vehicle exhaust were used to get rid of these people, and over time, the death camps and gas chambers were developed as more of a utilitarian solution to a larger problem. Shooting tens of thousands of people in a day was driving the most fervent and hardened Nazi recruits literally insane. So camps and chambers were erected to spare those soldiers and to conserve ammunition. The Holocaust was the endpoint of the Jew as a sliding signifier, what I have previously referred to as the dialectic liquidity of the imagined Jew. One can only properly deal with an enemy that is at the same time too weak but too strong, too powerful but yet too sickly, too capitalist and too communist, masculinely meek but also somehow sexually aggressive. And the only way to deal with all those contradictory factors is to annihilate every single last one of them. Arbitrarily, the Jew was used as an existential problem for the Nazi state. They justified every action. Propaganda efforts were used to dehumanize them, laws were enacted to diminish sympathy, and by removing the Jewish population from the Gentile populace, you reduce familiarity and empathy for individual peoples. And we've tried our hardest to hold on to that empathy. We review the testimony of Holocaust survivors like Primo Levi, Elie Wiesel, Viktor Frankl, as well as Anne Frank's diary. These sensitive people manage to articulate their horrors in such a way that you can vicariously experience their feelings. I defer to them and their experience and ask you to read their words if you're curious about the day-to-day life of a victim. That's not the focus of this piece. And how reverently we hold on to their testimony. Every Holocaust film tries to resemble their lives to add authority to their dramas, which is why I find the zone of interest to be so incredibly bold. The creative team disregards all of this in favor of exploring the head of camp and his family in isolation. The zone of interest does not chronicle this family's rise or fall from grace. Rather, this is an extraordinarily mundane look at their peak. Rudolf Hess joined the Nazi Party in November of 1922. This underage World War I veteran worked his way up the ranks, was imprisoned for partaking in plots and conspiratorial terrorism to help the party make a name for itself, and after his release from prison for engaging in said plots, he joined the Ardeman's agrarian community, where he met his future wife Hedwig. He was selected by Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler to become one of Hitler's elite bodyguards. After proving his loyalty, Himmler appointed Hearth to oversee the construction of Auschwitz. He was 39. This gig, turning a dilapidated army barracks into the most infamous death camp ever, turned from a supervision into a commandant role. His supervision came to an end in 1945, when he was reassigned to an all-female concentration camp back in Germany. Hearth did not really fit our romanticized idea of what a Nazi behaved like. He was anti-Semitic, he was deeply violent, and until his capture, he was a fervent proselytizer of his ideology. But he was also quite mild-mannered. Many inmates after the war remembered him as quiet and controlled, a grey blur, someone you'd pass on the street and never register. Yet he is responsible for at least 1 million deaths, and he is one of, if not the worst mass killers of all time. And in a sensational movie, Rudolph would be this stupid creature, loud and obnoxious and proudly cruel, though we mightn't really mind because this character would conform to our cultural version of what a Nazi is meant to look like. So it's incredibly interesting that the Zone of Interest is not only historically accurate, but that it emphasizes his introversion. We are introduced to their backs. Hess watches his family play in a river. We aren't even aware that this is next to Auschwitz yet. It comes as a rude awakening when his son surprises him with a birthday gift. We see a side-on shot of the house. The commandant is blindfolded and being guided by his boys. He awkwardly stumbles downstairs, and he's greeted with his present. The editing here is so precise. From the first shot, we are introduced to the rest of the family, Hedwig and the 3 other children. The fence behind him is just high enough that we don't notice the camp, and the crematorium smoke blends into the clouds. We then cut to Rudolph's back, and in the top right of the frame we see the roof of a building, yet we are more concerned with which one of the children will be the first to ride in the kayak. In cute fashion, it's the infant. When the children are called away from school, we cut to a wide shot and we suddenly realize that this cute little house is smack dab in the middle of Auschwitz. Idealist and romantic life destroyed in an instant. Destroyed for us, but the family seems fine. We get one change in camera angle as Hedwig accompanies her husband to the gates, in which he rides into camp with his trusty horse. The children say, "Bye bye, Daddy," in German. In describing this opening scene, I have been since I started this project, honestly frazzled because on paper it shouldn't work. In gesturing towards such like a complex mental state in such a simple way, the cutting of a camera angle, it should just make us roll our eyes with the bluntness of it all. Oh, this family seems lovely, but oh dear, they're in the middle of a genocide. Like, yes, we all know what the banality of evil is, and I'm sure that's very unique and wonderful to do in a movie. Yet I felt my heart drop, and I sat shocked by the goal of it all. Melodrama is a genre that traffics in the heightening of small emotions to an exaggerated extreme to allow audiences to practice them in fiction. Films derided for being overly melodramatic usually fail to be taken seriously because of the enormity of the emotion takes away from the small scale of the situation. And what's truly amazing about the Zone of Interest is that it inverts this paradigm. The characters are shockingly mild-mannered. They encounter subtle emotions so small that they fail to register why they are so interesting. And the scale of the situation that the characters find themselves in, raising a family inside of Auschwitz, then recontextualizes these emotions. It takes a certain kind of director to curate such a juxtaposition and to craft such a restrained moment. Jonathan Glazer is a British screen artist with an eclectic filmography spanning commercials, music videos, and 4 very different feature films. Glazer has many auteurish qualities, but he is quite flexible. His films often feature spontaneous improvisation, and this leads to him feeling closer to documentaries. All of his films feature a through line of omniscience and loneliness. We are invited to watch on as the characters follow their impulsiveness and their unconscious drives, and they are often subtly abhorrent in composition. In his filmography, we also have this motif of self-deception. 2004's Birth is about a woman played by Nicole Kidman, weeks away from marriage, and she encounters a 10-year-old boy who claims to be her reincarnated husband. This soap opera premise has shocking moments, obviously, but it's sensitive and curious about how this woman was just looking for any excuse, no matter how improbable, to just not marry her new fiancé. We watch her ruin her life because she just can't be honest with herself and about her true desires. This melodramatic and trashy premise is handled with the hands of a monotone surgeon. Before the Zone of Interest, Glazer was best known for 2013's Under the Skin, universally described by stoners as the most horrific film they've ever seen, along with their favorite film of that decade. Scarlett Johansson plays some kind of alien who lures young men away from safety, and in alien fashion, they are digested and destroyed. These men were played by actual people that Jonathan Glazer met around rural Glasgow. The film, like Birth before it, is vague on story and open to interpretation. An entire video would be required to unfurl all of its layers and intricacies, but what's curious for us here is how we start with this alien character detached from human emotions, and we ever so very slowly watch her become acclimatized to human sensations. She feels this loneliness being away from whatever planet she hails from, and becoming attached to random humans who don't know her origins. What's curious about the Zone of Interest within Glazer's filmography is that it retains that omniscient quality from Under the Skin, but yet it revisits the melodrama of Birth to investigate a family of genuinely abhorrent people. As a Jewish director, the film is timely as anti-Semitism is coming back into vogue, and this subject and these characters are right up this particular artist's alley. With distance from the subjects and an eye to judge their internal psychology without empathizing with them, we are gifted a nuanced film that scares us as much as it fascinates us. For as with his previous films, The Zone of Interest is curious about the dynamics of self-deception and interpersonal resentment. Glazer based his premise off of a novel by the late Martin Amis. As we already have so many things to discuss in this video, we will leave adaptational differences aside. The film is also influenced by another excellent book, Black Earth, The Holocaust as History and Warning by historian Timothy Snyder. We've talked about him on this channel before, and I highly recommend you find his book. Snyder's wider book is relevant to the film because it expertly describes the pseudoscientific qualities of Nazism and how men like Hearth and Himmler went about their Hungarian invasion. Now that we understand this history, it is worth spending the rest of this chapter giving a brief synopsis of the film. I expect that many viewers will be familiar with it, but this film came out some time ago, and since I plan to analyze the film out of sequence, it is worth understanding the sequence of its plot points. We open on Rudolph's birthday. He spends it attending to his duties, and then we casually meet his family and their slaves, what I shall call the help for brevity's sake. The next day, Hedwig's mother arrives at the house. They muse about the past and play with the children. Rudolph learns that he has been reassigned, not fired, but promoted elsewhere. He attempts to reject this, but all efforts fail. He informs Hedwig of this, and she begins to panic about how their life shall fall apart. They have a terse argument, deciding that Hedwig will raise the children on site while Rudolph fulfills his duties elsewhere. That night, Hedwig's mother has a terrible cough and can't sleep due to the noise of the crematorium. Meanwhile, Rudolph prepares for his last few days in camp, saying goodbye to his beloved horse and having his way with a slave woman. During the nights of the film, a young girl downwind from the camp sneaks on site to leave apples for the Jewish workers. Hedwig awakes and learns that her mother has left the site, leaving her a note. Hedwig burns it and then takes her anger out on the staff.
Wenn ich wollte, würde mein Mann deine Asche sofort über den Feldern von Babice verstreuen.
We jump forward about 6 months. Rudolph is politicking and supervising other commandants. Hedwig remains in the house inside the camp with her children. She receives a call from Rudolph that he is coming home to supervise the Hungarian invasion. She doesn't seem to care very much. Rudolph sees a doctor for stomach pain. We end the movie with him vomiting in a stairwell. This has been a brief summary of the plot, and that's something that's surprisingly hard to do because the mood and praxis of the film is captured through this accumulation of small moments, like a dreadful avalanche. The main poster for the film represents this rather brilliantly. It has been meticulously edited to remove any semblance of the sky, and we only see the rich greens of the house's lawns. They zone everything out of focus, so that we can refocus our interest on this group of people. Another poster, this one with a big red flower, uses a similar motif. It looks like a poppy, Poland's national flower, but the vibrance of the red crafts a smog that is hypnotic. So rest assured, we shall return to these moments and many more in due time. I wish to close this chapter by viewing the meeting discussing the Hungarian invasion. We see the Nazi bureaucrats and the higher-ups in a business meeting. Huss stumbles over his words a little awkwardly. Hardly the image of the charismatic Nazi. So persuasive that everyone surrounding him falls under a hateful spell, absolving them somewhat of their genocide. Every time Hess becomes overwhelmed, whether after a disagreement or too much socializing, he retreats to nature. On his days off from work, he fishes in the river, he rides his beloved horse, and he smokes alone in the stairs. This introverted personality type is then contrasted with a slave washing the blood off of his boots. We see one face intimately, and then another more violent one is asserted off screen. We never see that, so we are left with this ghostly ordinariness. He's mundane. Banal, even.
Sie werden die Handlungsanweisungen von Eichmann erhalten.
Okay, fine, let's talk about Eichmann. Chapter 2, The Banality. This video will henceforth deal with the banality of evil, and our zone of interest shall shift to one particular courtroom. You've likely heard of the banality, and you probably have a casual understanding of it. Banality refers to the idea that Hess and his family had alarm clocks. Rudolph may have heard it ring in the morning, and on occasion he may have lamented that fuck, he has to go to work. or Nazis took their coffee with free sugars, or they had to help their dumbass children do their maths homework as well. It's the radical concept that evil doesn't manifest in Hitler alone, but the bureaucrats who serve him, and someone didn't have to be particularly special in order to be evil. Commonly applied awkwardly, the banality of evil is one of the biggest cliches of the 20th century, and it's so entrenched into how we talk about fascism and bureaucracy today. To understand why this is so, we must talk about one of my heroes. I can say, without hyperbole, that Hannah Arendt is my personal pick for the greatest political philosopher of the 20th century. Arendt's greatest contribution to our understanding of totalitarianism, specifically Nazi fascism, was her intersectionality. She applied psychoanalytic principles with elements of sociology, philosophy, and wove them together within a dense historical narrative. I allowed myself the luxury of rereading her Origins of Totalitarianism, which is one of my absolute favorite books ever. Whenever I do a video, sometimes I'll just put a tag in a video, just one or two for actual quotes. And then when I was going through it for this video, I did so many. I can't do the 600-page book justice within a few pages of my own, but I really want to convey its essence for the work of our analysis here. She opens the Origins by proclaiming that it is impossible to understand European fascism without comprehending its legacy of Jew hatred, specifically antisemitism. For clarification, scholars tend to use antisemitism to specifically denote racial persecution rather than religious. Arendt traces the legacy of racialization through her second essay on imperialism. I'm choosing to focus on that segment because I covered antisemitism so extensively in my own series on the subject. I will refer you there if you want to understand eugenics and the Dreyfus affair. She posits that with colonialism, we racialized people of color, but a byproduct of this resource extraction and using superiority to justify it, turned into the sub-racialization of white Europeans as well. It's important to note that this theory has been contested, most prominently by Benedict Anderson in Imagined Communities, in which he argues that geographical language and the rising mediums of film and radio were more prominent. I respect this work since it's a classic in media studies, but within the context of this essay, I think Arendt is more useful. There have always been differences between nationalities. The French were considered different from the Germans culturally, but for as long as white people have used race, they've seen themselves as a race. It's just that they saw other races as animals, this human-beast dichotomy. Thus, ethnic Germans demarcated themselves from those Frenchies, yet Germans felt a racial kinship with those in the Austrian Empire due in part to their shared language. Because race was given a level of scientific and licit quality, it could be used to unite people across state lines, yet it was flexible and expressionist enough that you could disregard the authority of the individual state. The lionization of pan-European movements is an underappreciated contributing factor towards both world wars. Purge yourself of political responsibility, described Arendt. We are now subservient to a legacy of great men of whom the state but poorly represents. Arendt's central argument in this essay was that it was a vague sense of Jewish racial manipulation, and imperialism's then double thinking of racial particularism, that laid the foundations for an economic and political system that mainstreamed corruption and terror to protect the populace. Only a system as subjective and expressionist as fascism could alternate between the dichotomous threats of the imagined Jewish capitalist and the imagined Jewish Bolshevik within mere moments. Racism, when denied the common origin of man and repudiated as the common purpose of establishing humanity, introduced the concept of the divine origin of one people as contrasted from all others, thereby covering the temporary and changeable product of a human endeavor with a pseudo-mystical cloud of divine eternity and finality. This finality is what acts as the common denominator between the pan-movement's philosophy and race concepts and explains their inherent affinity in theoretical terms. Politically, it is not important whether God or nature is thought to be the origin of a people. Peoples are transformed into an animal species so that the Russian appears different from the German as a wolf from a fox. A divine people lives in a world in which it is the born persecutor of all other weaker species, or the born victim of all other stronger species. Only the rules of the animal kingdom can possibly apply to its political destinies. And it was this tribalism, tied to land and bound by racial concept, that allowed for the tangible persecution of Jewish people. If tribe is bound by land and state, then what are the stateless wanderers of the earth supposed to do? Rely upon conspiracy and manipulation to keep their lineage alive. Their perceived chosenness allowed the fascist and the anti-Semite to project all of their hatred onto them all the more, because they had no land to even attempt conspiracy over. Arendt then dedicates the final third of her book to the characteristics of totalitarianism, and how both of these racial characters enforced and justified authoritarian state violence. The assumption of a Jewish world conspiracy was transformed by totalitarian propaganda from an objective, arguable matter into the chief element of Nazi reality. The point was that Nazis acted as though the world were dominated by Jews and needed a counter-conspiracy to defend itself. Racism, for them, was no longer a debatable theory of dubious scientific value, but it was being realized every day by the functioning hierarchy of a political organization, in whose framework it would have been very unrealistic to question. To evoke a biographer and mentee, Elizabeth Young Bruhl, it's not that the masses were gullible and thus were easily persuaded into totalitarianism, but really it was the racist ideology that gave the masses something of utility. They could simply relish the joys of being white. Arendt seems to have been influenced by Walter Benjamin and his theory of aura here. With Aryanness, it had this radiant, auratic quality, in which excellence beamed not only from individuals but entire societies. It was this false feeling of superiority that led to the natural order of things being so true that all other peoples had to be exterminated, lest they infringe upon that radiance. We must remember that the propaganda term Lebensraum does not solely refer to living space, the barest amount of room for people to flourish. It should more closely be translated to comfortable living space, like your living room. To have radiance emanate from yourself and your kind has tremendous emotional utility, especially if one is envious of their Jewish neighbors. It was Arendt who managed to articulate this intersection of contrary rationalizations, the idea that the masses of individuals gained something from their party. More than security, more than the airs of safety, but a re-enchanted reason to be. It just so happened that the party was able to use the legacy of Jew hatred to emotionally bolster that. We will use these ideas when we return to the zone of interest, though while I am here, I feel that I ought to discuss the book's flaws briefly. There's 3 big ones. The first being that she infamously cited Nazi statistics to explain German antisemitism. This talk of Jewish bankers and middle managers, mostly considered ahistoric and over-exaggerated today, is something that she never really revised or expressed regret over doing. Many have said that Arendt, who was a secular Jewish woman, read so much anti-Semitic propaganda that she took a few of those biases into her own work. And this is a very worthy criticism, and I can see why it ruins some of her arguments for many people. The second being that the work is a little incomplete, even at over 600 pages. She wanted her work to be this all-encompassing history of totalitarianism as an ideology and political apparatus, but she didn't really have access to Soviet sources critical of Stalinism. In fact, Stalin only died 2 years after the release of her own book, and de-Stalinization would take place under Khrushchev. I would argue that her book concerns the origins of totalitarianism rather than the discontents that arrived afterwards. It is sweeping and brilliant at critiquing Western European fascism, and the concept of using racism to justify violence, but it is less interested in, say, the Japanese context, or the ways in which the Soviet concept of using history of class subjugation to do something similar. I would strongly recommend the works of Timothy Snyder and Anne Applebaum if you want to understand the discontents of authoritarian Sovietism and the Gulag system, a banality that it would take its own video to dissect. Third, some have criticized the book for being strictly secular in its analysis and writers. Critic Eric Voglian thought the book was missing a spiritual element, as if Nazi was this purely rational thing for the masses. I see this argument, and it's the one of the 3 that I disagree with the most. Arendt finds herself discussing fascism as political re-enchantment. While she doesn't describe Hitler with the adjectives of godlike or holy, she nonetheless is concerned with this radiant factor. And she is more concerned with how this radiance manifests itself in anti-Semitic self-definition and racism rather than traditional piety. For fascism is politics as faith, and faith that the party will save the race was already plenty powerful, and it literally used Christian and pagan signifiers to bolster that power. Because of this, I feel that the radiance is a perfectly fine analog here, because mysticism was dormant in their very race, and how the dynamics of subjugation negated personal responsibility. I would add a 4th problem, and it's minor. Honestly, a biographical footnote to most people, but I don't like how Arendt clings to this Kantian notion of radical evil to describe the Nazis. This notion is sheening with divine authority and devilish means. She says that we cannot comprehend a truly radical evil for its divinity, yet the Nazis somehow emanated that evil whilst they're on Earth. And I've never liked this concept. Arendt was genuinely one of the very best to ever critique the fascist mind, but she seems to have felt that something was beyond metaphysical here, and she struggled to talk about it effectively. It's a minor point, but I don't hold it against her because she authored another book a decade later that dives deep into this. And she's probably most well known for that project. Arendt was commissioned by the New York Times to cover the trial of a recovered Nazi named Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann was one of the foremost authorities responsible for the Holocaust, and his role cannot be understated. Eichmann was essentially an architect and logician. It was his job to calculate how many Jews would fit into a certain train car, how many train cars to a train, figure out the taxes involved in crossing state lines, blueprinting the whole thing, and he did all of this from his desk. He escaped Germany at the end of World War II, and his capture in Argentina was an incredible story unto itself. The Israeli intelligence service caught wind of his presence via espionage in 1960. They were not the only people to be aware of Eichmann's being alive, but they were the most active pursuers. His capture, interrogation, and trial in 1961 became the subject of an international spectacle and debate. Some questioned the recently established state of Israel's right to try Eichmann. In this circumstance, how could a Jewish judge be impartial? And some asked whether Eichmann would be tried as a man or as the reified evil of the Holocaust, put to death in the name of Hitler himself. Then legal scholars questioned whether a state established after World War II could actually have the authority to try someone over that war's crimes. The biggest quandary was made over whether trying Eichmann over Jewish genocide was the right thing to do. Whether the Holocaust was a crime against humanity committed on the Jewish body, or whether this was a crime against Judaism itself. It is, without hyperbole, a deeply fascinating topic to look into. I tend to side with Holocaust scholar Deborah Lipstadt, who, on the 50th anniversary of the trial, retold it with new sources. Sources uncovered by Lipstadt's legal team during the defamation suit initiated by a British Holocaust denier. Though I am critical of her whole account, she says that this trial took place at the height of the Cold War. Eichmann was executed mere months before the Cuban Missile Crisis, and according to her, there was no international body to hold him accountable. There was no governing body able to represent the superpowers of the United States, Western Europe, and the Soviet Union under Nikita Khrushchev. Though the Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, claimed that without an international governing body, and because other states weren't terribly concerned with capturing Nazi war criminals, Israel was as right as any other state to try Eichmann for his crimes against world Jewry. Though, let's just state this very plainly, this was very illegal according to international law. We will return to this assertion later in this video. His trial was almost a foregone affair, and since he was one of the most influential personalities responsible for the Holocaust, there was almost no chance that he would not be executed. This is basically uncontested by historians, though they are careful to note that this wasn't a show trial or a kangaroo court. Lipstadt cites the conduct of head prosecutor Gideon Hausner, who gave an overzealous and at times rhetorically weak performance. If the case was truly predetermined and the stakes weren't high at all, Hausner would have been more subdued. He wanted the trial to restore Jewish dignity the world over, and he wanted the trial to teach the generation born in its wake about the violence their parents suffered through. Now, Hannah Arendt attended the first half of the proceedings. She primarily saw Eichmann's defense rather than his prosecution, supplementing these 4 days of attendance with documents of the proceedings, approximately 3,000 pages of material. And her articles were subsequently turned into the book Eichmann in Jerusalem, a report on the banality of evil. This became her most regarded book. Not well regarded, but regarded. It's potentially what she's most remembered for these days, though it's pretty unlikely that you've actually sat down and read the whole thing, because you've probably just absorbed it via cultural osmosis. It's because this book is core to my arguments that it's worthwhile spending a bit of time talking about its juicier moments. I want to focus on 3 elements that completely knocked me on my ass. The first being how Eichmann viewed himself as being within the same role as Pontius Pilate. Depending on whether or not you retell the biblical story from within a Catholic, Protestant, or more obscure cult of Christianity, Pilate was a Roman judge who is universally agreed to have existed, and he was charged with sentencing Jesus Christ to death. Both Jesus and a prisoner named Barabbas were set to be crucified, but one of them was set to be let go due to the Passover pardonings. Pilate was reportedly sympathetic to Jesus, but after the Jewish crowds demanded the murderous Barabbas be set free over the Jewish heretic, Pilate caved and condemned Jesus to death. In Catholic retellings, Pilate is generally reported to have killed himself out of shame over this. So let's unpack that shit. Eichmann was a fervent anti-Semite, reported to have given conferences on the Jewish question. He was also an atheist, and he didn't believe in Jesus or the afterlife, so he wasn't exactly identifying with Pilate on the basis of faith, but rather on authority. Arendt quotes Eichmann, and then she retorts, "At that moment I sensed a kind of Pontius Pilate feeling, for I felt free of all guilt. Who was he to judge? Who was he to have his own thoughts on the matter? Well, he was neither the first or the last to be ruined by modesty. For it was not his decision to kill Jews with his own hands. Those under him dealt with the violence, those above him orders. He just mediated between the two, and thus he wasn't all that responsible." Arendt moves on from this point rather quickly and continues to speak about how he often deferred to cliches and propaganda phrases to rationalise his place within the Shoah. But this moment, it's so rich. So, in the biblical story, Pontius Pilate is framed as mostly blameless for the crucifixion. We have to consider this story from within a Constantinian context, where Romans were explicitly and causally the ones responsible for the crucifixion. But after Constantine converted to the Roman Empire from Christianity, Romans thus had a strong incentive to blame other people for the death of Christ, lest self-reflection started to bubble. So blame was deferred, and most of all projected, onto Jews as a mystical act of self-preservation. Pilate, according to the philosopher Giorgio Agamben, is often interpreted to be a secret believer in the divinity of Christ. The man was simply stuck between a rock and a hard place, forced by the violent masses into freeing a common criminal in place of the Messiah. Agamben then evokes Dante Alighieri's decision to cast Pilate into hell in his Divine Comedy. His argumentation must, for this reason, affirm the legitimacy, both judicial and theological, of Pilate's judgment. If the Roman Empire was not legitimate, Dante writes, the sin of Adam was not punished in Christ. For humanity to be ransomed from sin, that is to say, it was necessary that Christ be submitted to judgment and punished by a judge who had legitimate jurisdiction over the entire human race. So, Pilate was thrown into Satan's jurisdiction over an act of cowardice. He would have allowed Jesus his freedom, but he was pressured into condemnation by jeering crowds surrounding him. For it was up to him to obey the orders of his superiors, so it's in this way that Eichmann identifies with Pilate's plighted innocence. Eichmann repeatedly told the court that he had Jewish friends and he, in his own heart, didn't hate individual Jews. Never mind that Eichmann gave seminars on the Jewish question as he personally saw it. According to Lipstadt, he felt as if his identification was a clever rhetorical move, as if it were this fact that would allow him to take on innocence and gain sympathy. But for some reason, he evoked the wrath of a Jewish mob in front of a Jewish court. The image of a Jewish mob being responsible for the death of Jesus Christ would only be mildly discontinued after the Second Vatican Council in 1965. It was still the mainstream Christian opinion, so he evoked Pontius as if the Jewish judges and audiences weren't completely aware that Eichmann was not Pilate. He was the mob himself. The arbitrator, executioner, logician, and the propagandist. One of the foremost men responsible for the Holocaust, as he was already deeply entwined with anti-Semitic propaganda. This is bullshit of the highest order. He was simply on trial and he wanted to look good for the jury, though his guilt was redirected and sublimated in ever more curious ways. My pick for the most insane moment of the trial is when Eichmann casually declared that he lived his life according to the categorical imperative. I cannot stress to you enough how, like, when I read that, I was on a bus and I nearly fell out of my seat. Also, I'm not the only person who's had this reaction, because whenever anyone talks about Eichmann, they always fucking bring this up. Immanuel Kant was concerned with humanist morality, that God created mankind as an ethical creature, and while we can defer to the Ten Commandments for morality, it's actually up to each and every single one of us to create our own ethical laws to live by. We can simultaneously judge morality on our own terms and according to church ones. Most famously, Kant had a categorical imperative against lying. Lying is always bad because it always makes you a dishonest person, so you shouldn't do it because lying is always dishonest. And there have been many retorts and ever more elaborate scenarios to refute Kant and his inhuman approach to our interiority, but that's the base concept. So Eichmann proclaims that he lives his life according to the categorical imperative. The judge literally stopped the proceedings to inquire further. He was like, "Explain yourself? What?" So, like, surely this Nazi, who is responsible for incomprehensible war crimes, misunderstands the most fundamental philosophy that belies the entirety of the modernist tradition. But Eichmann kind of surprised everyone when he more or less accurately explained how the imperative was supposed to work. More or less, when he was tasked with the implementation of the final solution, he swapped out God as the almighty definer of reality, both because of his atheism and out of mental laziness, for that of the party. If I may quote the man himself, act in such a way that if the Fuhrer knew of your action, he would approve of it. To take a retort to this ludicrous assertion, much of the horribly painstaking thoroughness that usually strikes the observer as typically German, or else characteristic of the perfect bureaucrat, can be traced to this odd notion, indeed very common in Germany, that to be law-abiding means not merely to obey the laws, but to act as though one was the legislator of the laws that one obeys. Hence the conviction that nothing less than going beyond the call of duty will do. A lot of authors seem to look at this point and they're kind of like, wow, that's such a dishonest interpretation of Kant. I kind of disagree. I think it's frustratingly honest. Lipstadt's research unveiled many instances of which Eichmann bragged wholeheartedly about his pride in Jew murder, on having so many people on his own conscience. But his deferment to authority, this religious concept that thou shalt not kill, becomes deformed into thou shalt kill when the leader demands it, works perfectly rationally within the mind. Of course, Eichmann felt logically consistent to Kant. It's generally one of the greatest refutations of the categorical imperative I've ever encountered in my life. This idea that we are our own moral judges, that it can be twisted and deferred back onto a higher power within a few flourishes of mental gymnastics. Yet, it's so easily explained that you can casually and semi-accurately explain it while you're on trial for war crimes. Jesus fucking Christ. Eichmann was subject to many more surreal moments, though I feel it best to just give you one final example. He was asked on the stand about whether or not he was aware of the cruelty of the camps, and he decided to describe one of the first times that he visited the Minsk concentration camp. His supervisors wanted him to report about the efficiency of the practices and how they could improve them more. And Eichmann was rather horrified by the bloodshed and the gore he saw. The bodies of dead women tossed awkwardly into pits got under his nerves, so he left it a little early and went on a little wander. Arriving at a nearby town, he complained incessantly to his local SS commander. To quote the man himself, "Well, it is horrible what is being done around here. I said, young people are being made into sadists. How could one do that? Simply bang away at women and children. That is impossible. Our people will go mad or become insane. Our own people." Many of the men within these camps were specifically selected for their capacity for violence, often being discovered via their conduct during pogroms. Those with a pre-existing appetite for cruelty were then placed precisely where the state wanted them to be. It was not the Jew whose violence they inflicted upon that subsequently corrupted them. Eichmann then complained about seeing a corpse pit being filled in, seeing blood burst out of the ground, and deciding that he had seen enough and he wanted to go home. There seemed to be some part of him that found the sanctioned violence to be reprehensible, though he directed his thoughts towards the well-being of the perpetrators rather than considering the violence itself being horrific. He had the bodily sensations of horror and disgust that we generally associate with horrific acts, and this didn't dissuade him from his career and his actions. Rather, he diverted them onto different problems altogether. The mass violence will corrupt the purity of the youth, rather than the murders being horrible in themselves. Disgust was then redirected from the act to anxiety for the well-being of the perpetrator. Their comfort and sanity was most important, for it stood in for the well-being of the Reich. What we refer to as the banality of evil is just this process. The rationalization of horrific violence and grave transgression into the most mundane reasons and common causes. It's double-pronged. That mass killers can externally describe their actions with the verbs familiar to us non-killers, and also that they can internally rationalize the most horrific scenes comfortably. For Gentiles, it is more comforting to think that the concentration camp guard was just really enjoyed the chance to kill some Jewish kids. He frothed at the mouth of anticipation, and that was definitively what was wrong with him. Rather, the banality of this violence was caused through mundane incentives. The guard worked hard to gain a promotion to provide a better life for his family, and the propaganda he had consumed for the past decade slowly numbed him to the humanity of those he guarded over. Instead, banality here concerns a lack of forethought, or rather the impulse to not think in the first place. When it comes to the automaton quality of Eichmann, I always think of philosopher Simone Weil, who was part of the French resistance in World War II. Her concept of decreation kind of haunts me. Where spirituality concerns a process of seeking a deeper understanding of consciousness and personhood, mysticism concerns the de-emphasis of the ego, and this mystical de-emphasis is called decreation. This doesn't negate personal responsibility, but it does describe the ways in which people assign greater agencies to ethereal forces to explain how those forces shaped our lives. We are like barrels with no bottom to them, declares Weil, so long as we have not understood that we have a base. I'm not saying that Eichmann was some great mystic in his private life, because as we already know, he abhorred religion. But it would be accurate to argue that he misappropriated the imperative because he had decreated his personal responsibility for the ethereal approval of a higher power. The right thing and the almighty become one in the same, so when tortured by doubt, defer and comply. This is never more apparent than the sight of his death. Standing before the gallows, he referred to Nazi funeral cliches he had heard a dozen times before, rather than thinking of his own unique words for his own actual death. Eichmann was at the center of the greatest trial of the 20th century, specifically because his banality was so apparent, his manners were so mild and contradictorily vulgar, and he was unbearably boring. Arendt's book was widely talked about, and it nearly ruined her reputation because people hated it so much. I will have to talk about the backlash, which is, I swear to God, almost as fascinating as the trial itself, at a completely different stage. But for now, it's fair to dispel some minor criticisms. Some lazily attribute the backlash to post-war propaganda, the idea that American cinema had made so many movies about evil, cartoonish Nazis, and when Eichmann failed to manifest those signifiers, it broke some kind of illusion and the public just attacked Hannah Arendt for it. I disagree with that framing. It was with her writing the report that she confronted her mixed feelings on radical evil. She used the trial to do some crazy ethical philosophy to reach a deeper truth rather than a factual report. She's often misunderstood in claiming that Eichmann, with his aversion to blood and fondness for cliches, was physically incapable of thinking. A line of logic that leaves this war criminal as spiritually akin to a toddler who accidentally fed rat poison to his beloved dog. In my own interpretation though, I think Arendt was more concerned with the difference between fascist and democratic schemas. Eichmann had tremendous gemut, and he was entirely functional within a team and organization. His attachment to power led him to the most efficient processes to achieve ends that democratically minded people would never consider. It was not the fact that he failed to exhibit guilt that horrified and fascinated Arendt. It was the fact that he felt no need to feel guilt in the first place. He was plenty satisfied. His image resembles the wickedness of the Nazi, but he presented as the by-the-numbers bureaucrat. Like Hess, you'd walk by Eichmann in the street and you'd barely notice him. It wasn't that he lacked compassion, as if he was some mere common psychopath, but rather he was so immersed in propaganda that the channels of rationality basically just weren't warranted in his own mind. Prideful feelings and a solid work ethic were more appropriate to describe the architect of the Holocaust. There's one sequence in the Zone of Interest that stuck with me. Haas and Hedwig sleep in their separate beds. Their demeanor remains cold throughout the film, but this is the only scene that clues us into why they might feel fond for one another. Hedwig wants to return to a spa in Italy where the two of them once shared a nice holiday. The self-proclaimed queen of Auschwitz isn't satisfied with her little slice of Eden. She giggles and waxes nostalgic. Hess remains cold. He says that she smells nice. She jokes that her scent is French. Her implication is the first thing to make Rudolph smirk. He makes fun of Hedwig's laugh, the couple giggle. She asks for chocolate if he can find any. It's then that we cut to the inside of the camp. One of the few shots implying that Hess was actually a man of violence. We hear many screams. We hear Hess from the neck upwards. The sky is a blinding shade of white. Smoke from a fire enters the frame. It matches the shade of his clothes. Soot sprinkles his face. His face is just as composed as it was the night before. Dogs, gunshots, screaming children. He looks bored. The screen fades to a radiant white. The volume remains the same, but the blinding whiteness without a figure to latch onto causes the illusion of volume being raised. We are utterly overwhelmed by the sound of violence, yet Haas is so bored that he appears to be daydreaming. We're in diametric headspaces. We hear everything, he hears nothing. He sees everything, we see nothing. We focus on every horrific detail. He can't even dignify or acknowledge anything. This is a choice. He doesn't want to numb the violence out of his system at risk of feeling like a bad person. It's just the status quo as it exists. We've drilled down into the core of this cliche, and I think that we've elaborated upon it more than usual. But it's been 62 years since Eichmann swung by the neck until he was dead, and what else has been said about the banality ever since then? And with all of that new knowledge, can we see how a savvy filmmaker like Jonathan Glazer could use all of the discourse to enhance the zone of interest? To do that, let's take a look at the discourse left in Arendt's wake. Chapter 3, Application. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
In 1961, a psychologist at Yale University performed an experiment. There were 3 participants: the experimenter, an assisting teacher, and the learner. The experimenter would introduce the teacher to the learner, then commence the study. The learner was strapped to an electric chair in another room, unseen by the teacher and supervising experimenter but heard through an intercom. The experimenter would instruct the learner to complete some tasks that they could either pass or fail. And with every failure, the teacher would administer an electric shock. The volts were labeled, ranging from slight shock, 15 volts, to danger severe shock, 450 volts. As the equations get harder and the more the learner fails, the teacher is instructed by the experimenter to administer increasingly higher shocks, despite hearing the learner scream and sob in pain over the intercom, pleading that they have a heart condition. The experimenter continues pressuring the teacher even if they refuse, telling them the experiment must go on, that they have no choice but to continue. Eventually, the electric shock meter reaches the level labeled danger. After the learner makes another mistake, the teacher administers this level of shock. The learner does not speak again.
Yep, we're talking about Stanley Milgram. As you might have guessed, the actual subject of the experiment was the teacher and not the learner. The electric shocks didn't exist. The learner was actually an actor who made mistakes on purpose and pretended to be in pain when shocked, or become unconscious after a series of them. In most cases, it was just a pre-recorded message that the teacher was reacting against. If the teacher refused to keep hurting the learner, the experimenter would give up to 4 verbal prods of varying severity. Please continue, all the way up to, you have no choice but to continue. The study either ends if the teacher refuses the 4th verbal prod, or it culminates in the electric shock being lethal. All participants were uncomfortable to varying degrees with the experiment, and all asked to stop the experiment at least once. The fact that the teachers were assured that the learner wouldn't be harmed was a huge influence that skewed the data. We must hold this factor in mind when we learn that in Milgram's largest experiment, 65% of 720 participants administered the highest voltage. The Milgram experiments were famously inspired by the Eichmann trial. He commenced them mere weeks after they all started, so he wasn't exactly inspired directly by Arendt's report, but more so by the classic Nazi cliche of I was just following orders. Though his publicized work was clearly inspired by Arendt's writing after it was published in article form. We might call the Milgram experiments the first scientific inquiry into the banality. Oh, and they're so influential. TV shows and documentaries and video games. So many things have accepted these conclusions on coercion. The idea that people will just fold to authority even when they know they are doing something is wrong. The teacher, for all they know, killed the learner because they were assertively told to do so by the authority. Cards on the table. I dislike this study. Before I started this project, I might have said that this obedience to coercion conclusion absolves the officers of the Reichs of their guilt. If there is scientific credibility to these claims, then it's easier for the layperson to believe them when they claim that their violence was justified under the state of law. I would call this application mentally lazy because it's unscientific and emotional. Milgram was Jewish after all. He had extended family who were killed in concentration camps, and he grew up seeing relatives with tattoos on their arms. His works were conceived entirely to help the Gentile world understand how normal people went along with fascism, even if the perpetrator claimed to not personally hate whomever they were being cruel to. Many studies seeking to confirm Milgram's findings have generally returned positive correlations. But what I dislike about this study is what people have generally taken away from it. Via cultural osmosis, we understand that there are 2 categories of people: wolves and sheep. Under this view, there are a certain number of wolves living amongst sheep. Only a wolf can coerce a sheep into killing lambs. The masses are but empty vessels waiting to be told what to do. It's a sloppy concept that makes cruelty binary as opposed to existing upon a spectrum. Thus, the camp guard is possessed by his wolf leader. And while I do have philosophical and ethical differences when it comes to this conclusion, I also think that you can't draw sweeping conclusions about coercion, obedience, and German fascism by doing a study on on 720 Americans. The first problem I have is with the method and how subjects were treated after the fact. Milgram was at pains to express that he made sure his subjects knew they hadn't actually hurt anyone after the fact, that it was all a ruse, all for a good cause. But according to a meta-study conducted by Gina Perry in 2013, Milgram failed to tell a pretty big percentage of his subjects that it was a ruse had taken place. To work through the complicated emotions of, you just thought that you just killed someone. No, you didn't, it's fine, bye. In fact, some were still concerned that they'd seriously hurt someone after the fact, and their consciences had been suffering because of it. At the time, Milgram told some of them that they had overreacted, rather than the study was actually using voltages only harmful to small animals. According to Perry, the bloke who played the experimenter ended up just like walking up to the 65% of subjects after applying full voltage, and then he just made jokes about it. Roughly 600 out of the 720 people found out about the real point of the study 6 months later by letter. So Milgram, though he didn't explicitly manipulate the data, crafted a narrative out of the information that was more compelling than it might have initially seemed. Secondly, I disagree with the scale of the findings. Milgram explicitly wanted to investigate the psychology of genocide, to expose why war criminals were so comfortable with violence. And I think that this study, performed in 1961, is just too isolated. It involves free people, as opposed to the complicated trust relations that are core to a platoon. You know, colleagues, friends, superiors, rivals, the need to prove yourself, the debt you owe to someone else. There are many reasons why someone might submit to cruel demands. But there are also reasons why someone, after doing it a couple of times already, might become comfortable and even find some glee in their duties. Following orders is not a mitigating factor when it comes to considering genocide. At some point, you are in charge of your own autonomy, and you can absolutely refuse to follow orders. It was a tremendously well-documented fact that there were few, if any, instances of Nazis actually being punished for refusing to murder, be they from Jews, political prisoners, or other subversives. On occasion, individual soldiers were socially ostracized, demoted, or moved to a different area of the army, but there were almost no instances of soldiers having guns to their head because they refused to murder children. Nearly all the books I cite in this video converge upon this fact. On screen, here's free. I firmly believe that Milgram's study is a great jumping off point into the scientific inquiry of psychology of coercion, but it's fundamentally flawed because of the inherent artificiality of the study. This is best demonstrated by the fact that Eichmann himself relished his power. He gave orders, he made decisions, and he was completely satisfied with it all. To quote an author responding to Arendt and Milgram, there was never any evidence of self-doubt, contrition, shame, embarrassment, remorse, or mortification on Eichmann's part. He does not denounce his past, prostrate himself, apologize profusely, or seek forgiveness. He was not a desk murderer, distantly removed from the mass killings or disinterested in the fate of Jewish victims. He was the project's most enthusiastic supporter. I was no ordinary recipient of orders. If I had been, I would have been a fool. Instead, I was part of the thought process. I was an idealist. So to boil down the entirety of the Holocaust into the dynamics of masochism and sadism, obedience and submission, is to miss the point. I respect Milgram for the conversations he started within the scientific realm, but based upon this study, I am unimpressed. I sincerely believe that the video game Papers, Please has a more nuanced take on the banality of evil than Dr. Milgram ever did. For obedience and subservience are not the sole indicator of evil. It is apathy and willingness. There is this one shot in the zone of interest. It lasts about 5 seconds, but it's burned into my eyes. Rudolph has a shower after feeling that he's soiled his skin in contaminated water. We see an insert of him blowing out his nostrils. The snot is murky. It takes about 2 seconds for us to realize that it's human ashes. We probably recognize the consistency from when we have inhaled dust, for instance. But the scariest part is Hoss's lack of reaction. At worst, you might subconsciously wonder if he might impact his health in the long term. The bodily realities of being a guard and working in such close proximity to the crematoria, having the remains of the dead inhaled through your nose, and only reacting with mild annoyance. It's far scarier, for it implies that if this happens again, all that would change is that the guards would wear face masks. Therefore, we need to confront the interpersonal dynamics at play here. Augustine Brannigan's Beyond the Banality of Evil gives a survey of the scientific theories after Arendt and Milgram. Along with the Eichmann trial, Americans were generally concerned with the themes of banality and obedience after the My Lai massacre of the Vietnam War. There were many models of genocide and coercion invented in the second half of the 20th century to try and understand why seemingly good souls could do such horrific things. One of the most essential being the Norbert Elias thesis. A German Jew, Elias published his book in 1939, though it was ignored and later discovered in 1969. It is considered to be a classic in psychoanalytic sociology today. Massively so, though it has problematic elements that we will discuss. Central to the hypothesis is the concept of impulse control, a concept that eventually became social control theory in criminology. We may want to smack someone when they insult us or say pervy things to a beautiful subject, but due to social rules or the potential of legal consequences, we restrain our violent or sexual impulses to stave off external punishment. His whole thesis relies upon our superegos, the part of us that regulates logic and etiquette, to control our id, the part of us that is impulsive, beast-like, and concerned with self-gratification. For the sake of explanation, let's grant that Freud was correct when he described his model of the human mind. Elias focuses his work on the previous 800 years of European history. The concept that a king may say something that you strongly disagree with, but you hold your tongue lest it gets cut off. As opposed to our cave-dwelling ancestors, society became an establishment of superegos ruling over suppressed ids. The common folk restrain their thoughts whilst they see their lords live luxurious and hedonistic lives. This is a sentiment that we've discussed on this channel before, the legacy of servility and usury being particularly illustrative. Though what Elias would seek to add here is that those who perpetuated violence were unleashing their ids, but those who lost their neighbours in said violence or looked away were subject to their superegos. So their superegos submitted to the supremacy of the state specifically because those in power were ordained by God, and we can't do much about it. In a system of manners and procedure, these barbarians grew sparser as the millennium progressed. Then we rush ahead to Germany after the First World War. Of course, there were many things that had changed: Napoleon, liberalism, the death of God. But in a humiliated Germany after the Treaty of Versailles, and in a destroyed economic system, fascism became quite appealing. The observable reality that the economic system founded upon trust in institutions had failed. So if they had, then we no longer needed to be constrained by our superegos, and we ought to allow our ids to reign free. Fascism's expressionist qualities pander towards humiliated people, crafting a way to feel special purely because of their race, radiance in itself, served as a brilliant way to unite disparate and desperate people. Whereas antisemitism drew into sharp focus during this time because it was already established as an emotional convenience. So Elias-inspired authors argue that the cruelty of fascism came about as a return to barbarity, to say yes to your id and allow violence within a militaristic social space that enabled that. Initially, the Elias thesis is quite compelling because it feels viscerally gratifying to critique Nazism as a return to barbarity. Its illogicality, its disregard for previously accepted norms, and the easiest way to understand those actions is to see them as unregulated impulses. Now, I have some major disagreements with the application of the Elias thesis within this context. Obviously, the first being that he wrote it before the Holocaust as we now understand it. Applying the concept to Eichmann's trial might not explain the man's conduct elegantly as we had hoped. The word Nazi, fascist, nor Hitler doesn't come up once within his text. Though in recent editions, Elias dedicated his book to his parents' memory, both of whom were murdered in concentration camps. So while we can read into the text how it was conceived in fascist Germany, one requires many asterisks and hours of context to apply as kings and serfs to Nazis in concentration camps. I feel that, though deeply compelling and on the right track, authors applying the Elias thesis fall short within the context of fascism writ large. While we have established that many of the guards were discovered and selected for violence after their performances in pogroms, that doesn't explain the bureaucrat who designed the gas chamber, nor the policymakers of occupied territories. Their hatred for Jews was quite pure, but it wasn't unhinged behavior that made the Holocaust horrific alone. This understanding boils down the sins of white supremacist law and eugenics, and anti-Semitism into interpersonal nastiness and flaws of character, a lack of control. Saying this feels wrong in my body for innumerable reasons, because to pin all of the violence of the Holocaust onto superegos not properly being in control of unrestrained ids is to neglect the role of institutions like law, policing, news media, and to further absolve the failures of interpersonal empathy, neighbors, community, goods and services not being honored for the sake of race. We can't explain all of those intersecting factors by looking entirely inwards. Though my biggest problem with the Elias thesis in this context is that barbarity is not often a verb associated with authoritarianism, so it feels a little disconnected from reality. It is essential to note that Nazi propaganda would have us believe that they were organized, collected, and disciplined, as if their ranks were not filled with corruption and drug use. It is simultaneously true to say that characters like Eichmann, organizations such as the Einsatzgruppen and Gestapo, were all organized and maintained state discipline through intensely intelligent and effective means. The works of Viktor Klemperer, as discussed in my analysis of antisemitism video, can attest to that sophistication. Arendt's origins can also attest to the forethought and sophisticated implementation of social rules, though marred by chaotic romanticization and expressionism. Was fascism not strangely and terrifyingly rational rather than, for lack of a better term, childishly violent? According to Brannigan, Elias starts with this assumption that our medieval ancestors were childish when compared to us, and not supremely sophisticated personalities in themselves. Now, genocides have been occurring long before we started writing them down, and every genocide has its own defining characteristics, as Brannigan and many other scholars are at pains to argue. But what made the Jewish Holocaust unique was its bureaucracy. The fact that it was the most well-documented war crime in the history of humanity itself is proof of its banality. That this mass murder was systematized, mechanized, and every necessary detail was recorded in order to assume its totality. And particularly in the eastern front of the wall became chaotic and less organized than on the west. But this implies, if we were to take the superego as the actual sentient force that was firmly in control of the situation, if the id were just running amok, then no one would have fought to have systematized and record and write down every extenuating circumstance. I'm not even comfortable entertaining that argument because psychoanalysis is a pseudoscience in the first place. Though many clever people studied the field, the Freudian structural model of consciousness is not sound outside of a thought experiment. I do believe that psychoanalysis, as I argued in my antisemitism series, is an appropriate mode for social criticism when it comes to irrational passions. But the Holocaust was intensely rational, just not by our standards. Though I do think there is some truth to the Elias thesis within the context of interpersonal power relations, it cannot explain the totality of the Shoah and the historic legacy of antisemitism by its lonesome. It's more compelling than Milgram, but I want to walk further down this path before returning to the film. In Emil Durkheim's legendary analysis of suicide, which single-handedly transformed our understanding of self-annihilation, he argues that one may choose to end their life due to a disruption of social habits. A man wrought with depression after his family leaves him, a mother distraught after her child's untimely death, suffer from a state of anomie. This word refers to the listlessness of losing one's regular routines and sense of purpose in life. If you rely upon that sense to get up and go to work every day, it can cause a tremendous depressive crisis. For it is listless, but it is also egocentric. I felt anomie before in my own life, and from my own first-person experience, you are deeply concerned with what you have lost, and you are concerned with yourself so terribly that this changes course for death. Though I don't have enough time to express how brilliant Durkheim was for his time, many sociologists have since applied his theories on the social elements of suicidality in other contexts. Scholars generally apply Durkheim's theories to fill in the gaps of the Holocaust. They argue that under fascism, the state of affairs changed so tremendously quickly, and the state sublimated anomie and listlessness into external violence. Listlessness and egoism make one tremendously vulnerable to fascist authoritarianism, a state of affairs that demands uniformity, obedience, and your sole special trait being your race. Brannigan, in his employment, is not saying that fascism was explicitly a death cult, that the internal lives of Nazis were so self-flagellant that they projected all of their hatred onto Jews. Rather, he says that the uncertainty of anomie can make a person vulnerable, and the inherent sense of self-importance can block out negative emotions in service of establishing a new status quo in which to feel confidence within. Once again, this is a compelling argument, but it's only a piece of a larger puzzle. Soldiers and bureaucrats certainly benefited socially and financially from their service. It gave them a purpose, but it alone doesn't explain the scope of the genocide, nor does it explain why the state came into existence in the first place. While anomie is self-absorbed and listless, it doesn't explain the cold logicality of Nazi fascism. Strain theory was conceived as a modern extension of Durkheim's anomie by Robert King Merton in 1938, in which a criminal, through economic, emotional, or otherwise circumstantial pressure, logically chooses to commit a crime. Your poverty or need to pay for a loved one's surgery may provide a large enough external strain to make one decide to rob a convenience store. So this is a choice, experience as intense emotion, that is then logically decided upon. This can help us fill in the gaps left behind by the Elias Thesis and Anobi, in my opinion. Brannigan details this phenomenon of righteous slaughter, impulsive violence that is experienced in the moment as morally correct. You catch your partner cheating on you, or you catch someone hurting your children. So blinded by rage, you attack instinctively, even if you later regret it. In contrast, strain is considered, sometimes clumsily executed, but the idea is thought about for a period of time and decided upon when the strain grows unbearable. Thus, it applies to genocidal conclusions when a state relies upon an eternal enemy for itself to exist. To the outside world, it looks nonsensical that Jews were the masterminds of wickedness. But the Nazis placed a strain upon themselves, experienced as both sincere and ironic in alternating scenarios, and this pressure led hundreds of thousands of people to conclude that genocide must be enacted as a method of radical self-defense. I appreciate this model, though I am skeptical of applying it as grandly as it has been here, something that Brannigan is likewise apprehensive to do so as well. The banality of evil is a highly individualized concept, and the main flaw of all of the concepts divulged in this chapter is that they attempt to prove it true by using the verbs of interpersonal social psychology. The Holocaust wasn't bad because of the interpersonal nastiness of individual guards, but in the institutional pressures of the state mandating and rewarding said nastiness. But with all of this context, I describe the 5 defining traits of the banality of evil within our scientific and fascistic context, all intersecting and challenging one another. 1. Obedience via Milgram. Guilt for violence mitigated via submission to a higher authority. Though shame may be experienced after a fact, you are just following orders, thus guilt is diverted to a superior. 2. Bureaucracy via Brannigan. Countering the previous impulses, the need to record and maintain order while committing mass violence. This recording is usually done by others who view themselves as simply a cog in the machine, not implicated in violence because their hands never grew dirty. And for that reason, their guilt is diverted. 3. Inhibition via Elias. Depraved behavior, through the actions of particularly violent people normalized through social contexts that require violence, and those circumstances mitigate guilt further. 4. Anomi via Durkheim. Societal collapse and economic precarity leading to listlessness, then sublimated into egoistic politics and us versus them social relations, resulting in a return to self-importance. Guilt is diverted after a return to an important status quo is achieved. And 5. Strain via Merton, in which self-defensive propaganda becomes so mainstreamed that a manufactured pressure makes a nation conclude to persecute a minority to relieve this self-imposed strain. The act of relieving the strain displaces guilt. Thus, the banality in modernity doesn't just refer to mass violence. It can refer to a landlord who displaces his residents in the name of higher profit incentives, or a corporation that promotes a harmful product and hides its dangers through skillful manipulation of advertising. So, using banality, along with the science and sociology suggested in its wake, I want to return to the zone of interest to see how it plays with 62 years worth of ideas on the evil and banality. We will discuss 3 major elements of the film at length: its technical aspects, its commentary on gender and childhood, and its depiction of power. You who live safe in your warm houses, you who find returning in the evening hot food and friendly faces, consider if this is a man who works in the mud, who does not know peace, who fights for a scrap of bread, who dies because of a yes or a no. Chapter 4, First Analysis, Hearth. The sound design is the linchpin that holds the entire artistic and political point together. We open with a haunting score. The ghostly breathing of an organ gives way to a smoggy synthesizer. We sit within the blackness of our screen. The vocal samples and the synths achieve a strange harmony that results in a most monumental dread. Whispers of people become buried in the score, without identity or personal demarcation, and the score gives way to nature sounds. We feel a moment of relief, but we already know the basic premise of this film, so we understand that this film is anything but serene and wholesome. We build up to the camp by starting in nature. Running water and singing birds then dissolve with a car engine as we return to camp. If we were to watch the film with our eyes closed, we would hear the engine running, and then we might forget that the droning mechanics of industry just doesn't end. When we're inside the concentration camp, the droning continues on and on. It never lets up. It is almost always heard from this point forward, and its very density and oppression serve as the sole source of violence in the film, outside of blood being washed off of Rudolph's boots and some stray comments made from Hedwig. All of this is completely normal for the characters, and over time you forget about the ever-present drone. But then a gunshot will ring out from across camp, or someone will scream horribly, and you will suddenly, all at once, recall that hundreds of thousands of people are being killed in the film. Heard, but not seen. The second film is meant to be dipped in and out of, and it is inspired by the alternating utilities of drone and ambient. In the past year, I've gotten more into these two genres, partially inspired by how much I was fascinated by this film. It depends upon the artist that you follow, but droning music is made through a negative feedback loop of amplifiers and computer programs transforming feedback into a textured tone. I tend towards the drone metal genre, the works of Sun, Earth, and Boris, and upon occasion they can be pretty relaxing, no matter how menacing the performances are in concept. The drone tends towards lengthy runtimes because the point is to sustain the tone for as long as possible, leading to a borderline hypnotic state that can be relaxing or stress-inducing. Along with the ambient side, musical compositions and performances tend towards a minimalism, supposed to be turned down and half listened to, accompanying the listener as they go about their day. William Basinski distorts the capabilities of keyed instruments and experiments with textures and tones, and even the mediums he records upon. The result is something tangible and alien, whereas someone like Tim Hecker entrances listeners with droning keys and liberal reverb. An album like Rave Death 1972 evokes the religiosity of ritual and transcendent feeling by recording abstract compositions droning in character to induce a hypnotic and spiritually heightened state of consciousness. And then you have The Caretaker, who uses the aesthetics of decaying mediums to evoke a hauntological feeling in the listener, playing with memory, nostalgia, and mental health. What's really curious about the score in the film and the Oscar-winning sound design is that it alternates between intense droning and invisible ambience. We're supposed to periodically forget that it exists, and then we experience horror when we realize that we have forgotten it. The character of the drone is industrial, of course. It is inherently alive, digestive, and ravenous. This menacing quality depresses the audience and makes them feel ill. In fact, it's so detailed that stories occur off-screen that you can follow. And no character arcs play out in the sound design or anything, but the Holocaust didn't happen so it could rhyme. We hear a train arrive, there's some hubbub, some music from a band plays, then those noises die down, and later in the evening we see smoke erupt from chimneys. This is just one example of the sound design's impact, and it powerfully contrasts against the insignificant dramas of the Hess family. I don't know, like sometimes I'm driving somewhere, or I'm outside my house, and a car muffler will pop in the street and it will startle me. The fact that the family can't even flinch when a gunshot erupts less than 100 meters away from them never fails to make me lose my mind. Like, you need to understand that the crematorium is like 170 meters away from them, and they just don't care. They just don't care. This element is so patiently executed and so detailed that it makes the movie. It doesn't allow us to grow numb as the Hess family have. Our imaginations scare us more than images could, and seeing how these people can't so much as even flinch over these horrors built a much stronger aversion to their fascistic mindset. The second important filmmaking element is the sparse and forensic camera work. The camera only moves when strictly necessary to illustrate a point or to get something across that would be hampered by a lack of movement. There are a few dolly shots that move from left to right, tracking our character's movement, and there is one shot within the opening moments where a camera moves forward, as it's stationary in a car, filming the stars and evoking a childhood nostalgia. Yet the sky between the trees gives the impression of smoke rising, therefore foreshadowing where the family are headed. Many things are conveyed in this one scene. Their family relationship, how long the Hess family have been at the camp, the geography of the place, some casual envy obscured by anti-Semitic language, and how normal all of this is for Hedwig. If you were to cut the top third of the frame out of this scene, it might look like a regular exposition dump, but of course the top third is the death camp, and that is where our attention is focused. The rule of thirds can almost be followed religiously in the film, often but not always. The ground is heaven on earth. The middle third, which character action is emphasized, is purgatory, and the top third is hellish. In the camera's reservation, we are encouraged to judge the character's actions. The camera work doesn't always get in our way. The creative team felt no need to show off their talents. They don't feel the need to demonstrate the amount of research they did, the forethought of what characters and gestures mean when they are juxtaposed against sound design, and they don't need to convince us that the film looks gorgeous for us to take it seriously. The film is beautifully composed, of course, but in a strictly utilitarian kind of way. It's the set that looks wonderful, and this primarily serves to enhance the terror of what's happening off screen. The greens, whites, blues, reds and purples of the garden, muted by the color grade, contrast against the imagined greys and browns of the camp. This side of the fence might be prettier and it might have more cake, but it's still a drab and hellish place. Another element of the camera work is the strange feelings it evokes. It's well known that the creative team decided to put 50-some characters around the set and just let the scenes play out as if it were a stage play. There was obviously some on-screen direction, but you rarely have the characters looking towards the camera. It doesn't feel like they're seeking our attention. I must assume that the dialogue was captured with hidden lavalier microphones, as there's no way a shotgun mic could capture these long takes, with heaps of headroom. Thus, the making of the film feels invisible, yet we watch and judge nonetheless. One effect of this omniscient filming style is that it gives the house and surrounding gardens a sense of life. We are constantly seeing what the help is up to, where children are running from, and it constantly feels as if activity is happening just off screen. We will see someone take a phone call, and just around the other side of the house, two young girls have gotten out of the pool, and one of their older siblings is sharing his first kiss. The life and interpersonal movements of these Nazis humanizes them in ways that aren't often portrayed in films, because regular Holocaust movies function as misery porn for us to react against, to feel so very good over how terribly evil Jew murder was. This film is more interested in treating these characters as human beings. The film understands the balance between lightness and darkness, and where most artworks use that to illustrate the beautiful parts of life, Glazer wants to confront us with banal cruelty that doesn't look entirely dissimilar to us, and this manifests in a Big Brother style of filmmaking. It cannot be taken for granted that this family serves an authoritarian regime, and yet, we are the Ministry of Truth, surveying and judging these unsuspecting people for their sins. They are totally unaware of how much we find their behavior repugnant, as with Eichmann. So why would they feel sorry for themselves when they are doing history and the race a tremendous service? There are characters that we feel sympathy for, the younger children, the help. No one makes a big deal out of it though. The camera assists us in judging their actions, and by proxy our relationship to our own history. For the Nazis didn't invent eugenics out of thin air, and because their actions mimic the patriarchs and the matriarchs of our own lives, we can touch their headspaces and the dread follows swiftly. The Hess family is constructed in a tremendously romantic way. A picture-perfect nuclear unit. 2 boys, 2 girls, and an infant girl. In most retellings of the Holocaust, we tend to focus on the lives of male perpetrators, and less so of the women. Women under the Reich were suppressed, relegated to homemakers and baby farms, but we see Hedwig in her element. It's curious to note the strength of the performances here before we dive further into the analysis. One critique I have of the film is that the direction of Rudolph is so unassuming and mild-mannered that he doesn't really stand out as a performance. The actor did a great job because this is pretty true to life, but Hedwig is absolutely the most memorable character in the film. We become fascinated by her flaws and her explosivity. She speaks more often, and we are introduced to her headspace more intimately than the Commandant, so she's the most interesting character to discuss. Let's return to Hedwig showing her mother around camp. They talk about many things as previously discussed, but they keep looking towards our direction, not over the camp walls. They start and stop thoughts in an alarmingly casual and lifelike manner, easily distracted. Hedwig makes a comment about trying to grow vines over the walls as to add some colour to the grey. If we had some more vines on our side, then it means that there's more life over here than there. Her mother mentions that she was a housemaid, meaning that Hedwig's side of the family must have been somewhat poor, and she was disappointed over losing a bidding war over her Jewish client's curtains. She loved those curtains. We are immediately confronted with so many concepts within this exchange. The legacy of German envy towards German Jewry. How Gentiles saw themselves as supposing to be at the top of the hierarchy, and then feeling resentment over the few Jews who had it better off than them. She explicitly mentions Judeo-Bolshevism immediately after looking away from the camp walls, rationalizing in her own mind the mass death executed in the name of outsider enemies and ideologies. They arrive at some chairs, and Hedwig announces that someone else called her the Queen of Auschwitz. Her mother affirms that Hedwig has truly landed on her feet, Hedwig diverts this compliment away by commenting upon some flowers, either being too bashful to accept this comment from her mother, or not wanting to consider what her administration entails. Gunshots and bark ring from across camp, ruining an otherwise serene moment. There is a temptation to refer to this particular moment with the word evil. I've always had a hard time using that word within my own mind, because evil implies a metaphysicality, a possession of a host. When we discuss human beings, I chafe against its usage because it just makes me think of one-dimensional Disney villains. There is this book that I read for this project that shifted my position a little. Elizabeth Minich was one of Hannah Arendt's teaching assistants, and she wrote her book with a pretty simple premise. What if you called it the evil of banality instead? It's actually substantively different. She distinguishes between evil and wickedness. When we use evil to rhetorically imply responsibility, what we are actually referring to is wickedness. Wickedness defines massive sardonic malice, glee felt over committing horrendous acts. Wickedness refers to a pleasurable irrationality, whereas evil is evoked when we seek anti-rationality, a mind state in which someone chose to do something in a calculated manner, but their sequenced logic led them to something that we find pretty reprehensible. Thus, when I use evil in this video, I shall refer to anti-rationality rather than wickedness. I feel that Hedwig's conduct in the previous scene, her giggling over being called the queen, has some shade of evil to it. Not for possession, not for the corruption of goodness, but because she rationally chose that label and giggled over Jew murder in a reprehensible anti-rational manner. Of Hedwig, we know vaguely of her lower class upbringing, and we see that she might be genuinely the only happy and somewhat satisfied adult on screen. She's a woman who relishes her power and thrives upon her lack of responsibility. She barely raises her kid for one thing. She has help to do that, including the cooking and cleaning. Rather, she spends her time making the property as serene and as close to her dreams as possible. Every detail is down to her discretion, including who works in the garden, which reflects a rather scary reality. Lawrence Rees retells a famous story of an inmate named Joseph Basinski, who was Rudolf Hess's barber. Joseph and another inmate hatched a plan to raid the family's garden for some fresh onions and tomatoes. Joseph was caught by the real-life Hedwig, but because his friend shared a working relationship with her, he managed to save his life, though not out of sentimentality. To quote Rees, "If that German came to depend upon you, you would be looked after, even prevented from being punished, or, in certain cases, killed." It was not so much that genuine affection existed, though this was possible, more that a major inconvenience would be caused to the German if a new prisoner had to be found and trained as a replacement. Thus, we see lone inmates walking around the house, in any conventional manner slaves, who are considered to be tremendously lucky persons. They only managed to survive for so long because of Hedwig's desire for a perfect life. For it was not only the guard or the administrator who benefited from the occupation, but the family and the children as well. Their desire for luxury in the midst of hell on earth. Joseph Basinski died in 2015 of natural causes. Hedwig can be seen being kind to these men, sharing a cigarette with one towards the end of the film with some implied flirtatious undertones. But her kindness is but a front. She treats her housemates like vermin, and she asserts her limited power over their every step and placement of a plate. Hedwig throws a tantrum when Rudolph informs her of his impending reassignment. She chases after him and encounters a puddle on the floor, left over for some children playing with a pool party. She reasserts her autonomy by screaming at one of the housemates, chiding her, "You live well here, yet you can't even mop up a puddle for me," diverting her helplessness onto an actually helpless person. In averting cruelty, she feels less helpless in this world, though it drives her further away from us as people. She doesn't seem to mind. Another maid sweeping doesn't so much as move a muscle during this episode. One gets the impression that Mrs. Hoss isn't actually upset over the puddle, rather she is incapable of yelling at her husband, so she asserts what power she can on those who can't talk back to her. No one notices the eldest son's first kiss behind the house either. A train of Jews just pulled into the camp. They are so unconcerned with the life and death around them. We see her desire for luxury and her delight in the exploitation of others manifested in an early scene of her trying on coats and makeup. Simple, abhorrent, bordering on the obnoxious. She casually tries on the clothing of the Jewish dead, and she isn't the least bothered by it. Though, from our context, her implied poverty and her desire for power, we see someone finally relishing their entitlement on how this was the life owed to her by her stock and her lineage, her delight in discarding the luxe clothing of the recently deceased. So now she seeks to maintain this lifestyle. Lebensraum, comfortable at least. These local girls are considered lucky to be able to work in the house. The Hess family are making history, and to absorb some of their radiance into your own person is reward enough. We see vibrant moments between the help, small glances that acknowledge how fucked up this family are. Their dominion extends beyond the gates, yet Hedwig still feels a lust for her power based upon her gender. As a woman, she can't make important orders. She has to ask her husband to get her inmates, help, and all of the special utilities that she requires for her ideal life. Notice how she never yells at the men that she's enslaved. It's always the women. Before we can explore this completely, we must discuss the behavior of the other little people in this house of dreams. One scene that upsets me the most is also one of the sweetest. We're going to have to focus on one element of this scene as its entirety is terribly rich and each element deserves to be discussed within its own context. But Rudolph arrives home late and decides to read his girls a bedtime story. He reads them the tale of Hansel and Gretel. The clever Gretel saves her brother by tricking the witch into an oven, sealing it tight and burning her to ashes. This is done for her horrible deeds. Obviously, Hess is retelling this story to justify, in his own children's minds, the perpetuation of the Holocaust. The witch clearly stands in for devious Jewry, and Hoss even goes as far as to evoke Noah. The fabled brother and sister burn an offering, they thank God, a white bird flies down and offers them riches and breadcrumbs. The Holocaust being the German word for burnt offering, of course, with Jews generally preferring the Hebrew word Shoah, meaning catastrophe. There's this old idea with fairy tales and myth, in which you aren't supposed to explain the meanings of these stories to children because having a clear explanation will ruin the lessons that they seek to impart. The fantastical imagery crafts fear, and fear is then rationalized to help the child grow up. While this idea isn't totally unproblematic in composition, Glazer is clearly evoking this idea here. The Nazis have rewritten these classic stories, initially without known authors, to lead their children to less ambiguous conclusions that politically suit them best, and the leading qualities of these stories are the most disturbing of all. This is purposefully juxtaposed against another child, entering the workroom with a bag of apples, showing that children are not blank slates, requiring indoctrination to demarcate right from wrong, but are agents in their decision-making and can choose to help those less fortunate than themselves, even if only a little. We will return to this little girl much later on, as it requires a lot more context to understand and appreciate completely. The indoctrination of the children is not wholly to do with bedtime stories. We can see this play out with the eldest son, a young man who has slowly become a despicable person. We are introduced to him innocently leading his father to his birthday canoe. Later that very evening, he inspects the extracted golden teeth in the dark, appreciating their molds, imperfections, and literalizing the impulse to objectify and dehumanize those in camp. He inspects them late at night when no one can morbidly judge him, though I can't imagine that anyone would care terribly. As the eldest, he is the most likely to understand what is happening outside of the garden walls, though the other children have some inkling that something is abnormal about their house. He seems to enjoy it the most, though. Children are not fully developed, they cannot understand everything about the complex history they exist within, but they are more aware of social problems than we give them credit for. The Germans committed state violence in their name, in order for them to have a better future, to have nicer Christmas presents to wake up to, and for their lives to be free of economic struggle. But they can tell, amidst propaganda and all else to the contrary, that something is up in this camp. The eldest daughter struggles to sleep at night, whether this be because of the drone or the glow. She sits up by the window looking, feeling strange sensations in her little body that she can't quite describe. I have to talk about this thing now. I did a movie night with some friends recently and I showed them like a really bad movie. And then they said to me, wow, that was the worst thing I've ever seen. And then I looked that woman in the eye and I told her, what about the boy in the striped pajamas? And she immediately was like, actually, yeah, that's the worst thing you've ever shown me. I wish to contrast the Hess children to the betrayal of the same family in The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. Full disclosure, I hate this movie, and I have ever since high school. But after revisiting it for this project, I simply can't help myself because the contrast between the two films is, it's rich. I'll refer to it as striped for clarity's sake. The film features only 2 children as opposed to Zone's 5. In this film, which is mostly told from a child's perspective, we are not expected to have a working understanding of the camp, as children cannot be expected to understand that, I guess. Rudolph is played solidly by David Flewis. He's obnoxious and a prick, whereas the woman playing the analogue for Hedwig is the moral compass of the family and wishes to distance herself from her husband. The film uses both of these excuses to stray into the realm of historical misinformation, as described by the Auschwitz Museum, as to create a pathetic tearjerker narrative as to not upset the new generation too much. The film does not respect the intelligence of children, and it does away with subtext, implication, juxtaposition, and innuendo altogether. In the filmmaker's view, children are blank slates without brains, and therefore they must simply be fed slop that can only conform to an underdeveloped, though socially respectable opinion. The social issues of Germany and Austria of the time are genuinely reduced to interpersonal nastiness. My favorite is the bully Nazi. Oh no, his dad might be, and he might be bad, and that's why he's mean to everyone. Fuck off! The young boy is a prospective adventurer, and after he meets the film's namesake, his mean Nazi tutor declares that only the greatest adventurers could find a nice Jew. So lucky for him, he's just met another in striped pajamas, and he's nice. So this causes this character to be uncommonly noble and good. Even with that, the film is deeply incurious about the interior lives of its Jewish characters, who are perfectly innocent, massively forgiving, and endlessly kind in spite of their hardships. It is a deeply emotionally manipulative film without much in the way of conviction, and it has a truly vile and detestable ending. Editing Angus here. I was doing a little bit more research about the film, and there's no gentle way to say this, but there's a ballet of the boy in the striped pajamas. And I don't know what to do with this information. We're going to get back to the content of the film, but I can only assume that this is either a money laundering scheme or someone's relative died, and whoever, like, the survived by person was really into this idea, and they just didn't have the heart to tell him, hey, maybe making a ballet about the boy in the striped pajamas is a bad idea. What the fuck is going on? Fuck, I hate that movie. We do not spend as much time with the children as we do in Stripes, but in the zone of interest, we witness their interior lives in the smallest moments. Like when the younger boy overhears a guard barking orders and mimics him. To rationalise his alarm, he acts like him. The children seem to be aware of the utility of the camp, even if the adults around them are not willing to explain the scope of the violence outside of fairy tales. The children compartmentalize horror, for while they are too young to understand the intricacies of every single emotion and event, they are still little people who must arrange feelings and organize thoughts into boxes to make sense of them. They see obvious violence, but because they trust their folks, they must find some way to make those two contradictory ideas into one and the same. Where Stripes shows a world where children are innocent and uncorrupted by sin, the zone of interest is curious about how children can slowly become acclimatized to mass violence. The children are raised within a social system in which murder and cruelty are broadly considered bad, yet these particular kids in this particular place see purposeful murder everywhere. And because, as kids, we are inclined to see our children as divinely moral, these kids have to square the overt cruelty with that divinity. And using the free children, we see 3 different ways in which they expose themselves to that contradiction. We aren't entirely concerned with children here, but this film is more understanding of their developing personhood. Rudolph keeps a patriarchal vice on the household. He puts everyone to bed, he gives daughters some affection via bedtime stories, and he turns out the lights every single night. And when he's reassigned later in the film, we see the eldest son and Hedwig take up patriarchal roles within this nuclear family. Hedwig shuts down the lights while her husband is away, and during this time, it is the first son who is unfortunately given the most amount of character development. He starts by being curious about teeth, and by the end of the film, he sardonically locks his little brother in a greenhouse and then mimes a gas chamber. Jonathan Glover, in his Humanity and Moral History of the 20th Century, calls this a cold joke. The cold joke mocks its victims. It is an added cruelty, and it is also a display of power. We can put you through hell merely for our mild amusement. It adds emphasis to the difference between us and them. We, the interrogators, are a group who share a joke at the expense of you, the victims. It is also a display of hardness. We are so little troubled by feelings of sympathy that we can laugh at your torment, but the display may also be a clue that suppression of sympathy is not so easy and needs help. Cold jokes are not unique to Nazis, they appear to have existed from time immemorial, but there are several of them in the film. We have discussed the bedside chat between Rudolph and Hedwig, for instance, but the use of it here is particularly upsetting because it is a child teasing his little brother, a familiar feeling. As the father is gone, he feels the need to keep up his duties. He asserts as much power as a teenage boy can. We sit back in horror as we see the younger generation delighting in the sins of their fathers, only eager for their turn now that they understand everything. The film's ultimate stance is that women and children are not damsels to be protected, that everyone within a nuclear family can participate in horrors. It is not radical that women can be war criminals or anything, but in accordance with our notion of banality, it is striking how the film focuses so deeply on the domestic front, how Hedwig never physically causes anyone pain, yet her words and actions strike more fear than anyone else. We will return to this point in due time. You who live safe in your warm houses, you who find returning in the evening hot food and friendly faces. Consider if this is a man who works in the mud, who does not know peace, who fights for a scrap of bread, who dies because of a yes or a no. Consider if this is a woman, without hair and without name, with no more strength to remember, her eye is empty and her womb cold, like a frog in winter. Chapter 5, Second Analysis, Power. The zone of interest is largely about power, how it's asserted, how it's maintained, and when we should question it. The characters wield tremendous power. They decide upon how lives are lived, how experiences are experienced, and what their subjects are subjected to. Yet the characters in power are never satiated. Right in the middle of the film, Rudolph is enraged by one of his guards. Someone has inelegantly been picking lilacs from the garden, and Rudolph is angrily asking for the flower pickers to be gentler. One could interpret this scene as I just have, a fascistic power complex controlling even the most minute details of the camp. Or you could describe it with the adjectives of banality, how a man who kills hundreds of thousands of people a month is more concerned with his flowers being ruined. Or maybe it's just that Hedwig is upset and Rudolph conveys this message because he's annoyed by her. The topic of Nazi autonomy over nature is a really interesting motif that pops up throughout the film. Whenever Rudolph has a day off, he escapes into nature, sometimes alone, sometimes with family. We open the film with the Hess family sitting by that river. Later, Rudolph goes fishing with his kids, and he rides his beloved horse through tall grass. For they believe that the natural world is one of race supremacy, and civilization via capitalism and communism has perverted the order of things. So they use mechanization to do ethnic cleansing to return purity to nature. This is not just a paradox that they are unaware of, it was their romanticism clashing against their expressionism. Their idealized past becomes incompatible with how they want to decreate reality according to their own tastes. Nature is beautiful and sacred, but not if it gets in the way of what we want to do, then it's profane. With this lens, we can return to those lilacs. They're meant to be seen and not touched, all in accordance with Hedwig's whims. And this is represented by how little Rudolph actually seems to care about the natural world. He rides his horse through a field of long grass, uncaring of potentially dangerous creatures or the constitution of the earth he parades over. So he rides his horse as an act of domination over nature itself. He crushes apples so carelessly that he fails to notice them. Further emphasized during another early scene, Hesse and his son ride around, paying more attention to work orders being belched by a guard than they do the songs of the birds above. For nature is precious, sublime, and awesome. But the party is even more significant. So ride your horse and turn away from the chain gang over yonder. During one particularly affecting scene, we cut away from the family as the sound design gets rather intense. We hear inmates' screams and wails, cut over Hedwig's flowers. First, we cut to the poppies, mirroring the film's poster, then roses, and we hold on a gorgeous red flower. We cut to a hard red as the screams intensify, for these flowers were fertilized with the ashes of other people screaming like this. What else would they be used for? The red ones offensively confront us with the artificiality of the flower's beauty. Whenever we see them henceforth, we will think of wasted ash and blood. While Rudolph is fishing as his children play in the river, a dark detritus slowly flows downstream, and he finds what is implied to be human bones. We see Rudolph as a man who likes to keep his work and family life separated. He has this romanticized idea of what the children's lives ought to look like. Blissful play divorced from camp politics. The boys are part of the Hitler Youth, and the girls are presumably a part of the League of German Girls. They understand the politics and the propaganda, but the race war is meant to be clean and to shine the Nazis in a flattering light. So if this bone is of someone killed in Auschwitz, then it proves that the Nazis are not flattering in their divine violence. He immediately recognizes that his work has corrupted the river that his children play in. So in a mad rush, he drags them home and immediately gets the maids to harshly scrub them in the bathtub. The first time that we see Hedwig touch her older children in any manner. The river has been corrupted by Jewish death. The sacrificial offering has corrupted nature, for this is their very nature. So the innocent kids who represent the next generation must be brought back into a hygienic equilibrium. They even force the help to scrub the bathtub afterwards. Though the illusion of serenity is shortly thereafter ruined, but they cling to it nonetheless. There's only one real point of conflict in the film, in a traditional sense. Rudolph admits that he's been reassigned. Not fired, but promoted to teach other commandants how to manage their own camps. Hedwig chucks the shits, screams at the help, and then declares that the state will have to drag her out of Auschwitz kicking and screaming. We obviously look on at this scene and marvel at their serenity of lording over hell on earth. The banality does not come from a boring disposition, but in the echoes of their humanity. The anti-rationality implicit in her desire to not move and to keep her life happy. I cannot stress enough, this melodramatic moment right here is one of the most brilliant in the entire film.
Den Tatsachen ins Auge sehen. Wir müssen von hier fortgehen.
Nee, du musst von mir fortgehen. Ja.
4. It conveys the entire ethos of fascist genocide within a single human emotion. Nazism as Aryan utopia quite simply could never work. If they did manage to solve the Jewish question with absolute annihilation, they wouldn't return to Eden. They would have to find a new eternal enemy. Jews turn to Slavs, turn to ethnic Poles, and when they run out, we go to all non-white peoples of the world. And when they're all dead, the Nazi would fundamentally have to create new scapegoats. So they persecute gingers, those with freckles, brown hair, green eyes, everyone who wasn't exactly like the propaganda posters. Then they genetically reify behavioral quirks and then destroy themselves. To them, race is definitive yet subjective. The Nazi never felt more alive and important than during the Holocaust, because they didn't have to worry about finding a new enemy. Hedwig declaring her unwillingness to stop participating and benefiting from Jew murder is that entire ethos in microcosm. Nazi romanticism could never work, because reality is not romantic. Self-definition as politics require two actors, and the second actor must be replaced once you purge them from existence. As Arendt explains, what binds these together is the firm and sincere belief in human omnipotence. Their moral cynicism, their belief that everything is permitted, rests on the solid conviction that everything is possible. Yet they too are deceived by their impudent, conceited idea that everything that exists is merely a temporary obstacle that superior organization will certainly destroy. They do not actually believe in the factual existence of world conspiracy against them, but they use it only as an organizational device. They fail to understand that their own conspiracy may eventually provoke the whole world into uniting against them. Conspiracy is required to defend against conspiracy. It is an observed fact of reality that not all conspiracy theorists are anti-Semites, but all anti-Semites are conspiracy theorists. And the predilection towards believing that an outside group has corrupted reality is actually a safeguard against internal corruption. We're going to have to put a big content warning here because we're going to have a pretty frank discussion about sexual assault. If you don't want to hear that, skip to this time code. Hedwig refers to some investigation that took place persecuting the Hess family, and she conspiratorially asks if this is the real reason why the Hess family might be made to uproot from their Garden of Eden. Though the film takes place after this investigation, we still feel its repercussions. While internally investigated, it only came out in the Auschwitz Guard trials in Poland in 1947. It started as an inquiry into Guard corruption. Guards taking bribes and treasures from corpses and selling it on the black market for profit, sometimes even benefiting inmates. But a bombshell came out about this investigation, that Rudolph was hiding a secret. For you see, Rudolf had hand-selected an Austrian woman named Eleanor Hoddes. Imprisoned as a communist political prisoner, she worked in the house from around May of 1942. He made several passes at her that were non-consensual and unwanted. Some retellings describe her as Hess's mistress. Others are a bit more honest, and they admit that Rudolf routinely raped this woman over the course of a month or so. I'm going to be speaking about this frankly and without gratuity because it is important for us to know. I'll not water down this history for the sake of an algorithm. Reese gives a brief rundown of this event, not explicitly using the term rape, though she was in no position to say no to the coercive commandant. He would sneak into her cell in such a way that the guards wouldn't notice, though this stopped abruptly when he eventually got her pregnant. Twice. For this, he locked her away in a cell block for months at a time, and it was up to her to source some means of aborting the fetus once she was released into Birkenau. She survived, and her testimony was used as evidence to prove that Rudolf wasn't some wholesome family man. She died in 1964. This revelation is partially why Rudolf and Hedwig sleep in different beds. Quote, Hess never admitted to an affair with Hoddes, and by his own account, his relationship with his wife is contradictory. He confessed to the American officer, Dr. Gilbert, during his interrogation at Nuremberg after the war, that he and his wife rarely had sex once she was aware of what he was doing at Auschwitz. It would be historically dishonest to suggest that they slept in different beds solely because of this. As Reese suggests, it probably had something to do with the operations at the camp, her frustrations and manifesting an anger towards the staff. But there is an infidelity of the highest degree going on, especially within the context of Nazi Germany. One cannot be ethnically communist, but in accordance to their warped ideology. This woman may as well have been Jewish. Murder was a part of duty, but sexual relations were sacrilegious in the most secular use of the term imaginable. Treasonous. Though rape was a part of life for female prisoners because of this racial pretext. The SS held every modicum of power, the women were determined by them to die in gas chambers, and most crimes would be covered up to maintain propagandistic ideations of how magnificent the Reich were. Brothels already existed for this purpose to curb rape and homosexuality in particular. But Rudolf had a wife and children, yet his lust for power still drove him towards assaulting women. We see a different prisoner on his last night at camp. This is not Hoddes, yet another woman he is temporarily spared from the chambers. The exposure of his hypocritical sins didn't stop him. It simply emboldened him. This woman was only invited into his office. I wish to pause briefly to talk about the mechanics of this transgression, because we see little to no cruelty on screen, yet we understand that hundreds of thousands of people die off of it. So why focus on the rape of one as opposed to the gassings of tens of thousands? This is partially a symptom of biographical storytelling. A narrative is cleaner and easier to comprehend if you distill the sufferings of dozens into an amalgamated character, because this is the most conventionally satisfying way to help an audience understand transgression. So we empathize with the one and they stand in for thousands. We consider this a flaw with any Holocaust movie, whether or not that's fair, because a movie with hundreds or even thousands of characters might be incomprehensible. The praxis of this particular film is to circumvent that empathy. Because power doesn't corrupt, it reveals. It reveals what a person wanted to do all along. Hess chose cruelty and he enjoyed his work. He is not a hypnotized subject, neither are his wife or his family. And this is the greatest horror of all. His banality makes him sympathetic, and the praxis of the film is to scare us over sympathizing with a monster in small, relatable ways. Instead of questioning his decisions, his choice to rape women in camp, his choice to kill so many without feeling anything is significant. He isolates himself in his bunker to wash his sin off of his skin. As he forces his children to be cleansed, as he cleanses the world of Jews, he aggressively washes himself as an act of flagellation, masturbation, pacification. We have this concept when it comes to Nazis that they saw inmates as cockroaches. This is what needed to be believed in order to commit the Shoah, though it was much harder in actuality to internalize this individually. When one ruminates alone at night, we can tell ourselves that the people we persecute are pests to soothe our internal monologue. We can do this, though whether or not we thoroughly believe it is something different altogether. Our command demands cruelty, and we are simply doing our jobs. But when we hear someone on the other side of our gate speak our language, or we see someone who looks familiar to an old friend, thoughts of humanity begin to creep in. So we must be more fervent, more cruel, more pious, more violent, all to keep those ruminations at bay. Hess and his family are well past this point. They've stopped allowing ruminations because they've been around for so long that doubt has grown tired of trying to sway course. Their banality and their anti-rationality manifested not in explicit cruelty, which is mostly absent from the film as they are not unkind to please themselves alone, but rather in the strange warmth that flares up in certain scenes. Though not present in the film, let's consider the feelings that Rudolph may have felt for Hotties, knowing full well that she couldn't say no. He still experienced attraction to her, enough to sneak around behind his family and his guards. His sneaking past them must have been exciting, shameful, and the risk must have manifested in a warped variety of affection. I wouldn't do this for just anyone, you see. This is an ever-present, if uncommon, phenomenon between guards and prisoners. In seeing someone every single day, you grow familiar. You share routines, perhaps even in-jokes. Elizabeth Minich recalls Franz Stangl, the first commandant of Sobibor and Treblinka respectively, a powerful and respected man in party, and someone who was personally responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands, though he maintained that he never killed anyone nor did he personally hate any Jews. Brought before trial, Stangl spouted many familiar cliches, but most interestingly, during one interview with a former inmate, he got his feelings hurt. In this case, a former inmate testified against him, and Stangl thought that this witness was a nice boy and a good friend back then. He sincerely felt some kind of semblance of betrayal. I'll allow you a moment to process that. Even if Hess and Stangl were out of touch, were their feelings not in earnest? Well, according to Elizabeth, these Nazi murderers seem to have thought that their lack of personal hatred for their victims mattered, and that people needed to understand this about them. I would suggest that having felt respect, friendship, fondness for people who were Jewish when that was a death sentence they themselves were carrying out, helped them to do their job with a clearer conscience and contributed to protecting them from their overwhelming guilt and the shame they so strikingly did not feel afterwards. Men like Hess, Eichmann, and Stangl felt themselves to be good people. They had not descended into ugly, crass hatred of their victims. They made a point out of telling us about the crude men they encountered who did hate, marking themselves as superior, morally superior, because they continued to have the feelings of decent folks while they did horrific harm. Though it might be totally unbelievable for us to comprehend, Nazis like this didn't get into the Holocaust industry just to ride a Jew-killing wave. Infused by anomie, strain, or a lack of inhibition, the state demanded a Holocaust, and then many of the guards chased promotions to give their families a better life. They saw it as their job, and though some were nasty, others tried to be friendly enough and were genuinely hurt to hear that the people they controlled didn't view them with kind eyes. Stangl felt no guilt. Eichmann was plenty satisfied. In fact, a really curious element about the zone of interest is that Rudolf Hess was one of the few Nazis who, before execution, expressed tremendous sorrow for his actions. This does not afford him forgiveness, but it is fascinating that the film barely works with this piece of knowledge. Arguably, it plays into the final shot, but we will have to talk about that at a later point. This brings me to one of the main reasons I made this video, because I saw the film in 2024, and I immediately recognized that it was doing the banality of evil. And I suppose, back then, I sort of felt underwhelmed. Because the film, not the history that we've just discussed, but the film, it just does it. Like, I spent so long in chapter 3 describing the discourses after Arendt to demonstrate the frustration that I feel with the film, because it just does it, as Arendt described it back in Jerusalem. And because 60 years of discourse and elaboration have occurred since then, I suppose I was hoping the zone of interest to have a bit more of a unique angle. For instance, Rudolph never deals with the pressure of his superiors ordering him to increase productivity. We deal with his boredom and his annoyance, a curious variety of banality, but it isn't in reaction to the most famous study conducted in reaction to the banality itself. We catch glimpses of bureaucracy throughout, some architects, a phone call, a meeting, but we don't see how systematization made his crimes unique in history. We might say that Rudolph's assault of the female inmate is a case of the Elias thesis, but even then, We see him rationally clean himself off, and his stoic and emotionless demeanour are the entire impression that we get from him. He's not a passionate man prone to the weaknesses that lust provokes in him. This violence is something that he just partakes in as he manages the camps. Power overrides all, so we see Rudolph at the opposite end of Anomi. Having gained all that he's ever wanted, yet remaining bored by it all. While we see him serving the state's strain, he is too comfortable to be experiencing a strain. It troubles me that the film could have been released in 1963, and frankly, it wouldn't be all that different. Like, don't get me wrong, it is masterfully crafted, it is devastating, and it's tremendously tasteful and reserved in its violence. But to get all of that, I feel that a trade-off took place. The film is so tightly written and choreographed. It's a perfect balancing act where even a single blade of hay may have made the whole thing lopsided and eye-roll inducing rather than confronting. And this balancing act is employed in order to maintain the film's complicated simplicity, composed of innuendo, implication, and gesture rather than explicit violence. With the film's conviction that fascism is fundamentally flawed outside of the Holocaust, we can focus on the terrible flaws of its implementers. But those flaws don't extend past Arendt's original diagnosis. This is, in part, because the film is an hour and 40 minutes. The film is constructed brilliantly, and the pacing is both contemplative and hypnotic. The sequence of Rudolph making his phone call with the lilac brushes until Hedwig and Rudolph's fight are 25 of the most densely packed and brilliantly executed cinematic minutes of the decade so far. One fascinating character moment after another. To stuff the film with trivia and thought experiments would ultimately destroy the quality that initially hooked me so. And though I have problems with it philosophically, I feel that I need to explain why I found this quiet little film so fucking electrifying. Nothing really happens in the film, yet so much does. Rarely are there dramatic scenes of conflict. It's so unconventional in composition that any hack screenwriter would call the screenplay terrible for not conforming to a hero's journey in a free act structure. Rather, we linger alongside the characters after they have risen through the ranks, gone on their own adventures, and have achieved most everything they have ever wanted. To witness some of the most terrible people in the history of humanity go about their day, unaware of our surveillance and judgment, is inherently intoxicating. It's a series of paradoxes that makes us want to continue to watch them, relate to them in small ways, reject their most heinous moments, and then ponder upon those very impulses. Then there's the dread. The sound design helps with that. The whole film feels deeply oppressive, though the camera work is often filled with wide shots with a strong depth of field. All of the enclosed interiors and the restricted behavior constricts us emotionally. We feel one scene pass by another transgression, another insanely anti-rational act, another detestable glance, and we feel shamed for the characters because they lack the decency to do it for themselves. In not relying upon the murder of Jews, Roma, ethnic Slavs, queer person, the mentally and physically disabled, we have to confront the core of Nazi humanity, for they were intensely human even if their actions can only be described with inhuman adjectives and verbs. We desperately want the Hess family to have been inhuman, to look so different from us, and when they don't, it depresses us because we have to gaze inward. The film asks us to confront our own capacity for cruelty, and how little we might actually care for social problems like homelessness, foreign wars, discrimination generally, and we wonder if other people might disdain our apathy as we resent the king and queen of Auschwitz. It shows that Nazism was not a viral affair, taking over a proud state accidentally and corrupting the host from the outside. Rather, it was rationally decided upon by clever people who crafted fascist propaganda relying upon centuries-old prejudices that ruminated and marinated over time. We shared so many things with the Germans, the Italians, the Japanese of the time period. A dire need for spirituality after disenchantment. A desire to be superior in some sense, to radiate meaning, and for existence to have been worth it. And fascism, with its ethos of politics as faith, supplied that emotionally and structurally for so many people. It is not a question as to whether or not we would have been Nazis back then, but whether or not Hitler, Mussolini, or Hirohito are actually dead yet. Whether we can properly confront what made them so vital for modern history, and to try and understand what we've actually learned from their sins. All of this leads to a viewing experience that you could not forget anytime soon. The amount amount of self-control and discipline on display is genuinely staggering. For this tightrope walk of a film would have become devastating if a single thing was out of place. And the result was that we were frightened enough that we had to express why we found it so frightening, even though there is barely a visceral emotion conveyed through the screen. I've never seen anything quite like it, and no matter how intellectually annoyed I am by the employment of the banality or whatever, that pacing and its composition was completely worth the trade-off. I think in my heart of hearts, I wanted this kind of story to be told within a larger format, some kind of mini-series with this much detail, for someone to balance historical curiosities with philosophical thought experiments, though I feel it unfair to hold it against this particular film because here's the thing. You might not be aware of it, but global anti-Semitism is on the rise. The current landscape of Hungary, Brazil, Eastern Europe, it's quite intense. We see rhetoric and tropes being rediscovered by the new fascists and being used to explain recession, distrust in institutions, and global politics generally. I'm not just talking about the remnants of the alt-right here. Anti-Semitism is becoming less shameful to engage in, and it is genuinely, and without hyperbole, at the height it has been ever since the end of World War II. Not to say it evaporated, the Soviet Union, as Snyder described, was viciously anti-Semitic, and the re-emergence of neo-Nazism in the past 15 years has made things particularly caustic. Progressive backlash, defensive nationalism, Trumpy populism, they all contribute towards this. I can only tell you from my lived experience, but when I made that series about anti-Semitism, I would sometimes talk to an IRL friend about it, and they would stop me. And they would ask what that word anti-Semitism meant. Not linguistically, but in general. And you know what? No shade to them, I suppose. But I constantly struggle with these topics. You know, like I'm over here spiraling over Arendt and Eichmann, and the general populace, maybe they've heard of Eichmann and the banality via cultural osmosis, but they have no idea what a Sonderkommando was, or where Auschwitz even is on a map. They ask, where even is the zone of interest? I do fundamentally believe that just doing the banality is adequate when the text itself is so brilliant and striking. When global anti-Semitism is at the peak it has been for the past 80 years, then it's fine to just shock some sense into the general populace. Although I wish the film would be a bit more elaborate in its application, it's still more sophisticated than any other film I can think of. The sound design would be enough to justify this video's girth, honestly, and they deserve to win all of those Oscars as well.
Our film shows where dehumanization leads at its worst. Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to conflict for so many innocent people.
No.
Whether the victims of October the 7th in Israel or the ongoing attack on Gaza, all are victims of this dehumanization. How do we resist?
It makes so much sense. And all those flowers in the garden, they look they look very striking to the Farquhar iris. My phone's behind the camera, what? Okay, so like the national flower is like the iris. The iris looks kind of similar to the ones that you see in the film. Yeah, it comes from a Jewish director, but like, you know, some of the most harsh fucking critics of Israel are Jews. In conception, is it about Palestine? So you mean to tell me, after all of this time, that Palestine's the zone of interest? Waltz with Bashir is a frustrating documentary. It recounts the experiences of an IDF soldier during the Lebanese-Israeli War of 1982-5. We follow film director Ari Folman, who has trouble remembering what that war was like. He's repressed most of it. We see him go back to interview some of his comrades to understand their experiences and to hopefully recall his own. The film is most remarkable for its unique presentation, combining rotoscoped animation with a vibrant colour palette. It's not show-offy, style over substance, rather the style is the substance because it uses animation to represent the memories and dreams of comrades behind enemy lines. Working backwards from a light bulb memory of himself waking up in water, staring at a destroyed city illuminated only by flares, he seeks to understand what led him to and away from this moment. For a documentary that meditates upon the fickleness of memory and the metaphysics of guilt, it is surprisingly lively. The soundtrack features classical music, sure, but it also features 80s pop music from the region. Scenes often cut from harsh admissions of morally questionable deeds to humorous moments of levity. Music is used in a nostalgic sense. He was 20-something and this was playing on the radio at the time, so why wouldn't you feel warm towards that as an older man? Though his time spent in Lebanon is tonally confusing for a viewer, and not just because of the black comedy and the numerous needle drops. We open the film with a description of a soldier having to shoot a village's dogs, lest they yap and awaken the residents. 26 dogs, the man says, and he laments that it took 20 years for them to start appearing in his dreams. Then they start talking about the therapeutic nature of making art, in this case filmmaking. It's implied that the village's residents were also slaughtered, but we never learn any more details about this because this film is more concerned with setting up its own premise. Waltz with Bashir is often like this. It will hint towards something pretty horrific, but sideline it because it's more concerned with the life of its auteur protagonist. The film feels distracted and raw, as if the director hadn't quite made up his mind about what he wants to say about the nature of memory and war. Like he wanted the film to be about this visceral experience of remembering as it happened, rather than an evaluation of what he did remember. And that genuinely does have its own artistic appeal. If one views the film within a contextless bubble, it is a touching, if upsetting, meditation upon war and how personhood can become erased if we forget our actions. Ari Folman, under this reading, stands in for the notion of collective memory. He forgets the violence he partook in, as we forget the violence that maintains our society. But it's hard to view this film within that bubble, because it takes place within such a rich socio-historical context, and it's borderline impossible to ignore that history. Israel went on an expansionist war against the nation of which they assassinated the leader of, and this led to a most violent radicalization of that population that subsequently caused dozens of cases of religious genocide. And the film is just incurious about how that war came about. The most it can say about the Lebanese war was, well, that was fucked up, shrug, and then move on. It's hard to clock what the film's opinion on the value of war is precisely. It feels anti-war within a broad sense, concerned with the effect of its individual soldiers, and we ought not to hold Ari Folman and his low-level comrades responsible for that war, when the higher-ups of the IDF were the ones who issued orders. Since Ari is the one directing the helm of this story, though, there are many flabbergasting moments. There's this one scene where a tank roughly stumbles through a tight city. The tank crushes cars beneath its treads, and it turns corners inelegantly, taking massive chunks out of the sides of buildings. And this reads as muddling. Is Ari trying to depict the senseless and careless destruction that this war caused, in which cars are crushed as easily as we step on grass? Or is he just trying to give a realistic depiction of war, emphasizing little details that you don't normally see in the movies, made extra confusing by the pop music playing over top? We then experience whiplash when a soldier is suddenly and randomly shot. We don't know this man, yet we are supposed to feel some sort of sympathy for him. But his tank just destroyed the street this sniper used to walk through. There's no curiosity about why combatants might be upset with the IDF. This is further contrasted against the use of excessive gunfire in the film. The soldiers of the IDF are always, and I really mean always, shooting, senselessly shooting at nothing, as if the only reason to shoot is to demonstrate to their enemies how rich they are. The Lebanese and the Palestinians can barely scrape together enough ammunition to keep a sniper occupied, but the IDF shoot carelessly into the night at nothing to maim grass and trees. It says, "Why would you ever fight us? Submit before our hard power." Ari seems to feel cynical towards this in some way. He depicts it as awkward in the film, but it's never critiqued politically, and one wonders if it was only included to, once again, depict the war as he remembers it. Of course, when one makes a film about memories, every single shot choice is intentional, considered important enough to be featured in the film and to add to its larger tapestry of regret, memory, and reflection. But it's never made clear why certain memories feel so important to Ari. One sequence, scored by classical music, is that of a few young boys. One shoots an RPG at a tank. The soldiers, in slow motion, drop to the ground and fill these kids with lead. The director can't remember if he shot this kid or not, and he seems even less interested in why these children felt the need to shoot rockets at more powerful invaders. Ari laments that he was there, he briefly considers guilt over maybe having killed a child, and then he just moves on. We never feel anything for any of these characters, lest the kids blown apart become more complicated. He never stops to wonder whether these boys needed to be shot, whether or not they could have just been captured, and what led them to blow up a tank rather than aiming the rocket at the soldiers who guarded it. There is a spectacular sequence of insensitivity around the 40-minute mark, in which we see the gruesome violence of this war depicted in a random manner. A small group of soldiers chewing on burgers are gunned down in a drive-by. We then cut to a sniper trying to take the assailant out. The sniper is depicted as clumsy. He shoots a man off of his donkey, killed immediately and then quickly forgotten. Why mourn the shepherd when you want to avenge your pals who drive tanks? To get this car, several tanks then fire into the city. 1 shell, 2, 3, 4, all hit civilian homes, and then a fighter jet attacks, bombs the street behind the car, destroying the houses next to it, and then the car seems to get away. The viewer is just struck by the senselessness and the imprecise chaos of the IDF, how they destroyed a few blocks of homes to avenge 4 of their own. This seems to be the sole critique of the military, that this was overkill, that jets were not needed to take vengeance against some poorly equipped terrorists in a beat-up old car. It infers the power imbalance between the two sides of the war, and Ari seems to dislike that the most powerful faction were clumsy and precise in retaliating. So I'm not saying that he isn't angry over feckless violence, but the viewer and him seem to be angry for different reasons. The ending is coloured by the radicalization, the irrationality of the flagellant Lebanese faction, an extremist Christian group that took power after the Israeli assassination, and Ari slowly realises that he personally witnessed a genocide, and he didn't really do much to stop it. At most, his guilt comes from a place of wishing the IDF did more to stop what he basically thinks are overzealous savages. We feel more sadness for dead dogs and rotting horses than we really do for the people who were killed en masse. And all the film can muster up in its meditation upon finally recalling is that remembering this violence is bad for the soul, that ignorance is bliss, and though the film exists, and it was likely cathartic to make, it doesn't seem that any of the victims are better off for its existence. It doesn't speak for the victims of that genocide because it's more concerned with its director's recollection of it. At the film's end, we are shown real-life footage of the aftermath of this genocide to remember the true subjects of the film, but it just feels intensely hollow. The film leaves a viewer longing, yearning for a stronger statement against war and Israeli nationalism. But it's hollow, precisely because it wasn't created to say anything about that. It was just created to express how much it sucks to remember seeing dead kids in a foreign country that your state invaded. He just discovers that his nostalgia has been ruined. I have been working on this essay ever since March of 2024. A first draft of this script was completed in July of that year, and I've continued to read for it ever since. It needed to be careful, thoughtful, and studied, as opposed to just posting into the ether about a conflict that I didn't know all that much about. Time and attention given to you is a privilege, and I want to honour both of those things by creating something worthy of your viewership. This video took so long to make because everything kept changing. The war on Palestine has been complicated for 100 years at this point. Yet, the conflict as it exists right now is the least complicated it has ever been. October 7th, 2023 featured the coordinated attacks of Hamas, the authority who have been in power in Gaza ever since 2006, who fired rockets over the Israeli border, resulting in over 300 terror murders of Israeli citizens and around 250 Israelis were taken hostage. Most of which were attending a music festival on the Gaza border.
energy of people just wanting to dance and enjoy themselves and then going at it with all that they have.
Like Daniel Sharabi, who was at the Nova Music Festival. This video taken moments before the attack.
We were all students starting our 4th year. We all like going to parties and...
Though these attacks were definitively motivated by resisting colonial occupation, they did kill and capture civilians. I resist the impulse to pick sides here. You can be against Israeli occupation without being for Hamas terror attacks. To claim otherwise is culture war brain rot and anti-intellectualism masquerading as politics. Let's be even clearer. I have a well-documented respect for the trauma elicited by mass shootings, and I think I understand the psychological and sociological factors of antisemitism more than most people. I spent years of my life researching both of these phenomena. I'm not making light of the massacre on October 7th, I'm not happy that these innocent civilians were killed, and I condemn the attack coarsely and absolutely. I am even skeptical of anyone who won't even do that. With all of that being said, throwing a youthful music festival on the border of an ongoing colonial war, smiling and laughing without a care in the world is not only insensitive, but repugnant in itself. It is gobsmacking how this idea for this particular location came to exist in the first place. Whilst I empathize with the victims for the traumas they will have to deal with for the rest of their lives, I cannot help but see a strange banality here that sours some of my empathy. Because even if people didn't die here, I would still find the whole affair to be grotesque and in entitled bad faith. This event occurred due to the inherent breachability of the Israeli border fence, the Iron Wall as it's known. Millions upon millions of dollars spent upon surveillance and concrete was easily defeated by terrorists on motorcycles with explosives and wire cutters. The breaching of the Iron Wall was humiliating for the Israeli state, purporting to be the mastermind and control the war in Machiavellian fashion. So in an emotional and political state of humiliation, Israel garishly overreacted. But in the beginning, it was at least somewhat debatable. Yet, 2 years later, the leaders of those attacks are all dead, the hostages have been released, and Israel has used October 7th to justify the systematic murder of upwards of 85,000 people. Less than 10% being militants, and the overwhelming majority of these people were civilians, children, elderly persons, all an excuse to take over, remodel, and colonize Palestinian land for Israeli housing.
They started destroying homes after forcing families to leave their homes, taking their properties out of their homes, and then destroying a home after another.
A fortified engineering vehicle, manned remotely, and in this case operated from a military expo halfway across the globe in Alabama.
So much has happened, yet even the most conservative estimates for the Palestinian dead err towards 40k people. They all acknowledge the displacement of millions, and they cannot ignore how the IDF are actively destroying the entire infrastructure of Gaza and Palestine. The careless and frightening invasions of Gaza and Rafah, the starting of entirely new wars on Lebanon and Iran, ceasefires, breaches of ceasefires, drones blocking aid workers, endless assassinations of Palestinian journalists, more murders for no justifiable reasons, and the recent purposeful starvation of displaced Palestinians. Hell, I'm refilming this section, and news just broke that Israel bombed Qatar. All of these events, proudly and loudly posted to social media for everyone to see, unfiltered by mainstream media, leave an onlooker to marvel at the unjustness of this war. War isn't actually the right word for it though. War predicates that both sides are in competition, that they both have somewhat of an equal chance to win, whereas it's genocidal slaughter of Palestinians that's the issue here. The reaction to October 7th has been outsized and overreacted to in mind-boggling and hard to comprehend fashion. And because of that, it just isn't complicated anymore. It's simple, really. The policy used to justify the war just doesn't concern safety or justice, but rather uncomplicated, anti-rational propaganda. Though as events progressed, my thesis remained the same, so why didn't I talk about it last year? Well, I have been busy. I finished my degree in 2024, I spent 2025 on my honours, and I'm dedicating more time to my book. Also, I don't really have that large of a platform, and my outreach is limited when compared to the creators that I follow. I'm making this because ethically, I can't not make it. I feel deeply compelled to say something as a human being, but I had anxiety over the whole affair as well. I said in my antisemitism series that I generally have a rule for myself. If I don't know a hell of a lot about something, I refrain from comment. I knew about Israel and Palestine, obviously. I'd seen many photos of dead children, adults, and dismembered arms. I felt strong emotions as a leftist type, but I felt something was wrong inside of me. So many of my sources for that series, David Nierenberg, Robert Wistrich, Deborah Lipstadt, Dara Horn, artists and documenters of history who I deeply admired, Elie Wiesel, Claude Lanzmann, Hannah Arendt, of course. Hell, Richard Brownstein, the first source for this very video, hates the zone of interest and he calls its comparison to Palestine abhorrent. All of these people, they're Zionists. Different kinds of Zionists, mind you, but they all share a deep and abiding knowledge for the legacy of Jew persecution, and they all reach the same conclusion, that the world hates Jewry, and specifically because international law under the League of Nations failed to keep Jews safe, it was then up to Jews to establish a state to keep themselves safe under the dictum of international law. If I respected all of these authors, diverse and as clever as they were, and they all converged upon the same conclusion, was there not something to it? Is that not a tenet of the scientific method itself? So at the time, I didn't feel comfortable commenting because I was just worried that I would produce something of poor quality. I hadn't read enough about the specifics of Zionism from Theodor Herzl until Eichmann's trial to analyze the nightmare that Benjamin Netanyahu represents currently. With the October invasion now 2 years old, I decided to face this problem head on, to make a stand. To require that history must be concluded to properly make an assessment of it is what got us here in the first place. I can tell you without ambiguity that there's a genocide taking place in Palestine. There has been for 100 years. It just so happens to be more aggressive today than it was 2 years ago. Maybe I say this with a little bit of hyperbole, but I feel right now that this is my generation's Vietnam. In the specific sense that we all see the violence on our phone screens, and we can see the observable reality of unmitigated state-sanctioned violence, and our governments seem to disagree with the reality and disregard our protests. Our taxes go towards the Israeli state's military, and we as a populace feel so powerless to do anything about it. And everyone online, seeing the nakedness of this violence, falls into despair. In my own hopelessness, 30 books deep into this project, I wondered if a video essay could change much. I can't change the course of history, and I purposefully don't use advertisements on any of my videos because I want complete creative control over every element, especially with as political as my videos frequently are. Money is not important, and you cannot buy authenticity. In my ruminations though, I was inspired by some activists at my old university. They set up camp on campus during June of 2024. The camp inspired dozens of others around my country, and they were the last to hold out during the Australian winter. I spoke with some skeptics, and the encampment seemed to have liked me, enough that they gave me private documents pertaining to what they were going to ask to the university. I also want to note that they trusted me enough to allow me into their back channels, private encrypted communications not to be seen by outsiders or the general public. I had been monitoring these channels and group chats before they closed it at the end of 2024. Honestly, I'm still a little bit shocked at how easy it was for these private correspondences to be allowed to me. Maybe y'all should up your security just a little bit. And I earnestly and honestly report that there was not a single instance in which I encountered a hint of actual anti-Semitic rhetoric. Not so much as an implication. No Zog bullshit, no disparaging words towards Jews as a whole, and no personal attacks towards anyone on the basis of their heritage alone. And if I did see something like that, I would call it the fuck out because I would find it to undermine their praxis. I'm happy that I didn't have to. Though I imagine, for reasons discussed in chapter 6.3, Zionist types would still call them anti-Semitic anyways. This video will be about Palestine, but it won't be a history lesson. Just as with the Shoah, there's just so much to cover. For example, Ilan Pappé's The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine is concerned with a series of expulsions and violent upheavals from 1948, and it's over 300 pages, tremendously complicated with names and places and people and murders and conflicts. I can't do a 12-hour audiobook documenting 2 years within the context of a 100-year war justice within a 2-hour segment of a video essay. But do not take this as intimidation. Take it as a challenge. If you want to learn about the history of Palestine, I implore you to pick up a book. Your rage and anguish over decapitated people should not cause you to look away and doom scroll, as useless and mindless as that is. It should motivate you to learn. Pick up the 100 Years' War on Palestine and go from there. Check out Chomsky, Said, Pape. Read the words of dissenting Jews and critical Palestinians. Go forth. Drink from that cup. Do not feel guilt over being a colonizer. Instead, become a colonizer who refuses to perpetuate violence. I hope now that you will go ahead and read some of those authors. So the scope of this video will not include a history of the Balfour Declaration. It will not discuss the minutiae of the Lebanese conflicts or be terribly concerned with the 7 declarations of Israeli war on their colonized subjects. You don't need me to tell you that. I'm just some white dude from the bottom of the world. Besides, you're going to go and read about it now. Let's be real for a sec. If you can watch the same YouTube video 6 times a month, you can probably spend your free time reading about this genocide. Rather, I want to use my prior knowledge of Judaism and Zionism to explain some things to younger activists. I want to tackle this ideology for as complex and as emotionally resonant as it is head on, and to move our activists one step beyond where they are right now. Yelling at individual Zionists for their advocation of an ideology that brings them emotional security will only harden their aversions to our words. Be tactical. If Zionism is declared to be wicked by people who barely understand it, then we abdicate actually having to persuade and contend with our history of Jew hatred. Thus, the voice of this video will be more philosophical in tone, weaving together many elements, as I think Arendt might have done, in order to reach a deeper truth. I acknowledge that my concern is more with Zionism and Israel rather than Hamas and Palestine. I'm sticking to what I know best, and I think that will be most useful to activists, of whom I do have choice words, though I choose my words carefully and I say them with an air of concern. So, if Palestine is our zone of interest, then is that film about Palestine? In a literal sense it isn't. There is no subtextual hints or references outside of the puppy that I've caught. But Homer's Odyssey isn't just about one man's long trip home. There are subtextual themes left to discuss in the zone of interest that can be richly explained by drawing comparisons to Zionism and the war on Gaza. Whether these elements were woven into the text itself is up for debate. Jonathan Glazer is notoriously private, and he doesn't give out many interviews. He shot and edited the film before October 7th, 2023, though the film debuted shortly after the invasion started. He gave a pretty polite nod to the conflict, so this suggests the idea that the film was conceived as an allegory for Palestine alone. It doesn't quite work. Rather, I think Glazer made this film, and then the horror of the war on Gaza led him to revise his feelings on the banality. The Eichmann complex cannot be separated from National Socialism, but banality, as a neurosis, can infect anyone in any different context. I view the film as allegorical for Palestine, though this allegory can be transposed to many different historical events. The film's central and most striking theme are the ways in which we look away from horrific things in disgusted loathing. I call this refracted shame, and the film scarily mirrors how contemporary audiences politically engage with the Palestine issue, affectively and literally. The film provokes this feeling, it makes us notice it, and then once we are aware of it, we notice it elsewhere. This will be argued for in Chapter 8, but some asterisks need to be disclosed before then. This is the fruit of our contemplation and our refusal to fall into helpless despair. The remainder of this essay will seek to answer 3 massive questions. What is the philosophy of Zionism as practiced in Israel in the past and today? What are the arguments used to defend the colonization of Palestinian people? And what exactly is Judaism after the Holocaust, along with why the banality is central to understanding it? If I am correct, and I am able to answer these questions, we will attempt to answer a 4th one. Is the zone of interest actually about Palestine? And then, how so? Even with this video's monstrous length, I am skipping over hours and hours of discussion. Christian Zionism, more emphasis on Palestinian voices, Trumpy populism, liberals in Zionism, Jewish anti-Zionists. It's all endlessly messy. But I spent enough time sitting around. I think it's time to be proactive. Chapter 6, Tools and Layers. I want to state clearly here that anyone who makes a one-to-one equivalence between fascist Germany and Israel without extenuating qualification, sources, or any semblance of expertise does not understand either fascism or Israeli politics. I understand that the framing of this video, comparing the zone of interest to modern Israel, is problematic in composition, but I do not think that Israel is fascist. Quote me on that. Israel has a mostly free press. It has a functioning multi-party system, and they are fundamentally democratic in composition. Granted, Palestinians don't have a vote, and the current Israeli government is really, really far to the right, but I want to state this. A country doesn't have to be fascist in order to commit genocide. We will discuss the minutiae of the differences later in the video, but do not cheapen this word fascist and do not lazily apply it, because Israel has plenty of things to criticize without being fascist, and you might project onto them some things that you don't like about democratic regimes. Be cognizant of that, and be cautious of anyone who doesn't. I want to give you this law that I developed over the course of my research. It's a touch indulgent, but I saw this post on Twitter last year. I really should have screenshotted it because it's likely been deleted. But there is this Zionist type talking to some Zoomer, and his reply to this young person criticizing genocide has genuinely lodged itself in my brain. He basically said, "You don't even know who Nicole Kidman is. How the hell are you gonna criticize Israel?" Now this... So this argument is frankly bizarre. First of all, Nicole Kidman grew up Catholic, and she's not culturally or ethnically Jewish. Secondly, one wonders why it matters in regard to Israel. She's not a Palestinian activist to my knowledge. And finally, what does this have to do within the larger scheme? One's knowledge of a famous actress has no relation to a current genocide. It's completely absurd on the face of it, though... Galaxy brain take incoming. When I consider it epistemically, I think it's unintentionally interesting. Let's say for the sake of argument that this person was being sincere, as if this was an inquiry rather than a thought-terminating cliche. We could view the utterance of Nicole Kidman here as symbolic for a wider ignorance of history. Not a proud and disinterested ignorance, but an ignorance that comes from being young and passionate, a desire to diagnose problems and solve them right now, no matter the wider socio-political historical context. And I've met people like this in real life, who talk about this genocide in earnest. They see it on their phones, and because of the violence, they have strong feelings about it. And admittedly, I'm an autist who has a penchant of going deeper into topics than normal boys, but I will hear people talk about David Ben-Gurion. Who's that? Adolf Eichmann. Who's that? One referred to the Israeli establishment as fascist, and he didn't even know who Mussolini was. I'm not saying that you have to read books in order to criticize contemporary crimes, but it's hard to come up with a salient critique of a state you know nothing about without an appreciation for the historical significance of its leaders. So, how are you going to criticize Israel without knowing who Nicole Kidman is? Your anger over this violence should not induce you to doom scroll endlessly, nor should it manifest in harassing individual Zionists. But what it should do is make you curious about history, and you should be driven to understand the historical significance of this event. So let's try and do that. The centuries of pogroms, the Inquisitions, and the massacres all resulting from the wrongful accusation of Christ's murder, a state of affairs in which no authority can protect an entire minority, largely content existing on their own terms with no emphasis on conversion, mind you, because age-old political establishments of persecution. That was well over 2,000 years, maybe 3. And then they get to the French Revolution, the emancipation of Jews, not on religious grounds, that then led to the Dreyfus Affair. That man's trials, the ways in which his name was uttered and fights broke out, how Jewish persecution transformed from religious hatred and how it morphed into a racial hatred, eugenics secularized them, Jewish exclusion from institutions and how they were then persecuted for being in the few possessions they were allowed to be in. Almost every single Jew in history has been dirt poor. Even today, while a few are rich, they are misconceived as embodying a distorted and unfounded stereotype of Jews being a threat to society. The publishing, debunking, and further dissemination of the Protocols of the Elders in Zion, spread to America by Henry Ford, then the rise of the Third Reich, Kristallnacht, the establishment of the Nuremberg Laws, ghettoization. In 1938, the world convened at the Evian Conference to decide what was to be done about the masses of Jewish refugees trying to escape this persecution. And aside from the notable efforts of a few South American countries, the world didn't do jack shit. America, Australia, the UK,
because of the previous hundreds and hundreds of years of prejudice, the lingering sense of apathy of racial separateness, the Holocaust obviously, the horror of the violence did shock the populace generally, more so over what cultured white civilizations would do to other peoples who generally had white-looking skin, in a mechanized kind of way. You get the sense that the world is, at best, apathetic about your existence, and at worst, entirely hostile. Leftists want to homogenize and eliminate culture, while the right wing wants to eliminate your culture from history altogether. A defensive shade of Zionism then consequently being spread amongst Jewry on a global scale, splintering into several sub-varieties and factions to deal with different problems in unique ways.
That was an irresponsibly brief summary, but Jews look back on all of their holidays, be it Hanukkah, Shabbat, Passover, and this is a time of celebration. They pray, hold their loved ones close, and say, they tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat. So can you imagine how emotionally powerful it must feel for Jews to sit down at dinner with an entire nation? Attempt to empathize with someone who you consider to be wildly wicked and evil for just a moment. This will become the first step in actually connecting with them and attempting to change their minds. Because it's my firm opinion that if you are unwilling to confront why Jewish Zionists felt Israel needed to exist in the first place, and if you can't interrogate history and what led us up until this point, then you aren't interested in pragmatic change. I am intensely skeptical of your politics if you can't acknowledge that. And if you criticize Israel without having a firm understanding of that history, then how the hell are you going to unpack their retorting cries of anti-Semitism? Doubly so if you can't distinguish between humanist Zionism, labor Zionism, and revisionist Zionism. If all of these wildly different varieties of political ideologies that span the entirety of the political spectrum are all just an amorphous Zionism to you, then how are you going to critique that state of which is perpetuating a genocide? Will it not make it exceedingly easy for them to dismiss you as a mere anti-Semite if you prove yourself ignorant to their history? Nicole Kidman! It is an effective little law that serves as a great explainer to the first layer of aversion that Zionist types chafe against. That modern anti-Semitism and the cries of the abolition of the world's first and only Jewish state comes from ignorance. But now that you know all of this, and you've gone and read the literature that I've asked you to, we can continue down the road to the next few layers. Palestine was first colonized by the British after the First World War. They gave up Palestine to the Zionist Congress specifically because Winston Churchill didn't want to deal with Jewish immigration after World War II. Then during the early stages of the Cold War, it served as a loyal and vital base of operations for democratic capitalist states, an outpost to stop the spread of the domino effect in the Middle East, revitalized during the 1980s, and a key partner in the global spread of neoliberalism. Then, during the new millennium, it became a tremendously valuable outpost during the War on Terror. Israel is no longer a colonized state, but a wealthy and valued ally that is loyal to the United States and her allies. Most recently, an outpost that leads the world in security and intelligence industries, innovating spying and hacking technology by using it on the Palestinian populations, all described brilliantly by Jewish journalist Anthony Lowenstein in his Palestine laboratory. Along with being a convenient place to monitor the oil wars, Israel also serves the private interest of neoliberal barons with mercenary armies. It's quite a complicated thing to condense down to a short paragraph, but some people can't even do that. We on the left seem to have adopted right-wing verbs when we describe the relationship between the United States and Israel. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen angry young people refer to Zollywood or some kind of Zionist-occupied government, and I strongly detest it. Anti-Semites frequently refer to conspiracy and collusion to defer explanation of complicated social and political relationships. They defer to the osmosis we experience when we watch movies and TV shows of Jews being all throughout the movie business. Woody Allen, Mel Brooks, Adam Sandler, artists who throw their Jewishness in your face for comedy and political satire. Even if it were true that most of the movie producers in Hollywood were Jewish, let's just go along with this being the objective reality for a second. This does not infer invasion or occupation by Jewishness itself. What patriot types who invoke Zog and who invoke Jewish occupation mean when they do their invoking is a strain of degeneracy, that movies are becoming worse, and by extension culture itself is regressing to a worse state than it once was. And this degeneration is controlled and manufactured for incoherent reasons by Jews somewhere in the ether. So those who don't know much about their history defer to nebulous Zionist occupation without properly understanding what Zionism is to explain that aversion. This is ridiculous, and I firmly think that you should call it out as much as you detest Israeli military propaganda. Why? Because it magnifies the grain of truth that their propaganda bases itself upon. Israel is a militaristic cultural democracy. One could spend many words defending or refuting the accusation that it's an ethno-state, which does have some merit, yet it's complex and tricky to articulate within a video essay. But the religion does have a definitive matrilineal component to it. So while the tenets of the religion are heritable, one is almost always hereditarily a Jew. Even when considering how unfair and pseudoscientific the notion of Jewish racialization is, nonetheless, many Israelis do see themselves as being part of a race, and race is prominent in Israeli politics to distinguish between their in-group of Jewishness and the rabble of Palestinian Arabicness. Race shouldn't exist, but we cannot ignore how it functions within this context. The state's military spending is predicated upon an outside world being universally anti-Semitic, keen to allege conspiracy in order to persecute Jews wherever they live. So, when leftists appropriate these problematic verbs, we fuel that perspective and abdicate actually having to come up with a coherent argument against it. Israelis claim that anti-Semitism became disinterested in Alfred Dreyfus, blood libel, and the protocols, and morphed itself into a more socially acceptable variant, anti-Zionism. So to uncritically parrot Zog bullshit, and to repeat how evil Israel is, fuels that bullshit claim. Bullshit because it is ahistorical, and because it is disinterested in the critiques itself. It is not that America is occupied by Zionists, that Jews are forcing their autonomy, corrupting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's the other way around. America and our allies are complicit in the 100 Years' War and the ongoing genocides in Palestine because Israel is of supreme utility to them. Do not fall into that trap and let the colonizers off the hook, because you will look like a supreme fool. For one does not need to be Jewish to be a Zionist. Joe Biden was Irish and Protestant. He's irrefutably a Zionist though, and not because he firmly seems to believe that Jews need a state to defend themselves. Trump is just as bad, just more open with the inherent racism of it all. Maybe they believe in Zionism for its own sake, but at the forefront of the American militaristic mind is a need for an outpost in the Middle East. If I've not spelled it out enough, I'm not anxious to release this video because I'm afraid of Jewish backlash. I'm anxious because white neoconservative Sky News types will make my life hell by calling me uncomplicatedly anti-Semitic in order to keep their military outpost in the Middle East, pertaining to defend the legacy of the Shoah to continue their lucrative stream of military and oil contracts that line their allies' pockets. So please, do not use Zionist as a replacement for Jewish, and do not get as angry at random Zionists as you do with the IDF and their superiors. For the historical trope of collective responsibility is foolhardy, and it lets the IDF who actually commit war crimes off of the hook. We don't hold all Christians categorically responsible for sex crimes in their churches, and we should critique Zionists for their inherently colonialist ideology. But there are degrees of engagement to deploy, rather than jumping from zero to sardonically culpable for war crimes. For most of Israel's harshest critics are Jewish themselves, and they have plenty to complain about. It's worth looking into the origins of the Zionist movement here to explain why they are so overtly colonial today. The early Zionists tried to get land wherever they could, retold in painstaking detail in Walter LeCure's A History of Zionism, a largely uncritical book in relation to Israel's right to colonize that land that wasn't theirs, and though it's not wholly unsympathetic to Palestinian suffering, it is ultimately disinterested in their suffering after the Holocaust. It's more sensitive than some of the other books I've read. Oh, just you wait. But it is definitely a meticulous retelling of a history with a justified Zionist perspective. Thus, it is helpful for understanding the chronology of those events, and for understanding how propaganda evolved and functioned over time. LeCure recounts the life and times of Theodor Herzl in tremendous detail, a failed artist who found a calling as a secular saver of European Jewry. He doesn't say this to discount him as an activist, but rather as a romantic way to reapply his writing and oratory talents. He wasn't the first to say the word Zionism, but his particular brand of political Zionism is what popularized it across world Jewry, though it took some time. In the early days, in the very late 1800s, they couldn't fund their operations reliably, and because Jews aren't all that rich, they couldn't even source enough money from the Jewish communities of Europe. I contrast LeCure's description of the origins of Zionism with Palestinian historian Rashid Khalidi, because it's important to understand the framing of rhetoric at play. LeCure doesn't lie when he lionizes Herzl for predicting the mass violence that would subject Jews to annihilation. Herzl died in 1904, the year after the brutal Russian pogroms of 1903, and Walter recounts the listlessness of the Zionist movement. He specifically evokes Moses, and shortly thereafter describes, for hundreds of pages at a time, the splintering of the Zionist movement into different camps and ideologies. Though modern Labour Zionism has gone hard to the right under Benjamin Netanyahu, it originally had socialist intentions, with Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion describing himself as a Leninist in the 1960s. Then we have the more socially ideologically progressive strains of humanist Zionism. Spearheaded by Martin Buber, this is a variant that had deeply encouraged coexistence with Palestinians, though not in a wholly unproblematic way. Then we have the explicitly fascist strains of revisionist Zionism, founded by Vladimir Jabotinsky, who I detest to my core. Rashid, in contrast, acknowledges Herzl's prescience and importance to history, but highlights his overt colonialist tendencies. Herzl offered the preposterous inducement that colonialism, and ultimately the usurpation, of their land by strangers would benefit the people of that country. Herzl's thinking appears to have been based on the assumption that Arabs could ultimately be bribed or fooled into ignoring what the Zionist movement actually intended for Palestine. This condescending attitude towards the intelligence, not to speak of the rights, of the Arab population of Palestine was to be serially repeated by Zionist, British, European, and American leaders in the decades that followed, down to the present day. As for the Jewish state that ultimately created the movement that Herzl founded, as Yosef Dyer foresaw, there was to be room there for only one people, the Jewish people. Others would indeed be spirited away, or at best be tolerated. From conception, Zionism has always been synonymous with colonialism. Zionism was conceived during the colonial era. They were inspired by the European empires. Their ambitions were not to colonize and rule over the entirety of Africa or anything, but they were firmly set on Jerusalem, and consequently Palestine. And this background is foundational to understand the second layer of aversion, which is just colonial racism. An essential piece of algebra is needed to comprehend the core of this conflict. In Europe, Jews are considered racially Arabic, but in the Middle Eastern region, Jews are considered to be European. So Semitic as a term is a nonsense one, based upon this old notion. Jews are socially constructed to be something else, different, but superior from Palestinians. Though they literally share a Semitic lineage that is considered alien to European traditions, never mind that Jews existed in Europe for thousands of years, they were persecuted for their foreignness. Yet, within Middle Eastern countries, Jews are also considered to be foreign. Robert Wistrich, a deeply knowledgeable but fervent Zionist, gives such a history. Outside of him, it is an observed fact of history that Jews and Muslims got along better than Christians and Jews ever did. This is not to diminish anti-Semitic atrocities that occurred in Muslim countries during this history, but Arabic Jews were objectively safer than their European brethren. Jews have never been safe anywhere. Highlighted here because I'm not trying to whitewash historical persecution, but it's important to understand that this was the norm for hundreds and hundreds of years. Until recently, when the neighboring countries were colonized by Europe, the European authorities brought along their particular brand of racial anti-Semitism, and the colonized, as serfs have done for millennia, persecuted Jews in place of their colonizers. This is not to absolve them of their bigotry, but it is functionally different from how Israelis discuss anti-Semitism in the region today. Hold on to that fact for later. So Theodor Herzl, the Zionist brochures, and the struggling movement before his death decided upon Palestine and Jerusalem as the place for their settlement. The movement did not accidentally settle upon this land. According to Lecour, there were offers from the Turkish to establish some form of Jewish homeland within the confines of their empire, though this plan never materialized. Partially because of a lack of money, but also because Zionists had their hearts set on Palestine. In Zionist mythology, Jews descend from those who founded Jerusalem in the time before Christ, though the Canaanite archaeology of the region disputes this. Regardless, they feel as though they have some right to this ancestral land, before the current occupants do. I'm not saying that Jews do not have a right to feel a spiritual connection to the lands that their ancestors inhabited before Christ bore his cross. But what I am saying is that their right doesn't infringe upon all the other people who have been there for just as long. But how they square it in their minds is that Israelis are white and Palestinians are Arabic, one being more developed and deserving than the other. We will touch upon this tendency later down the track, this indignance that Israelis seem to experience over their stock and seed being soiled by the inhumanity of those they colonize. It's a major subtextual theme within their propaganda, but with this, we can understand why Israelis feel as though Israel is owed to them. Because of their heritage, they are the rightful heirs of the land they colonize. This is functionally different to manifest destiny. It is paleogenetic in composition. Zionism frames itself foremost, as Lecour formally puts it in the last pages of his book, to regain dignity and self-respect for Jewish people worldwide, to rebuild a national home in Jewish soil, and the way to display self-respect amongst colonialist nations is to become a colonizer themselves. Thus, it is an uphill battle to establish apartheid. Israel is an apartheid state, but it's also more complicated than that. To evoke Edward Said's excellent analysis that remains relevant nearly 50 years on, Israelis are the most complex and sympathetic case of colonizers the world has ever seen. And he was saying back in the 1970s that Palestinians have to acknowledge that in their praxis. That land, by law and at the moment, is meant to be lived on by two different states, what Zionists sometimes refer to as the two-state solution. This is the most popular solution with centrists and liberals, but it is hotly contested by critics. We cannot have a discussion about both states. We cannot engage in dialectic if both sides of an argument are not allowed to be heard in earnest. News media, politicians, the establishments of most countries around the world only recognize Israel because of financial and political reasons stemming largely from colonialist reasoning. The logic is these Jews are white and they subjugate native Arabs. This is the way of things. Why should we listen to Palestinians anyways? Because they have nothing to offer us financially. Why be on the right side of history if you'll go broke trying seems to be the motto. And what's infuriating about this whole problem is that Zionist types will attack that statement, the accusation of apartheid, for not being wholly accurate. It's a doublethink kind of thing. Linguistically, you might be incorrect, and I'll pretend that I won the argument entirely upon that basis and ignore the rest of the cultural context surrounding it. So, with all of this context and these tools now in mind, we can finally ask the big question, the foremost question. Is criticizing Israel actually anti-Semitic? This might be a basic question to the more well-read people in the audience, but it's worth discussing here. I say no for three main reasons. The first is democratic. Every citizenship needs to be able to criticize their state, and under this line of logic, all criticism of the state would be anti-Semitic, and that's absurd. So criticizing that state isn't anti-Semitic if one is specific and doesn't rely upon centuries-old tropes or an act of anti-Semitic bad faith. For those dipshits ought to be rejected by us as well. The second is linguistics, because what is a Semite after all? To borrow once again from Edward Said, this time his marvelous study on Orientalism, in which he described the lineage of Semitic peoples, originating from the lands of modern-day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. Orientalism was not concerned with the cultural diversity of these lands and the people who reside within them. They were just generically Arabic. Semitic was the term used at the time. So if we are criticizing Israel for attacking Palestine, it isn't anti-Semitic because, under an etymological lens, Semites are attacking other Semites. Let's not forget that anti-Semitism, as Robert Wistrich talks about in his book, was founded by anti-Semites. A bad faith actor could even argue that Israel, under this lens, are technically the anti-Semitic ones, but the entire concept is ahistorical because that's not how the word is used today. This relates to my third objection, which is philosophical. To explain why, I once again want to return to Timothy Snyder. In The Road to Unfreedom, he gives a history of Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, under the oligarchical dictatorship of Vladimir Putin. He talks about the Russo-Ukrainian conflicts and seeks to answer why Russia keeps referring to Ukraine as a fascist country, which is unhinged from reality, frankly, but he elucidates a useful little tool. During the Second World War, after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was broken by Nazi aggression and invasion, the Soviets referred to fascists as the biggest existential threat imaginable. And based upon the observed reality of this history, this was true. Nazis did in fact want to eliminate all ethnic Slavs and communists categorically. But as the years went on, even after Russia won the war and took over Berlin before the rest of the Allies, they kept referring to their enemies as fascists. In the 1970s, Brezhnev explicitly turned Sovietism from the tradition of Marx and Lenin to the Red Army that fought in that war. Anyone who stood against that army were as fascist as the Nazis were in 1945. For 80-some years, Russians referred to enemies with the term fascist because that word had been used for that length of time. Thus, Ukraine is not literally or politically fascist, but rhetorically fascist because they stand within Russia's way. Though there is a historical cause for this quirk of language, it isn't innocent here. Rather, it's employed ironically on the world stage because Russia, under Putin, certainly shares some fascistic traits. It serves to confuse democratic enemies into explaining why Putin is so wrong that they forget about the crimes of his regime, and it signals in-group membership with allies who understand the ruse. I think this linguistic quirk is similar to how American conservatives indulge in McCarthyism, that anything I don't like is communist rhetoric. It's not that labor unions or seatbelt laws are literally communist in constitution. It's that these things stood in the way of a vague sense of unencumbered freedom for the in-group. Communism is anti-American in the specific sense in this instance, because it stood in the way of the things that we want to do. I want to propose that a similar linguistic quirk has taken place in Israel. This is not a one-to-one comparison. Israel is a hell of a lot less ironic in its employment. Using these two examples, this is how I've come to understand Israel's rhetoric. For literal millennia, individual Jews have been held collectively responsible for the death of Christ, and after secularization, they've become a sliding signifier, responsible for all the ills of capitalism and communism simultaneously. And these nonsensical cries for Jewish duplicity are tangible and political because they were used to persecute and murder millions of Jews throughout the years. Most of this criticism was nonsensical anti-Judaism and nonsense anti-Semitism, and it's specifically because of the Holocaust that we Gentiles now recognize the cries of anti-Semitic as wrong. For we now see where these claims lead to. If Israel is Judaism secularized to these particular Jews, and if they are the children of those who suffered and survived the Shoah, anyone who stands against them is anti-Semitic because they want to suppress Jewish self-determination just as the Nazis did. So too these Jews, hopped up on propaganda and genuinely scared by the outside world for plausible historical reasons. Palestine, like Ukraine, stands in the way of Jewish self-respect. Thus, they are anti-Semites of the highest order. This is the actual line of thought, and this is the emotional logic. I will demonstrate the algebra and the reasoning in Chapter 8, but I could not disagree with this reasoning more than I do right now. For as sophisticated as Israeli propaganda is, there is a wondrous tendency to say the quiet part out loud as if it was self-evident. Now, since there has been a 100 years war on Palestine that is terribly complex and full of twists and turns of policy, violence, assassination, and terrorist attacks, I want to condense down my critique of this propaganda by assessing it through unusual means. We now have our tools to understand this oncoming conflict, because it's all well and good to discuss propaganda. But what the people want is not patient discussion, it is not vulnerable and considered assessment of history, but rather, a beef. A legendary beef, a classic that was so incendiary that dozens of articles and retrospectives of it exist online. Let's see two old dudes fight. Chapter 7, The Beef. To set the table for this spirited argument that's been going on for about 20 years now, we need to describe our players and how they fit into our larger story. Let's start with polarizing political commentator Norman Finkelstein. I have labored over how I ought to introduce him here, and I've settled upon a little phrase. I say this as an Australian. Norman is he's such a vindictive, eating grin-clad, vengeful, incendiary asshole of a man. And he's kind of great. Rarely have I ever read a non-fiction author adjacent to academic prestige, and have I encountered prose with such condescension and self-righteous assholery? He's the kind of writer to directly quote his haters in the repress of his own book, just to on them one more time. I encountered his inflammatory book, The Holocaust Industry, during the early days of my researching Holocaust fetishism, and I decided against citing him because the author just seemed so mean. Like, he opens his book by insulting Holocaust survivors, disparaging Deborah Lipschet's landmark studies on Holocaust denial, and then in his third essay, he decries and denounces the particularity of the Jewish Holocaust. To an outside observer, one can only reply, "Oh, f***ing hell." That being said, the book is kinda great. As will become a theme with Finkelstein, I don't always agree with what he says, but he is a brutally honest leftist author, with a combative though compelling way of writing. For the act of provocation implores us to consider why we believe our base assumptions about this historical event. It's important to preface this by stating plainly that Finkelstein is a child of two Holocaust survivors. His parents both fought in the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings. He is steadfastly against anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. He takes a hardline anti-capitalist, anti-culture industry position against the ways that institutions purporting to represent Jews place commodity fetishism upon tremendous suffering. He says he cares deeply about the suffering his family went through, and he wants people not to tarnish that memory for profit. He first combats the divine authority of Holocaust survivors. This idea that their suffering alone means they are forever immune from any criticism on any topic. This is initially a little bit repulsive because, who wants to be the first to cast a stone against a man who survived Bergen-Belsen? Finkelstein is staunchly anti-Zionist, and he takes umbrage with acclaimed author and survivor Elie Wiesel's advocation for Zionist policies that impact the life of Palestinians. I do agree with him that survivors are not above critique and they are human. To use them as chess pieces within political arguments is not to respect their humanity, even if they consent to it though. Secondly, Finkelstein has a pretty interesting take on Holocaust denial. He thinks it should be taught in schools. I remember reading this and recoiling so violently, But he says that since the Holocaust is the most well-documented war crime in the history of humanity, that it's simply incontestable. We know how it happened, and because of that, Holocaust denial is curious in its irrationality. There is no chance that any clever person who isn't rotting in anti-Semitic bad faith will believe it, so they can learn many things from denial epistemically. He has some respect for the work of Deborah Lipstadt, who of course wrote the book on Holocaust denial, but he harshly criticizes her for overstating the importance of the movement. Her discussion of crank publications paradoxically adds to their legitimacy. To quote the man himself, "Were it not for Lipstadt, no one would have ever heard of them." And I need to pause here to express how much that offended me personally, because I kind of did that back when I made my Port Arthur series. Like with Lipstadt, I felt that my little movement of cranks are interesting epistemically, but they aren't important because they hold no legitimate political sway. They're nothing more than curious, and because you're making a massive project about them, it implies importance that they just don't hold in real life. In that instance, I applaud Finkelstein for being such a prick to me personally. Finally, uniqueness. He argues that we have remembered and cultivated the memory of the Shoah in such a way that we regard it as having a special uniqueness. We already know from Brannigan that all genocides have their own particular traits, and the Holocaust was unique in the specific sense of mechanization and the bureaucratic nature of it all. But Finkelstein argues against the idea that being a survivor of the German Holocaust of the 1940s means that you are more important than other survivors of other Holocausts. We only call that Holocaust the Holocaust after all. Cultural history and skin pigmentation doesn't mean that their divinity is worth more than other survivors of the Armenian genocide, the Indonesian genocides, or the Rwandan genocides either. He's not saying that it wasn't important, or that we shouldn't lament that it happened and learn from the mistakes of that generation, but rather that we frame the Jewish Holocaust as exceptional, uniquely unprecedented within history, to quote the man himself. In the first place, unique suffering confers unique entitlement. The unique evil of the Holocaust not only sets Jews apart from others, it also gives Jews a claim unto those others. The claim of Holocaust uniqueness is a claim of Jewish uniqueness. Not the suffering of the Jews, but that Jews suffered is what made the Holocaust unique. Or, the Holocaust is special because Jews are special. To which he declares that this rhetorical strategy is key to understanding the power that Israel represents to us today. This, along with his critiques of the payments of Holocaust reparations to tangential survivors, is why he's considered to be firmly within the realm of the dirtbag left by most people. One is afraid to associate themselves with him because of his vitriol, and I will admit that I am hesitant to do so myself. I don't particularly like his insensitivity, and his recent complaining about wokeism is particularly annoying, even though I think his position is a tad more nuanced than usual. But I do think that his perspective is worth taking on board, and as a bit of an edgy leftist myself, what he has to say about the commodification of the Shoah is something that resonates with me. It's because of his combative nature and his tenacious research skills that he's the perfect person to accuse a famous lawyer of academic misconduct. So we arrive at Harvard professor and high-profile lawyer Alan Dershowitz. He has a reputation for taking on tricky cases with unpopular clients. Under our system, these people do have a right to a lawyer, and I'm sure that Dershowitz, he would just chide and retort by saying that he enjoys a challenge. I'd be inclined to agree with him. A good lawyer would be bored by boring delegation. Though, he has had a curious clientele. I'm not bringing this up to attack his character, disguising an ad hominem attack, but because many months ago it kind of sent me down a couple of rabbit holes, and the sheer entertainment of it is something I'm yet to recover from. So I want you to enjoy a little bit of this whiplash. The first thing Alan will tell you is that he's a massive free speech proponent. So to start off his resume, he got Harry Reams, the creator of Deep Throat, the film that introduced hardcore pornography to the mainstream cinema-going crowd, off on appeal. This deeply complex case, coercive pornography versus the blanket censoring of cinematic sexuality, makes me lean towards it being okay regarding free speech. Then he further made his name for himself as an advisor to the O.J. Simpson defense. He was a consultant for Julian Assange's defense against the United States for leaking classified documents via his WikiLeaks, which I would describe as pretty good. Then he was a key member of the Jeffrey Epstein legal case. That was the first major one in 2008. Dershowitz was key to getting that case dismissed and negotiating his sentence down to 18 months in prison. I'll leave it there for now, but this video took a long time to make, and Dershowitz has been in the news again relating Epstein Then he was part of Harvey Weinstein's team, once again as a consultant. He wrote a whole book about his proving innocence in the age of Me Too, though, and he's consistently, since it happened, defended Donald Trump during his impeachment charges, specifically on the sedition and attempted coup charges. So that's quite bad. It's an eclectic list. It's an eclectic list of clients, but they do share some central themes, like radical free speech, Reams and Assange in particular. Most of these clients concluded with a victory for Dershowitz. Again, he's a good lawyer who likes a challenge, but it's just like... it's just an insane list of clients. I want to talk about Dershowitz's book, The Case for Israel from 2003. But it's important to remember that he's written like 10 books about the Israel-Palestine conflict, 2 of which in 2023, and he's only grown more radical in his convictions since then. The Case for Israel is a curious book, because it primarily functions not to give a patient history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, but to be blunt Israeli propaganda. To my knowledge, it wasn't commissioned by the state, which I do pause to explain because I have seen those accusations and that's genuinely just antisemitism. There's plenty to dislike about this book without evoking the protocols. But Alan Dershowitz, he just felt a fire under his belly and he decided to write it to defend the Jewish state, or what he just refers to as the Jew amongst nations. Yeah! Full disclosure, I do think this is a terrible book. I'm not saying that it's poorly written or structured, but that the content is morally repugnant. It's not bad propaganda, rather it's sophisticated and emotionally affecting propaganda. He's a lawyer who made a name for himself by representing tricky clients, so he spins and frames things in sympathetic light that, to someone who isn't deeply neurodivergent and attuned to specific propaganda stylings, might sound sympathetic. Though he frames himself as a centrist, broking peace between the two, it is deeply partisan and the book is just genocide apologetics. It's wild how you would just say the quiet part out loud and then move on as if you agree with the most insane things you've ever heard in your life. It's bad in a legitimately fascinating way. Thus, it is really worth taking seriously and treating it as a document. Dissecting propaganda like this is great because it's blunt, simple, and easily refutable. If anything, Dershowitz's passion leads him to be a little bit too honest about his motivations. I'm not going to pretend that this is the definitive text defending Israel upon the world stage, that Dershowitz is as responsible for that state's crimes as Benjamin Netanyahu is. But this serves as an entertaining example on how Israeli propaganda works. Because he's a lawyer and because he doesn't have the protection of academic rigor a la peer review, it's just a little bit too honest about its intentions. So I feel the best way to tell this story and to debunk the claims of the book is to talk about it in tandem with the response book, Beyond Chutzpah, by Norman Finkelstein. The minutiae of foreign policy and international legal regulations are boring, but a beef between 2 old dudes you've never heard of? That shit's priceless. Central to Dershowitz's arguments are 2 propositions, and it's deeply important that we understand them both here. The first is that Israel's condemnation by the outside world is in unique bad faith. Dershowitz claims that he is critical of Israeli policy in regard to its freedom of religious policies for non-Orthodox Jews, and he frames this as if now he is a neutral commentator because he is critical of Israel one time. Yet, he writes the book, The Case for Israel, not about the right for the state existing in the first place, but for Israel over Palestine. He claims that Israel is condemned by the wider international community on unreasonable grounds because it is the Jew amongst nations. And this is the sole reason for all of the criticism, rather than colonialism, torture, and genocide being bad in themselves. We will talk about this more in section C of this chapter. The second theme that assists with all of this is just straight up Islamophobia. Like, unmitigated. The book was written by an American in 2003, conceived after 9/11 and during the War on Terror. So Dershowitz sprinkles in allusions to crazed and fanatical Muslims and Arabs to undercut their humanity in order to highlight the enlightened character of Israel. How it was the only country within the Semitic region of the Middle East to have democracy, thus the occupants of the Jewish state are better and of more familiar stock than their Middle Eastern neighbors. Dershowitz is deeply incurious about the politics and the legacy of colonialism in the region. It seems to just not exist at all in his own mind, or rather he refuses to engage with that history because it would be terrible for his arguments. Dershowitz will often invoke anti-Christian sentiments spoken by Palestinians and Lebanese people, which I note features groups which include many Christians, Waltz with Bashir was about Christianity within Lebanon, if you will recall. Now, I don't know about you, but I fail to see why Palestinians saying anti-Christian phrases would be relevant to Israel's subjugation of them. They're Jews after all, persecuted by Jews for millennia. But the book isn't framed towards Jews per se, but rather at a wide Gentile audience, sympathetic to Christian norms, because the book functions as affective propaganda foremost, rather than a patient retelling of history. Which is why Finkelstein is a brilliant reporter for this case. He has the patience and the malignant anger inside of him to manually check these claims. So let's start with some small ones and then build up to the bigger ones. Chapter 18 of Allen's book is one of the most densely packed and consistently frustrating, so it's a fine place for us to start for both authors. Dershowitz structures his book as a series of refutations to allegations. Each chapter shares the same format of short accusation, short quote from the accusers, and then a lengthy refutation of the accusers. It's a fine format and I'm not going to criticize its existence, but it is a marvelous way to create all kinds of strawman propositions. The chapter focuses on why more Palestinians died in the conflict of September 2000 until the book's publication in 2003. The accusation is framed as, more Palestinians have died during this conflict, thus Israel's response to that conflict was disproportionate. Though from the opening sentence, Dershowitz frames all Palestinian violence as explicit terrorism, and Israel is simply defending itself from that terrorism. This manifests in a few interesting points. First of all, let's discuss the terrorism, because it plays a significant part in how we traverse this issue. Dershowitz categorically and unambiguously condemns all forms of terrorism as he sees it, so he feels a level of moral superiority over his accusers, for it feels so very good to side against terrorism if you think it's always wrong and terrible. At other points in his book, Dershowitz crassly compares the Palestinian Authority to the Ku Klux Klan, of whom he considers to be an equally repugnant terrorist cell. I find this particular comparison to be wildly disgusting. The Klan were white supremacists. They were the American establishment and they sought to keep black Americans suppressed. It's also worth noting that they were also explicitly anti-Asian and boldly anti-Semitic, and Dershowitz is comparing them solely on their racism and their antisemitism. He asserts that Palestinians hate Israelis specifically and only because they are Jewish, and nothing else. No colonizer dynamics, no years of resentment, literally no other conceivable reason. It's deeply incurious about the legacy of colonialism within the region, and it's also deeply dishonest. And now for the part that really makes me worry about my future job prospects. Terrorism is a complicated phenomenon that requires nuance, tact, and historical awareness to unpack. Are there Palestinian terrorists who attacked Israeli citizens? Absolutely and unambiguously. Recall that what's happening in Gaza right now is meant to be the disproportionate response to the terrorist kidnapping and killing of Israelis in late 2023. But terrorism is the voice of the unheard by definition. A group of people resorts to terrorism when traditional means of negotiation and representation are denied and repressed by a state. I strongly believe that terrorism, upon occasion and within specific circumstances, can be defensible from a tactical perspective. My thinking on terrorism is influenced by philosophers like Virginia Held and Igor Pomerantz, and writers like Patrick Radden Keefe and Frantz Fanon. For instance, terrorist activity occurs when a group is oppressed and not allowed to assert their autonomy legally. The state mandates violence, and terrorists commit violence against the state to have their voices heard, to make the populace aware that there is a problem, and by stoking terror, they hope to make the population put pressure onto the government to change something and stop the terror. It's a strain, really. Therefore, according to the aforementioned political thinkers, the societal responsibility for terrorism actually falls upon the government, because they crafted a state of affairs that fostered the need for terror attacks in the first place. That's some detached political philosophy for you. But all of that being said, I unambiguously condemn terror attacks on Israeli citizens, just as you should disavow the inverse on Palestinian civilians being attacked by the IDF to stoke terror. I always feel, and I mean always, that terrorism is more ethically defensible when it's not directed at the general population. 100% of the time, it is easier to defend the attacking of a state when you bomb or shoot soldiers who manifest that state's violence, rather than an otherwise random family walking by. But to turn this political strategy into binary black and white dogma is deeply incurious about how politics work and how someone logically, under a strain, comes onto terror as a strategy. And I am curious because I think it's interesting. For instance, I think the IRA are quite fascinating, but it would be hard for me not to admit that if one of my relatives had been killed by their car bombs, I might not like them very much, no matter how much I disagree with the United Kingdom's occupation of Northern Ireland. Peaceful protests can only fall on deaf ears if the authorities are not willing to listen, but the point of their terror is to manifest the Irish desire for autonomy and to assert a national identity that was being suppressed. Attacking the state means attacking subjects, and if subjects are afraid of terror, then they will look to the state to stop it and acknowledge their enforced silence. I feel similarly to the Palestinian Authority, for they have a national identity and a body politic that are being oppressed by colonizers, and as much as I don't like them attacking civilians, it is an effort of a larger political cause. They don't hold the same amount of violent potential as Israel does. The weapons, the international relations, the outreach, and the capital. And terrorists do consider the ethics of civilian casualties, and they do choose, of their own volition, to do this. I'm not endorsing terror as a strategy, but I'm trying to be more curious about it than Dershowitz ever was. Because his answer as to why are they doing terror attacks is just that Palestinians are basely and uncomplicatedly anti-Semitic. It is his literal and singular answer. They do their suicide bombings because they just really hate bagels. So to uncritically and lazily compare Palestinians to the Ku Klux Klan is deeply dishonest, both morally and because it is disinterested in what made their respective brands of terror unique and different to one another. One upholds apartheid, and the other fights for freedom from apartheid. The second element of Dershowitz's handling of terror is the constitution of its suicide bombers. And I'm not going to defend the use of it here, nor am I curious right now in the psychology of this phenomenon. Rather, I'm going to highlight how Dershowitz talks about it and infuses it with ghastly Islamophobic implications. He writes rather indignantly and ragefully about how suicide bombers are groomed from childhood, and particular individuals are selected for their bombings as an act of biological warfare. Content warning, but this one requires a quote, otherwise you might not believe me. Terrorists try everything possible to maximize deaths, even sometimes reportedly soaking the nails they use in their anti-personnel bombs in rat poison to prevent coagulation of blood. Recently, Israeli doctors expressed concern that the blood of some suicide bombers, which splatters all over the scene and is touched by medical personnel, as well as their bones which penetrate the bodies of the victims, might contain hepatitis or the AIDS virus, raising the fear that terrorist leaders could be turning suicide bombers into biological warfare carriers, either by injecting them or selecting carriers as suicide bombers. Oh, well, I find Dershowitz's words here to be pretty horrifying, and for him to say something so cartoonishly heinous, he must have some really credible evidence to back himself up. So, where does he source these claims from then? Beyond Chutzpah does the legwork for us here. Finkelstein reviews the three sources that Dershowitz cites in his claim. The main one is from a newspaper from Singapore, another is an interview with a survivor of a bombing, and the last one is from a Canadian newspaper. Judge for yourself whether or not you feel that these are appropriate sources for such a violent claim. I erred towards it being insufficient. According to Finkelstein, none of them focus on Israeli doctors expressing concern over AIDS. Finkelstein concludes that based upon these three sources, there is no mention whatsoever of rat poison, citing an investigative journalist who found an absence of forensic proof for that claim. Finkelstein then cites an interview with a director general of an Israeli hospital. I'll just quote him here. It's ridiculous to suggest that a suicide bomber infected with hepatitis B was selected for his mission specifically because he was a carrier. Hepatitis B is endemic in the Middle East, and it's more likely in people of lower socioeconomic groups, so it's not surprising that the virus was found. So evidently, there is little to no factual basis of any of Dershowitz's claims on this page that bombers were specifically selected for their diseased bodies, just to be nastier. And Allen lazily cites sources who speculate because citing them wills biological warfare into existence, and who the hell would defend diseased terrorists seeking to inflict clean Israelis with hepatitis? In Dershowitz's book, and throughout Israeli propaganda broadly, there is this curious assumption that Israelis are clean and of good stock, that they bring fertility and kindness to the lands they inhabit, and the Palestinians they subjugate are filthy, barbarous, and of weak stock. Dershowitz writes indignantly about how Palestinian terrorists are sometimes treated in superior facilities in Israeli hospitals. How ironically they wish to tear down the state, but then they're treated magnificently by that same state. Never mind that it's a doctor's job not to be partisan, but to give care whenever it is needed. And also, any state in the world would be required to do this, no matter the circumstance. It's basic civil rights and international law. It's good that they do this, but Israel is not uniquely virtuous for doing it when it does occur. But Alan solely brings this up to highlight how enlightened and generous Israelis are in comparison to Palestinian terrorists. It's a shame that Israel blew up their hospitals, I guess. Finkelstein reviews these claims and concludes that, like with the hepatitis and rat poison examples, it is based on incredibly shoddy evidence. Let's linger on this just a moment longer, because even in the face of this obvious evidence, I cannot imagine that Dershowitz would even shift his position because his argument is larger than the claim. It feels true rather than being of factual quality. Historian Enzo Traverso wrote an essay on the Palestine situation, and I think part of it is useful in this context because he spends most of his efforts retorting claims from Dershowitz's era. He writes about historian Mark Bloff and his writings on mediated propaganda from the First World War. Nations and soldiers react against bloodshed and atrocity with such anger that transgression is lifted to mythic proportions, and the rhetorical utility of myth in war is that it excuses errors from being corrected. Accusations are fuel for the fire, and they coincide with what a state wishes to do anyway, which is to win. Within the sphere of mythic violence, unfactual elements call to stand against valid and sound reporting. Traverso updates this line of logic for the Palestine conflict. Quote, "Whereas early modern anti-Semitic mythology is intolerable, contemporary Islamophobic allegations have become banal. They have become integrated into our zeitgeist and belong to the natural order of things." The claim that Palestinians select bombers on the basis of disease isn't true, but it feels mythologically resonant because, according to Dershowitz and those he's defending, it may as well be true because the story resonates upon a spiritual level. And I utterly reject Dershowitz relying upon metaphor and mythology to defend tangible genocide. This will be a theme when we traverse the remainder of this chapter, and keep in mind that Dershowitz is more interested in selling a version of reality masquerading as politics as opposed to political reality. Dershowitz writes angrily about the use of child terrorists in this chapter, and I agree that child terrorism is not the greatest thing in the world. If I saw a child terrorist, I would be sad. In fact, I'd think, gee whiz, I sure wish this tween wasn't a terrorist. It sure is bumming me out. I'm not about to actually and argue in favor of children being groomed for terrorist causes, but Dershowitz is deeply incurious about why this phenomenon happens in the first place. He literally frames it solely as unmitigated and radical Jew hatred. And not 100 years while creating a state of affairs in which children watch their loved ones be brutally murdered by colonizers, their parents, older siblings, friends, they all die, and without a social support system, some kids turn to communities that groom them into becoming suicide bombers. Talk about disregarding Nicole Kidman! I want to return to this thought in the next chapter, but for our purposes, Dershowitz pretends that this phenomenon occurs in an ahistorical bubble, and he frames this as radical anti-Semitism alone, and then he declares the tragedy that represents for Jewish soldiers. It always comes back to this concept of Israelis shedding their superior blood to stop the violence of men of worse stock, on how their stock will be ruined, and how their murdering of those child soldiers is utterly unforgivable on the Palestinian perspective. The more that terrorist leaders break the taboo against using youths as terrorists, the more youths will be injured and killed. Such deliberate misuse of children is an extreme form of child abuse, and it is entirely at the fault of the abusers, not those who legitimately defend themselves against firebombers and suicide bombers who happen to be youths. He then goes on to quote former Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir in saying, "We can perhaps forgive them for killing our children, but we can never forgive them for forcing us to kill their children." For murdering Arabs reduces the quality of our own stock, and their efforts, to borrow the phrase from Dershowitz that he uses literally over a dozen times in his book, to provoke overreaction in Israelis as an act of ruining the national character. For killing Middle Eastern children isn't bad on its own, but it's the fact that we have to kill them as an act of self-defense that's most wicked of all. It's my personal pick of the most ghastly moment of the book. I can't help but recall Eichmann berating his local SS leader about how the pits in which women rot will drive the new recruits to become sadists. It's the banality of evil in action. Dershowitz repeats over and over how the state of Israel legally bought the land off of Palestinian people in the early days of their state. Jews arrived in Palestine, they brought their tools, rakes and hoes, they brought a few guns for conquest, and they brought houses from absentee landlords for exorbitant prices, and thus they legally owned the land. So Palestinians today have no legal basis to complain. Now, I feel that not compensating the tenants of the houses you bought and expecting them to go somewhere else is a form of conquest in itself. This is a constant theme in Israeli propaganda, in which they justify people being blown up in buildings by declaring, we gave them 48 hours to leave the area, so if they didn't leave, it's their own fault for being exploded. Like, where were those recently homeless people meant to go exactly? And you just plainly admit that you needlessly killed innocent civilians, but you frame it as their fault? This is abhorrent logic. Dershowitz also goes on for pages at a time about how Israelis brought life to the land they colonized. Palestine, according to his retelling, was a barren and lifeless wasteland. But Jews came from far away, they planted orange trees, they brought hues of green and yellow back to the earth neglected by the savage population. And how thoughtful of the Israeli population to give the privilege of employing jobless and homeless Palestinians to do that cultivation for you. Even though you can just look up pictures online of what Palestine looked like in the 1920s and 30s, and maybe it's just me, but it seems like an abundantly fruitful piece of land taken care of by its native population. This is just like propaganda with a colonial bent, but the legality works within the mind because it means that anyone who stands against the institution of law looks irrational and, well, without morality or culture. Legalizing the expulsion of tenants before you do it, and then planting orange groves after they leave, is actually the destruction of ancient culture. It's the cultivation of Occidentalism in the Orient. Dershowitz evokes former British Prime Minister Lloyd George by referring to the historical fact that the Palestinian government as it existed before colonization sided with the Ottoman Empire during World War I, and thus sided with the Turkish in World War II, calling them sore losers for picking the wrong side of the conflict. Now, I don't know about you, but siding with the Allies who sought to colonize the remnants of the Ottoman Empire for oil might only lead to colonization of your territory as well. To give that 40-year period of history is beyond the scope of this subsection, but I might recommend the final chapters of Middle Eastern historian Tamim Ansari's Destiny Disrupted. In doing this, Dershowitz frames the Palestinian government as vindictive sore losers who consistently stood against the West, and in colonization, they are getting their comeuppance for their bad decisions and their lack of care for the land that Jews want to cultivate. Building further upon choosing the wrong side and making bad decisions, Dershowitz and hostile Zionist types like him are really quick to point out that the Supreme Muslim Council of Mandatory Palestine sided with Hitler during and before World War II. His chapter 7 is dedicated to debunking the claim that Jews have exploited the Holocaust memory, a bad chapter on its own, but I wish to focus on the prior claim. His implication here is that Palestinians wanted the Holocaust to happen because they just really hated Jews. On page 55, he claims to quote Grand Mufti Amin al-Husseini, a key figure in the Arab revolts of 1936 through 9. Dershowitz says it's a page from Husseini's memoir, but it's from a conservative Israeli newspaper. Not totally without merit, but this case features dishonest framing about the direct quotes. Now, Husseini is not a man that I'm planning on defending, but he is a complex figure, so much so that we need an entire chapter to weigh his value and his place in history alongside other leaders in the Arab revolts like Gamal Abdel Nasser. But Husseini was an open anti-Semite, and he did in fact work with fascists. That's a historical fact, and I condemn any and all dumb anti-Semitic bullshit he said and did. Unambiguously. If I heard him say anti-Semitic words towards Jews, I'd jeer him, I'd shin kick him, and I'd be really annoying and woke about it on Twitter. What I find curious about Dershowitz's framing is that it has this sort of Mark of Cain style association, where anyone who has ever spoken to the Reich are collaborators against Israel. He doesn't hold the British under Neville Chamberlain to this standard, appeasement being one of the main reasons why Germany was able to build up enough strength to go to war and consequently do the Holocaust in the first place, nor any other European country that had to communicate diplomatically with Germany and the Axis powers. He further attempts to claim that Palestinian activist groups in the 1930s and 40s chose the swastika as an act of doing more emotional harm to Palestine's Jewish population. He pretends that Palestine and the Arabs were generally in equal partnership with the Axis powers, and pretends that the Nazis didn't despise the Middle Eastern population for being racially Arabic. If one were to homogenize anti-Semitism into a binary us versus them categories, anyone who is against us may as well be with the Nazis. I don't believe that this argument holds any water at all, but it is effortless to find instances of respected Zionists who also interacted with fascists. The first ever president of Israel, Chaim Weizmann, was later received by Mussolini. Granted, Mussolini was less anti-Semitic than his old chum Hitler, but is this not just as logically consistent as Dershowitz's argument? I shall quote Walter LeCure on the mixed feelings this evokes. Should they have restricted their diplomatic activities to liberal and democratic statesmen? To have refrained from meeting dictators and anti-Semites would have saved them a great many moral conflicts, but it would have severely limited their freedom of action and might have hampered their efforts to save Jewish lives. Secondly, one of the most infamous Zionists ever was Vladimir Jabotinsky. His founding of revisionist Zionism was an explicitly fascist variant of Zionism. Now, Jabotinsky was often cussed out and disrespected in the modern literature, not without fault, but he was admired not only by the Grand Mufti, but by fascist Italy alike. According to Enzo Traverso's brilliant analysis in The End of Jewish Modernity, anti-Zionism can indeed conceal anti-Semitism, but Zionism is certainly not above suspicion. Historically, it had its own fascist tendencies. In the 1930s, the Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Husseini's admiration for fascism was shared by the revisionist Zionist Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky, whose followers paraded in uniform. With both of these, it was a case of ideological borrowings. So it turns out that multiple prominent Zionists of the same time period had fascist leanings, and some even met with established fascists. The point I want to make is not that Zionism is fascist either. That would be rather reductive, but to point out that international relations are more complicated than good and bad teams. Dershowitz, with his Hogwarts conception of morality, seeks to cast the mark of Cain onto anyone who is associated with the Nazis in an uncomplicated and ahistoric manner, because... And what really fucking enrages me over Dershowitz's assertion here is that he has the gall to cite the conduct of Winston Churchill, and what magnificent help to the Jews he was, because Winston Churchill knew about the Holocaust as early as 1943. These are his words. Quote, "There is no doubt that this is probably the greatest and most horrible crime ever committed in the whole history of the world. And it is being done by scientific machinery, by nominally civilized men, in the name of a great state and one of the leading races of Europe. Declarations should be made in public so that everyone connected with it will be hunted down and put to death." So you know what he did in 1944 against these declarations and proclamations about the evil of the Nazis? He refused to bomb Auschwitz. Specifically because he didn't want to deal with the influx of Jewish refugees to England. It was the same with the rest of the Allies, including the United States. Quote, "In Britain, a Foreign Office official suggested in an internal memorandum that, regardless of any practical difficulties, there were also political reasons not to pursue the bombings. Almost certainly the flood of displaced Jews that would, after the war, seek sanctuary in Palestine, a territory currently governed by the British. So on both sides of the Atlantic, the decision was made not to bomb Auschwitz, but crucially, the decision was also made not even to consider the bombing of Auschwitz. No proper aerial reconnaissance of the camp was undertaken, no feasibility study was drawn up, no detailed attempt of any sort was made to evaluate the various options. The overwhelming sense is of both governments' attention being focused elsewhere, with the possible exception of Winston Churchill, although he eventually dropped that matter after the initial "get anything out of the Air Force you can" note. The British government, for example, knew for certain of the existence of the Nazis' systematic campaign of destruction against the Jews. It even knew the names of the Operation Reinhardt camps and the death toll in each by the beginning of 1943. Yet, despite the pleas from members of parliament such as Eleanor Rathbone that immigration restrictions should be loosened so that large numbers of Jews from Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania could be offered the right to immigrate to the countries for safety, the British government remained steadfastly opposed. Dershowitz, either unaware or willfully ignorant of all of this, then goes on to claim on page 58 that Winston Churchill was a great ally of the Jews because he thought Palestinians were pro-Hitler. A bizarre claim, both because of Churchill's infamous, though complicated, endorsement of Hitler in 1935, and that Hitler wanted to kill all residents of the Middle East. Outside of that, Churchill was an anti-Semite who didn't want Jewish emigration to the UK, so he gave up a colonized piece of land in Palestine. Dershowitz doesn't seem to care terribly about history and its complexities. He wants to turn this conflict into an uncomplicated one between civilization and barbarism. By his framing, Who would want to support Nazi collaborators who can't even drink orange juice? This proves to me that Dershowitz is willfully ignorant towards the history of Judaism in World War II. He is a bullshit artist of the highest degree, disinterested in truth or nuance. It is one of the most offensive cases of bad face framing in the book, though it continues to spiral onwards into stupidity from there. This chapter tackles the reality of Israeli torture of Palestinians. How does one spin the systematic and well-documented reality of this phenomenon? Well, let's take a look at an example. On page 138, Dershowitz quotes a United Nations Committee report in 1997. He discusses how Israel used interrogation techniques on suspected terrorists, applying moderate physical pressure to foil potential bombings of Israeli property. This moderate pressure included restraint under very painful conditions, blaring loud noise for hours and hours at a time, sleep deprivation, death threats, violent shaking, temperature control, all of which are defined as torture under international law. In the 1997 review, this occurred in at least 90 cases, and it helped the security service of Israel to locate one bomb. One bomb. An individual bomb. Dershowitz takes a hardline stance that the ends justify the means, that the captured subjects were terrorists under his own definition, and that all of it was worth it to stop even one bomb from erupting. His position that it's a shame that Israel was provoked into overreacting remains king here. We have discussed elements of this conundrum in the preceding parts, the ethics of inflicting terror, the legality of colonization, and also, it's a well-known fact that torture doesn't work, that it provides dodgy information at best, and you are inclined to say anything the administrator wants to hear to make the pain stop. I don't even feel the need to provide a citation for that because it's just so obvious. What I'm most curious about here is exactly how Dershowitz frames the torture issue here, because perhaps it is the single most interesting rhetorical flourish of the entire book. He acknowledges that torture, the shooting of civilians, amongst many other fucked up and objective facts, and he injects a little bit of colonial and Holocaust guilt into his defenses. He gestures towards the United States, France, and Western nations who have publicly engaged in torture, and he says, "Y'all have been doing this for hundreds of years. Resource extraction, apartheid, colonialism, but now that Jews are doing it, it's wrong." And thus he calls these specific cries anti-Semitic because they are levied uniquely against Jews when Gentiles got away with similar crimes for hundreds of years. To further criticize Holocaust survivors for these things is erroneous. If you think I'm exaggerating this claim, I could cite it about 5 times within the book, but here's the most interesting instance. If the only consequence of condemning Israel disproportionately to its faults were to be unfairness towards the Jewish state, that would be bad enough considering the history of discrimination towards Jews and Jewish institutions over the millennia. But the consequences are far more severe. The double standard applied to Israel endangers the rule of law and the credibility of international institutions. The disproportionate, sometimes even exclusive focus on Israel's imperfections gives the international community a ready excuse to ignore far more serious and sustained violations of human rights. It also encourages those who deliberately engage in violence in order to provoke an Israeli reaction that they know will result in a disproportionate and excessive criticism of Israel. He frames the criticism of Israeli war crimes as a threat to democracy and peace itself. For the selective criticism and unique persecution of Israel here are as historically horrific as the Nuremberg laws. As if Israel are the last bastion of civil rights, and to destroy their state would lead the world to fall into anarchy and feckless violence. I cannot express enough how much this claim disgusts me. Because we lefty types are not only critical of Israel, we criticize every state that partakes in this stuff, be it the remnants of the Commonwealth, the United States' treatment of Puerto Rico and the Hawaiian Islands, my own country's attitude towards immigrants, imprisoning them in offshore detention centers, and my own state's legacy of genocide against its Tasmanian Aboriginals. Israel is in the news recently because of its particularly bold and egregious acts of colonialism, and they have stayed in the news because they have continued to openly practice apartheid for 100 years. To evoke persecution of not being allowed to be a colonizer as an act of guilt and evoking antisemitism to perpetuate mass violence and colonialism is supremely fucked up. Though, This argument is core to understanding the rest of Dershowitz's book. Every attempt at refutation of Israel's violent military acts are underlaid with this assumption that Israel is uniquely persecuted on the world stage. I want to acknowledge that, in regard to the far right, there is an element of this that is true. Israel and the Mossad are blamed for anything and everything, as the shadowy cabal were before them. The cultivators of worldwide psyops and social control. These claims are wildly irrational and should be categorically condemned every single time. This is my categorical imperative. You should never use prejudice to stop prejudice from happening. Maybe you shouldn't comment upon something if the most salient critique of a genocide you can come up with is to invoke actual anti-Semitic language. And to invoke those people as the mass public, the main people criticizing Israel, in defense of their colonialism, terrorism, and the genocide of Palestinians, is deeply insidious and disgusting. And Norman Finkelstein agreed so hard that he tried to end Dershowitz's career. I told you this was a beef. So Finkelstein, who already had a combative reputation, reads this book and has some harsh critiques as we've previously seen. Infamously, the two met on a radio program, things got heated, and Finkelstein accused Dershowitz of plagiarizing his whole book.
I went through the footnotes. I went through it very carefully. And there's only one conclusion one can reach, having read the book. And this is a scholarly judgment. It's not an ad hominem attack. Mr. Dershowitz has concocted a fraud. In fact, Mr. Dershowitz has concocted a fraud which, amazingly, in large parts, he plagiarized from another fraud. Now, I found that pretty shocking. Found it shocking coming from a Harvard professor.
Much of Beyond Chutzpah is dedicated to debunking the case of Israel rhetorically, fact-checking its claims, refuting its propaganda, engaging in nastiness as Finkelstein is inclined. But dozens and dozens of pages are dedicated to comparing the book to another one called From Time Immemorial, The Origins of the Jewish-Arab Conflict over Palestine by American journalist Joan Peters. This book was discredited in the 1980s, and on Wikipedia alone, it has been criticized harshly by Finkelstein, Edward Said, Noam Chomsky, and a smattering of other historians. So it wasn't exactly the most reputable source, but Finkelstein noticed that dozens and dozens of passages of the book were eerily similar to the passages of the case for Israel. And they only noticed this because Finkelstein wrote his doctoral thesis on Peters' book.
I'm a professor, sir. I know what plagiarism is. Because you're playing a game now. I've read the book twice.
In fact, do I ever dispute that 700? Do I ever dispute that hundreds of thousands
in
of
fact,
people
I've read
left?
the book 6 times because I read Joan Peters 4 times. So if you add the 4 times to Joan
does she
Peters,
make this point?
with the
By the
2
way,
for
does
you, it's 6 times.
she make?
I'll put some examples on the screen and rather than reading them out. I don't think that I'll be sued for calling this plagiarism, but it is worth noting that despite being a radical free speech advocate, Dershowitz took Finkelstein to court over defamation. He also made extraordinary efforts to stop the publishing of Beyond Chutzpah. It's worth further stating that in later editions of Finkelstein's book, under legal agreement, the word plagiarism was removed, though the examples Finkelstein provides are not censored. I don't feel qualified to state definitively within a video essay on YouTube 20 years after the beef started whether it was definitively plagiarism, though by looking at Finkelstein's examples provided in Beyond Chutzpah, it does appear pretty damning. Dershowitz claims to have written every single word of the book himself, and he does admit that he had a dozen or so research assistants helping him out. So the thrust of Dershowitz's refutation is that he didn't plagiarize anything himself, leaving the question open as to who reproduced those passages. I'd be open to persuasion that this was merely a good faith mistake, even if it happened a dozen or so times, but I would encourage you to view both examples and come to your own conclusion. Some of Finkelstein's examples don't entirely convince me, but the overwhelming majority of them do. Based upon Finkelstein's later work, I feel comfortable stating that I think his research abilities are commendable, and it's not solely because we both find Israel's foreign policies abhorrent that I'm inclined to agree with him in this instance. Beyond Chutzpah, in true Finkelsteinian fashion, is half appendices written in response to other authors criticizing the text upon release. The third appendice is dedicated to a retrospective on the affair written by a guest author named Frank Menendez. And there are refutations to Frank refutations, it genuinely just goes on forever. Frank says that he was a fan of Finkelstein before he wrote this chapter, and because he features at the end of Finkelstein's book, it's safe to say that he errs away from Dershowitz. I find Menendez's analysis to be mostly balanced, though obviously sympathetic to the author of the book of which the essay exists within. These days, Menendez is a family court judge, so you can judge for yourself whether or not you think he's qualified to litigate the intricacies of plagiarism and, international law. Though he is most critical of Dershowitz's sloppy quoting of Finkelstein in refutation of his claims. Dershowitz misquoted Finkelstein to present his arguments in a worse light. He represents Finkelstein's singular errors as representative of the entire character of the book, and thus in not taking the wider and more complex arguments into consideration. Menendez also criticizes Dershowitz for alleging conspiracy, this conspiratorial idea that, with known Chomsky behind him, any leftist can get published. Not taking into account that Finkelstein was a popular teacher and speaker who had been published academically several times before the affair. In regards to the specific plagiarism accusation, Menendez says From Time Immemorial was not considered to be a well-regarded book academically, though it was a popular piece of propaganda. So after reviewing the accusations, he concludes, quote, "If Dershowitz had uncovered a little-known, but true and important piece of scholarship on the Middle East, and had plagiarized it, passing off the original author's work as his own, he surely would have been guilty of a serious breach of academic integrity, and he would have been done an injustice to the original author, who would have been deprived of deserved credit. At the same time, however, Dershowitz would have been doing a substantial public service by bringing an original author's true and important insights to a much wider audience than had been previously received. If that were what he had done, on balance, I would have probably been glad that he had done it. But that is not what he did. Instead, he relied upon a best-selling book that had been condemned by the international scholarly community. Even if his citations to Peters were impeccable, even if he was right that they are in fact impeccable, it is still true that he repackaged material from Peters' discredited bestseller From Time Immemorial, and he added it to his own imprimatur as a Harvard law professor in his bestseller, The Case for Israel. And in doing so, Finkelstein asserts that Dershowitz uses the spirit of Peters' book, her points, her sources, all but her syntax, and repackages it as his own work. So Finkelstein, along with the citation errors that we have already discussed, accuses Dershowitz of plagiarism, academic misconduct, and history fabrication in service of genocide apologetics. And it obviously got pretty heated. Of particular contention was that Dershowitz's alleged plagiarism at the time might have affected the credibility of Harvard University. Both authors wrote books in response to each other, both spoke out against each other publicly, ruining each other's academic reputations, and the story has many twists, turns, surprise refutations, and it doesn't exactly end in a pretty place. Both of them remain bitter to this day. Finkelstein was not given tenure at DePaul University, and shortly thereafter left his position because Dershowitz literally campaigned against it. That's not a conspiratorial allegation made by Finkelstein. Several sources commented upon this as it was happening in 2007. Dershowitz was publicly advertising that he was doing it. Then after that, Finkelstein was denied access to Israel to travel to Palestine because in 2006 he wanted to visit Lebanon during the war at that time. Thus, he was banned from the country for a decade. There is yet more melodrama, and as late as April 2024, Piers Morgan had them debate the Israel-Palestine thing again. Old man fight! Old man fight! Old man fight! So that's the whole affair. I promise you this has been the short version. But I want to recenter this debacle away from gossip and back onto politics, because how could an author with academic respect and legal authority engage in any kind of academic misconduct, or at least be seen as doing so? And would he not be completely unaware that this level of laziness of this magnitude would impact their credibility? Well, I think the answer is this. If Israel is the Jew amongst nations, then if they ever lose one conflict, then that loss will be of existential proportions for Jews internationally. So they must fight dirty and treat every conflict as if it were their last. Likewise, in defending an underdog state like this, it doesn't matter if one engages in some light academic misconduct, if the end goal is just to inform Gentiles of the glory of Israel as a state. It's defensible in the mind, so long as the state exists. Like with the torturers finding the one bomb out of 90, the ends justify the means. My pick, though, for the single most unhinged paragraph in the entire book is towards the conclusion. I'm going to quote it at length here. Viewed from a global perspective, Israel, as the world's only Jewish nation, is clearly the underdog. The Palestinians have widespread support of 1 billion Muslims. Add to that the United Nations, the European community, the Third World, the Vatican, many influential academics, the international left, the far right, and many Protestant churches. The Palestinians have far more support than the Tibetans, the Kurds, the Armenians, the Chechens, and other real underdogs. Moreover, the nations that are oppressing these other underdog groups, China, Turkey, and Russia, are far more powerful than the tiny Israel with a population of approximately 5.37 million Jews and 1.26 million Arabs. Yet, these other... I can't believe you fucking said that. I wrote it and I can't believe he said that. Yet, these other underdogs receive little to no support from those who champion the Palestinians. Israel is the underdog in yet another, more dangerous way. It cannot afford to lose a single war without exposing its population to genocide and its nationhood to politicide. Wars waged against Israel are wars of extermination that target its cities and population centers. Its enemies are seeking its total destruction. Israel, in contrast, avoids targeting cities and civilians and does not seek the destruction of any neighboring state. The stakes are far greater for Israel than it is for any of its enemies, and despite its current military strength, which is absolutely necessary as a deterrent against enemy aggressors, Israel is clearly the underdog over the long term of history. The underdog rationale for supporting Palestinians is short-sighted and inconsistent with the lack of support for the real underdogs. Of course, he fails to mention that the vast majority of every Western nation is tied to Israel militarily and economically. The military-industrial complex makes the cup runneth over. But to point that out alone would be to miss the most interesting thing that came out of Dershowitz's book. It is the very core of Israeli propaganda. If Israel's existence is an act of Jewish self-respect, of redefining itself after the Shoah, then distorting history is an act of self-respect as well. One can do many things under the guise of defensive action because it's for the greater good, and what's horrifying about all of this is that there has serious historical reasons to employ false information. We talked about Russia under Putin, we talked about the Nazis and the post-fascists of today, and they express a history that never really was. A romantic world that they wish was represented in their image, and over time reality has become corrupted from that image. Thus they scapegoat Jews to bring reality into their dreams. But Israel employs defensive nationalism on the basis of a genuine historical violence against Jews, and they use that history to bastardize those who have been killed to promote rapid violence against colonialized subjects. It's fucked up! It's so fucked up, because Gentiles who know nothing about the legacy of antisemitism refer back to them. They figure, well, what's happening in Rafah and Gaza looks pretty horrible, but maybe they deserve this one? After the Holocaust and all, maybe we'll call it even. And that remains so emotionally powerful for innumerable reasons described in the preceding chapters. It is here I wish to bring a subject that has previously lingered down in the subtext to the fore, because I'm struck by how little the arguments Dershowitz has used have changed in the past 20 years. I wish to further point out that Golda Meir, the former prime minister who complained over her military being corrupted by killing Palestinian children, she was prime minister in 1969 through 1947. Her quote would not be out of place today, and I'm really curious about why this is so. We often talk about the inherent colonial rhetoric underpinning the ideology of Zionism, and those observations are historically relevant and sound. We often observe the American influence by commentators like Dershowitz, along with politicians, about how Israel is useful militarily. We even discussed how Israel managed to remain useful in the Middle East from the Cold War onwards. But none of these factors explain precisely why Zionist arguments, which are inherently caustic, remain persuasive and effective today. So I want to go one step further to describe exactly why these arguments still work in the mind of uninformed Gentiles and political allies today. There are many lessons that I learned in my research, but one of the most surprising is this. Jewish self-respect has become entirely predicated upon the Jewish state, and this started with one particular trial back in the 1960s. I was completely shocked to learn about how much our discourse about how we understand the Jewish state goes back to the trial of Adolf Eichmann. While both Jewish self-determination and Jewish self-respect are not wholly dependent upon our understanding of the banality of evil, both run parallel to one another, and we must return to that trial to discuss the social ramifications to further understand the banality. You who live safe in your warm houses. You who find returning in the evening hot food and friendly faces. Consider if this is a man who works in the mud, who does not know peace, who fights for a scrap of bread, who dies because of a yes or a no. Consider if this is a woman, without hair and without name, with no more strength to remember, her eye is empty and her womb cold, like a frog in winter. Mediated as this came about, I commend these words to you. Carve them in your hearts, at home, in the street, going to bed, rising. Repeat them to your children. Chapter 8, Refraction. What does Judaism mean within a secular context? Well, this is the question that Italian historian Enzo Traverso seeks to explore in The End of Jewish Modernity, a book with sprawling scope despite its concise word count. In my own series of antisemitism, I spent a lot of time describing the process of religious anti-Judaism transforming into a secular anti-Semitism, going from around the French Revolution until the Shoah. And it's just this same time period that Traverso gives a history of the inverse, how Judaism itself secularized and dealt with modernity. The Jewish modernity, then, started in reaction to the French Revolution, when Jews were bestowed uncritical civil rights, and it ends with the Shoah. Zionism, of course, is a key piece to that process. As we have seen, Zionism, as Herzl described it, fractured after his death. We have a leftist humanist Zionism with advocates like Martin Buber and arguably Hannah Arendt herself, though they were not wholly unproblematic in composition. Centrist but progressive liberal and labor Zionism, and fascist variants like that of revisionist Zionism. Of course, there were more varieties, but it is important to note that Zionism was never an inflexible or solidified ideology with one particular way of implementing a Jewish homeland. Like Judaism and the Torah itself, it has been flexible and adaptable within different contexts. As we have discussed, that homeland wasn't always based around Jerusalem. The Shoah changed what this Zionism could be. Ideology had to be reified into solid praxis, to craft an actual state for Jews to go to in the face of actual systemic and systematic annihilation. So these fractured ideologies reverted back to a Herzelian Zionism, not wholly without conflict, but Jewish annihilation became the forefront of the issue. Humanist Zionism that desired Palestinian coexistence could no longer be relied upon to happen naturally, and revisionist Zionism had obviously become discredited internationally. So the old world values of colonialism and subjugation were no longer an ethical issue in the face of what was perceived as a more pressing issue. And it was this issue that became dogma. Quote, "The incorporation of the past within Israeli memory, however, was not immediate. In the 1950s, when the trauma of genocide remained very acute and the death camp survivors made up a considerable proportion of Israeli society, the Shoah was absent from official discourse. A silent and discreet work of mourning coexisted with public repression. As a people without a state, the Jews thus became, in Hegelian terms, a people without history. The Zionist palingenesis restored to them a national dignity lost for centuries. The rise of Israel was thus intended as a radical rupture from the diaspora, the place of humiliation, persecution, and degradation, and presented itself as the necessary alternative to exile, the galut considered a real malady. The new state did not want to appear as the receptacle of a people of victims, or to identify with the skeletal figures of Auschwitz survivors. A tradition thus had to be invented, one that, while preserving certain striking moments of Jewish history, could extract these from the diaspora and annex them to a national epic embodied by Zionism. To ease that transition, Zionism became a project of a right of return. It was comforting, it was convenient, and politically it was easy for other countries to buy into because it could potentially solve the perceived problems of Jewish immigration to their countries. Israel's establishment in 1948 obviously took place after the Nuremberg trials, and it took some time to properly get state infrastructure up and ready for international relations. But during this period of time, Jews who had returned, hell, there were some Holocaust survivors amongst them, realized that they had to teach the new generation about what had happened to them. A horrifying prospect. Now, before the Eichmann trial, the Holocaust was spoken about in whispers. This ethnic cleansing served as a terribly depressing side dish to the romantic perspective that we have come to tell over the Second World War. The silence also served to distance the Allies from their pre-war, and amidst war, anti-Semitic policies. A new kind of criminal had emerged, and confronting their banality and then reckoning with anti-Semitic Western policies was rather challenging in a post-war world, a world worried about the newfound power of the atomic bomb. The silence cultivated across the world was maintained by Jews themselves as well. You aren't supposed to ask a soldier about his experiences in the war. it might send him into shell shock. So how is anyone supposed to ask a concentration camp survivor about his life? A conundrum never put better than by Art Spiegelman in his Mouse comic. Yet the enormity of this event, a genuine landmark in human depravity that could be recalled for 1,000 years from now, had to be documented and remembered by the current generation in order for that to happen. There is much scholarship on how we ought to memorialize the Shoah, the ethics of it, the anxieties of monetizing suffering, and debating the best ways in which to educate the new generation. On Media Memory is an academic anthology that has a deep focus on Israeli state media, from soap operas to memorials. I have many critiques on the book's politics and how it speaks of Palestinians, but I want to focus on the essay by German scholar Irit Derkel, Mediated Space, Mediated Memory, because it discusses the memory paradoxes beautifully. Amongst the discussion of mediatized history, Derkel discusses the challenges that Jews experience in how we ought to remember the Shoah. She draws upon surrounding literature to argue that we ought to combine the politics of empathy and craft a living memory in a new generation, in which the new generation takes on the emotive memory of the dead and survivors alike to manifest a better world through the act of remembering. The purpose of the Holocaust Memorial, then, is to instill that ethos into Gentiles as well. I think Derkel is correct in her diagnosis here, that she has identified something tangible and true. But I disagree with its ultimate value. We have talked on this channel before about the manufactured and curated narratives of memorials. I cited the Dara Horn's analysis back then, and I recommend that you read Finkelstein's Holocaust Industry if you are curious. Right now, I am more interested in the ways in which we approach this education. Let's draw on Derkel as a baseline. Keep in mind that she is primarily speaking about Germany in this instance. In order to produce living memories in those who did not experience events, one has to assume some kind of physical and emotional proximity to the act and will of remembering. The Holocaust Memorial relies, instead, on accidental engagement with memory through curiosity. The memorial works best when people visit with some background knowledge about the Holocaust on the site itself. In any case, Memorial Foundation workers do not take for granted that visitors know about the Holocaust or are willing to engage with its memory. If we build upon my discussion of the experience of walking through Holocaust memorials discussed in episode 3 of my antisemitism series, we discover that the purpose of that curation, of feeling good that we recognize that the Holocaust was bad, is designed to cultivate living memory. It is a propaganda styling that isn't bad in itself, but what is framed as education is then extended and projected into guilt and sorrow. This education styling, therefore, is the answer to the Jewish modernity. It wasn't just that we should remember the Shoah and we should make sure that it never happens again, to remain vigilant against the banality, but to craft a new meaning for secular Judaism. The most interesting way that this manifests is not in Gentiles, but in the Jewish community itself. Mouse by Art Spiegelman is often brought back up at this point. A son wishes to document his father surviving the Holocaust, but his father isn't a hero because of his courage and his kindness. He just got lucky. There is this scene where Art and his father are driving down the road. They pick up a black hitchhiker, and his father launches into a racist rant in Yiddish. Art chides his father. How could you, of all people, be so racist? We want his experiences to have changed him, made him better and wiser than us. But they haven't. They broke him. He's not a better person because of his experiences. And that scares a broad audience because we want him to have learned something magnificent from such a horrible experience. In 2025, Art Spiegelman wrote a comic called Never Again and Again, criticizing Israel's genocide of Palestine. He explicitly called it ethnic cleansing. I didn't make Mouse to teach anyone anything. I wasn't making Auschwitz for beginners. I do not want Mouse to ever be a recruiting poster for the Israeli army. There is a common motif that I noticed in my research. It generally rears its head when we discuss leftist Jews, be it Chomsky or Finkelstein, but the best explanation that I've ever come across is from acclaimed journalist and author Naomi Klein. Her latest book, Doppelganger, is about a whole other subject, but her final chapter is dedicated to the Palestine question. She writes about her experience growing up in a Jewish day school in Canada, being taught about the Holocaust amidst timetables and sentence construction. And she recalls that she wasn't invited to grieve this loss. She wasn't given space to understand why this event happened. She was just taught to never forget that it did happen. Quote, Looking back as a parent of a child older than we were then, I'm struck by what wasn't part of these strangely mechanical retellings. There was space for the surface level emotions, horror at the atrocities, rage at the Nazis, a desire for revenge, but not for the more complex and troubling emotions of shame, or guilt, or for reflection on what duties the survivors of genocide may have to oppose genocidal logics in all of their forms. I am struck that we never actually grieved, nor were we invited to seize our anger and turn it into an instrument for solidarity. To which she horrifyingly reports that the lessons were not taught to instill the generation to never under any circumstances let this happen again, but rather the Holocaust was horrific because it happened to Jews specifically. Let's quote her one more time. And at that school, never again did not mean never again to anyone, as it did in our home. It meant never again to the Jews. It meant never again because of Israel. It meant never again because we who have been haunted by Shylock forever have our own double now. And he has a great many guns. The Holocaust wasn't a crime against humanity according to this logic. It was a crime because it happened to a Jewish us. In itself, it wasn't evil. Therefore, it isn't totally terrible to commit similar violence against someone else. Now, obviously, I am quoting one woman's experience in a Canadian Hebrew school in the early 80s. But I see this style of rhetoric in so many of the words of so many of the Zionists that we have argued against in this video. And I've personally seen it online, so I'm comfortable saying here that this is a generalized ethos. Now, just in case it needs to be stated plainly, this isn't some grand conspiracy. This isn't being done with the aim of instilling propagandistic fervor into the new Jewish generations, and it isn't being done to legitimize Israel. Rather, this is the natural progression of rhetoric over time. This is how Klein describes it. This is a side effect of instilling fear of the outside world, of not allowing the processing of a lost generation's worth of grief. And it's her opinion that this is the reason that Zionists are so stubborn and averse to the reality of cruelty. Because through the act of cultivating living memory and sorrow into the new generation, we see grief and trauma as parallel to one another. But I want to stress that young Jews were not taught to grieve the annihilation of a third of their people. They were traumatized again, to carry that trauma into the next generation. This is the unintended effect of living memory. It's just one group of traumatized victims traumatizing another. Grief is a feeling that we feel and ultimately stems from a place of love. A part of another person's soul resides in us once they die. So we are just stuck with that part of them, and they continue to remind us of that person. We can view this as a kind of immortality. To evoke Douglas Hofstadter, a person being a planetoid of everyone, everything who had a hand in raising us. But this is not what is being cultivated, for grief doesn't end, it just lessens over time. Trauma, and maintaining a firm sense of collective trauma via living memory, is not constructive like grief is. It continues, and it never moves beyond the first stages. And I must stress that this is not a rhetorical teaching strategy conjured out of malice, but it is a direct side effect of the Holocaust itself. Arendt describes this in perhaps the very best paragraph of The Origins. The Western world has hitherto, even in its darkest periods, granted the slain enemy the right to be remembered as a self-evident acknowledgement of the fact that we are all men, and only men. It is only because even Achilles set out for Hector's funeral, only because the most despotic governments honoured the slain enemy, only because the Romans allowed the Christians to write their martyrologies, only because the church kept its heretics alive in memory of men, that all was not lost and never could be lost. The concentration camps, by making death itself anonymous, making it impossible to find out whether a prisoner was dead or alive, robbed death of its meaning as the end of a fulfilled life. In a sense, they took away the individual's own death, proving that henceforth nothing belonged to him and he belonged to no one. His death merely set the seal on the fact that he never really existed. When a generation was annihilated and a Jewish modernity ended within mere weeks, it fell to survivors to craft a new concept of living. A post-modernity in which Jews will always still be excluded, so they ought to make their own state. This opinion is the best way that I've come to understand the stubborn character of Zionists. Education, over time, took on this character. Living memory, or re-traumatization, as Klein calls it. But one factor that influenced this re-traumatization was the Eichmann trial, actually. Because it occurred, the controversies of Arendt came and went, and this trial from the 1960s was, according to many of the scholars cited in this video, the first time that, maybe ever, a wide Gentile audience globally were concerned with holding a Gentile accountable for anti-Semitic violence. The questions and answers it gave in its wake, and the conduct of the trial itself, sparked a new kind of Jewish modernity. Returning to Enzo Traverso, the Eichmann trial was when the world became properly acquainted with Nazi genocide. This was the first time, giving evidence at the trial, that survivors of the Nazi camps were able to express themselves before the whole world with the sense of being heard. Arendt, in her essay, deepened a reflection that she'd begun 20 years earlier, but she did not take precautions in addressing herself to an international opinion that she'd only come to realise what the Holocaust had been, to a Jewish diaspora that had repressed it, and to a state of Israel that had found itself confronting the trauma from which it had been born. The timescale of elaboration for critical thought does not always coincide with the construction time of collective memory. There can be a discordance, as the Eichmann trial proved. Arendt was unaware of this, or decided to ignore it. Self-respect, in trying Eichmann, the man functionally responsible for the structure of Jewish trauma in the Holocaust's wake, was an act of starting the grieving process proper. For trying him, in a reified and symbolic sense, was giving closure to scattered ashes. So when Arendt called this man banal, that is what laid at the heart of the Führer. That is why friends quit being friends. Why Eichmann and banality are central to how we conceptualize modern Judaism, and why Jewish self-respect and autonomy, asserting themselves over Palestinians, are tied to Israel. It's a way to honor the dead and to give meaning to the suffering that the Holocaust represented. And the West recognizes this, and allows this in order to not confront our actions that facilitate all of this in the first place. This is in conjunction with the Christian evangelical Zionist faction, and it has lots of power in the States at the moment, along with the colonialist interests of controlling oil reserves in the region. But along with a religious appeal, the affective zeal of Zionism politically functions as an act of averting one's gaze from shame. And even if I can explain all of this to you, and even if I can empathize with every single element of it, every step up the stairs, every tile connected by grout, it is not valid in the slightest. Because the Holocaust didn't happen so that we could grieve over it, so that we could transform suffering into self-respect. It happened because Gentiles abdicated caring about other people. It happened because institutions held together under morality gave way to its inherent white supremacist and eugenicist tendencies, and because of 3,000 some years of already existing persecution. The Western tradition of scapegoating, Jews were destroyed to uphold society as it was expressionistically perceived to be collapsing. Modern Jews are not wrong in attempting to make meaning out of that generation's suffering, to rationalise their mass denial of grief. They are not. But they are wrong to do the same thing to Palestinians. That does not create meaning from the Shoah. It spreads it onto a new group. When we look at the war on Gaza, there are so many varieties of banality to unfurl. Israel has mandatory military service in the IDF between 2 to 3 years, so I don't begrudge any young person for having been in the IDF, but deferring to the dynamics of obedience to justify needless cruelty is all over social media. The technology that is being developed in Israel, being sold to Western nations, is fearfully bureaucratic. Drones, spyware, all in aid of suppressing Palestinian autonomy all the more efficiently. The lack of self-censure and self-control seen online by members of the IDF, joyfully shooting into civilian buildings for funsies, and gleefully abusing their own power on civilians, gains a Norbert Elias-style flaunting of impulse control. Through shaming, the cultivation of living memory, and the Jewish modernity after the Shoah, anomie lingers, and the answer to bolstering emotional insecurity lies in asserting autonomy over Palestinians. The reality of this anomie complex leads Zionists into placing a hefty strain on themselves, which emotionally and logically leads them to resolve that strain using cruelty, the avoidance of cognitive dissonance, and to insist upon the Arabic differentness of Palestinians from Israelis. We could go beyond the realm of banality to discuss other factors, evangelism, sadism, the torture of doubt. But we don't need to, for we already understand that Palestine is the zone of interest. This position is core to how we understand this very conflict. And to explain its depth, I need to confront something. I've mentioned historian Deborah Lipstadt several times in this video. She is a scholar who I admire, and in certain respects, I think that she's a hero. Her analysis of Holocaust denial foundationally changed how I understood conspiracism and antisemitism. But her 2011 retelling of the Eichmann trial is deeply frustrating. This disappointed me greatly, because I was initially excited to see one of my favourite modern scholars discuss a famous work by another one who I felt reverence for. You know, the girls are fighting. I admit that Lipstadt's book is a pretty good update to the case, with 50-odd years of added history and context. But her criticism of Hannah Arendt, at its best, is somewhat reasonable, and at its worst, it's wildly misogynistic and downright crass. She suggests at one point that Arendt only denounced the Jewish judges because she was still pining for Martin Heidegger, her paramour who obviously went on to be a lead philosopher for the Nazi Party. This wasn't a fad from her past, while Arendt was happily married nonetheless. This is as nasty as she gets in trying to retort Arendt, an account that is deserving of critique, mind you. But the rest of the chapter is in outrageous bad faith. I lost some respect for her, not only because she disliked Arendt's report, one is allowed to do that intelligently, but rather she emotionally deferred to her hardcore Zionism. Most of Lipstadt's book retorts Arendt's casual variety of Zionism, what she called pariah Zionism. Arendt felt that Jews during the Second World War weren't being attacked on the basis of nationalism, but rather on race. Arendt felt that to be a Jew in her own time was therefore to be provocative, proactive, and to stand out against groupthink. Most of her antipathy for the Israeli court trying Eichmann certainly came from her pariah complex, though this doesn't mean that she wasn't a Zionist, because she was, though certainly an unorthodox one. Arendt's analysis often reads as racist towards Arabic Jews and indigenous people, but Lipstadt doesn't attack her for this alone. It's because Arendt stood against the groupthink of Lipstadt's variety of Zionism. All of this is the difference between, a political philosopher interpreting the history that she's currently experiencing, and a historian who holds the veneer of historical integrity to push her own political agenda. Therefore, it is most philosophically enlightening when we consider Lipstadt's Zionism. It would be foolish to assume that this respected Holocaust historian had never read Arendt prior to her own book. Rather, her critiques of Arendt result from her own Zionist hang-ups. One of the final notes that Lipstadt makes in her book is grand in scope, and accidentally, I think it ties together so many of the themes in this video in one glorious quote, in which she lays out the adopted strategy of the Zionist right, in which they engage in our colonial shame and our Holocaust guilt in order to maintain their own state. Quote, ironically, in Israel, the narrative of the trial seems to have also generated two contradictory trends simultaneously. It reinforced a Zionist version of history that consisted of Israelis who were citizens of a sovereign state with diaspora Jews, who depended upon the benevolence of others for protection. According to this narrative, Israelis could defend themselves and bring those who did them harm to justice. Diaspora Jews could not. It fostered a different perception of the victims in Israel and much of the rest of the world. The prevailing impression was that the victims had gone like sheep to the slaughter, and that those who had survived had done something untoward in order to ensure their own survival. The law under which Eichmann had been tried, the 1950s Nazis and their collaborators' law, were instituted in response to grassroots pressure from survivors, not to punish Nazis, but to punish Jews. This began to change as a result of the trial. To translate in case it wasn't entirely clear, Lipstadt means to say that Zionist Israel are saviors of the global Jewish diaspora, and that they are of existential proportions to the past 4,000 some years of Jewish human history. But what she implies is yet more interesting. Israel are not fighting against global antisemitism, as Lipstadt, Dershowitz, and many more uncritical Zionist types would have described it. This is a wholly new beast entirely. It is my own opinion, and one of the main reasons why I made this video as big as it is that we are so angry about Israel's crimes because we project our colonial shame onto them. We learn about the Holocaust in school, we see abhorrent violence on lifeless bodies being thrown clumsily into pits, we read about actual anti-Semitic activity here in 2026. We see all of this, and we so very much hoped that the Holocaust would have made Jews better than us. I think this is the reason why leftist types are so quick to refer to the Israeli state as fascist. That doofus Dershowitz makes one interesting observation in his book. We never refer to Israel with allusions to Pinochet, Hirohito, or even Mussolini. It's always Hitler. Dershowitz frames this as anti-Semitism alone, but I think it actually comes from this frustrated state of tragic irony. We see them having gone for such a fucking horrifying thing, and we want to think that they have learned something from it, grew a little wiser. Because if it were true, then the violence of the Shoah meant something. It soothes our collective guilt over the failure of entire institutions, be they law, policing, the inherent injustice of democracy and politics in itself. So when we see Zionists brandishing colonial violence, we see ourselves reflected back into our souls. We see blown apart bits of children and infants, and we are angry over the meaninglessness of the deaths of those children. But I think, based upon my own observations of social media users generally, that we are angrier over this. We cry, "You were supposed to be better than us! You went through something so terrible, and you were meant to learn something from our mistakes, not push them into pits that we previously dug." And then Israelis and Zionists notice this, so they reply, "You are only so angry at us because you have perpetuated and innovated colonialization, resource extraction, and holocausts of your own for hundreds and hundreds of years." And the assertion that the only reason that the Gentile cares about Palestine is because when Jews do it, it's wrong. They pass us their pins, and we poke out our eyes to avoid confronting our own history. We collectively fall into that headspace and just allow them to continue in their ethnic cleansing so that we don't have to confront our own complicity for world history. It's far more all-encompassing than mere white guilt. It is a discombobulated and multifaceted shame refracting back into us from other people's actions. This refracted shame, this palingenetic manipulation, is what I feel is at the very core of Gentile backlash. This spiteful doublethink that Zionists engage in when defending their state, and this reasoning is so insidious and yet is so banal in composition. No one has manipulated it. It wasn't an attitude cultivated by a shadowy cabal with protocols in place. It happened naturally over time because it kept winning arguments. Enough so that Israel managed to fashion a just war style scenario insofar as they are now the American Middle Eastern outpost. These two prongs of the alliance are the banality and evil in practice, and how it has manifested in the Israel-Palestine conflict as we know it. It took me this long to explain my thesis statement, how I have come to understand this whole conflict, because it required that much preamble and explanation to do so. Without laying as much groundwork for all of this, I might have sounded insane. I worried that this script was already irresponsibly brief. For one of the first thoughts that I had when Jonathan Glazer won those Oscars in early 2024 was, wait, is the Zone of Interest actually about Palestine? Or is he just speaking about something topical since he has a platform? To answer a question like this took me so long to properly elucidate because Jonathan Glazer is ultimately correct. His film, while taking place within a true history, is allegorical for what continues to happen today. Glazer was one of the first popular artists to recognize the character of refracted shame and its intrinsic relationship to the banality of evil. How we can empathize with someone's routine so completely that they resemble us as they commit the most abhorrent of acts. Then we continue to feel shame over our complicity. Glazer managed to capture that feeling, contain it within the confines of a 100-minute film, and subject it to the world. And it is this reason that this video was made, because that right there is one of the greatest artistic triumphs I've ever witnessed in my life. So do not mistake me. The fact that the Zone of Interest is so open about its allegorical quality, and that most people missed it, is not an indictment on Glazer and his team. It's an indictment on us. The fact that 1,000 Jewish people in the film industry signed a petition denouncing Glazer means that we haven't learned anything useful in the Holocaust's wake. The fact that the banality is so obvious, recognizable, and unabashed in Israeli politics is itself proof that the banality is as relevant now as it was when Eichmann swung by the neck until he was dead. Israel is not a fascist state, but they have taken on that radiant quality that Nazis identified themselves with. Jewish excellence contrasts against Arabic savagery, and their radiance emanates from their propensity to use white phosphorus as an act of self-respect. This is the emotional character that I grew so immensely fond of in the film. And to prove my point, I want to return one final time with all of this context and all of this new information to explain precisely why Palestine is the Zone of Interest. Rudolf Hess renounced most of his Nazism in his last days. He specifically told his children to learn from his mistakes, to think for themselves, and to trust in their own judgments rather than just deferring to a higher authority. We cannot forgive him, and he should not be extended courtesy. But it's a curious fact that the Zone of Interest doesn't depict that directly. The film being about Palestine, subtextually and ethically, might be considered weak commentary because we never see the characters regretting their decisions or receiving any kind of comeuppance for their misdeeds. But to me, the ending of the film provides a far more powerful statement than just seeing the composed Rudolph beg for mercy. Chapter 9, Third Analysis, Gaze. The final scene of the film shows Rudolph walking out of his doctor's office in a grand and pristine building. He has been complaining about vomiting and a sickness of the belly. We watch him descend the stairs, and then he begins dry retching. We cannot look away from the visceral experience of his body attempting to cleanse itself from some abstract sickness. We cut abruptly to the present day. We are in the Auschwitz Museum, observing cleaners maintaining the building. And in maintaining living memory, we see piles of shoes stacked up behind windows. We see briefcases and we see crutches, more of them than one can imagine. The offensive scope of Hess's crimes is contrasted against the smallest moments of the maintenance, mundane cleaning from a character of anti-rational banality. We then cut to Hess as he finishes dry retching. He puts back on his hat and he continues on down the stairs. Hess's body knows, somehow, that what he is doing is wrong. It doesn't matter how much propaganda you take in, it doesn't matter how deep you dig yourself into the sunk cost fallacy, it doesn't matter how wildly you invest into anti-rationality. As animals, we are not suited towards killing. We do understand that murder is terrible. We do understand that mass slaughter and gassings of children are horrific. But we can justify it to ourselves by claiming self-defense. That those children could have grown up to be enemies of the state, so we ought to get rid of them before they can take swift vengeance. We can justify it by claiming mercy, that a death in a chamber is quick and merciful, as opposed to starvation, and gee, aren't we graceful for gifting them a merciful death? And we can justify it by deferring to the fact that they don't speak our language, and our propaganda claims them to be cockroaches. So if I focus on my paperwork and my career, I can ignore the fact that thousands die a day because they're vermin and I am of radiant stock. It doesn't matter. Mechanized genocide in such close proximity is going to absolutely fracture one's sense of self. The Hess family are doing all of these for the entirety of the film. They enjoy their power and indulge in occasional cruelty. But it's borderline impossible to unlearn those instinctual libidinal processes. We can numb ourselves, we can delude ourselves, but we can't purge ourselves of guilt entirely. Because, sure, it's a comfort to believe that all Nazis saw all Jews as cockroaches. But cockroaches cannot speak language, they cannot speak your language, and they cannot ask you how your morning was. This is an abstraction that we craft to attempt to understand anti-rational evil, but it's a self-serving abstraction, to quote Elizabeth Ninich. We believe that people choose to be bad. We call what they have done evil, only when we cannot approach the idea that a human could choose such acts. Even if she or he is sick, mentally incompetent, or a misfit and loner, as people tend today to mutter about a young man who has done something violent and shocking. Evil is invoked when any other recognizable exemption of moral responsibilities just is not strong enough to carry the weight. Then we say, instead, they were possessed, or some other term that says, this is beyond rational, and even the irrational, this is anti-rational. Although intentional, a kind of anti-rational that partakes in rationality's ability to choose and guide action. That this is curious is a clue that our thinking may be on the wrong track. Hess is a man with every possible incentive to view those under him as inhuman, and we have every incentive morally to view him just so as well. But his conscience and his body make him dry retch, an external outlet for his guilt feelings and the tension. He sees the doctor as a performative act. He feels sick internally, and in seeing the doctor, he hopes to find something else that could be the root cause of his guilt. An inflamed organ, a hormone imbalance, anything other than an impaired soul. We don't want to think of him as a person with an internal life like ours, but his body acts in a way that we recognize. We might even say that his body seems to foreshadow the guilt he experienced in his actual final days, almost as if his body was trying to save itself from being sentenced to swing by the neck. And yet, he continues on, defying his instincts and continuing a mass violence that the world had never seen before. His banality manifests not in comprehending the scale of the violence he was directly responsible for, but in comprehending its scale, feeling some form of guilt, and then continuing on with it anyways, as if there was simply no conceivable reason to not go along with the set plan. As I write this, as I say it, as I record it, edit it, film it, upload it, and as you watch it, we are Hess vomiting in the stairwell. By cutting to the future maintenance of the museum, we are reminded that we also have a choice to attempt to do something, anything, to stop the need for the cultivation of living memory in the first place. We ought to take the body at its word, as it keeps the score, and we should then take heed of those who did resist. Whether it be books by survivors or historians of the Shoah, authors tend to infuse a little levity into their depressing stories. Survivors will recall the conversations they had with others about what their first meal would be after they escaped, and historians tend to retell the stories of those honorable Gentiles who shielded and helped Jews during the Holocaust. Timothy Snyder refers to this phenomenon as the banality of good, referring to how these do-gooders often didn't want parades in their honor, and they were just content with living their lives. There was this gut feeling that compelled them to help them during these unfortunate times. I may hate this tendency just a little. It's certainly noteworthy to recall the bravery of the heroic. I do see the appeal, but just as we talked about with Schindler's List, we recall these stories to make ourselves feel better about the Shoah. We project ourselves onto the righteous Gentile because we wish that we would have been like them, since we both agree that Jew murder is bad. I don't engage with this history to feel better. The Holocaust happened because millions of people looked away, and eerily similar violence is occurring presently because we are, once again, averting our gaze. I prefer not to kid myself about the kindness of human nature in that regard. I do feel that people are mostly good at heart, but I'm not engaging with this history to reinforce that. I want to learn from that generation's mistakes and cowardice to ensure that it doesn't happen again in my lifetime. Though, I must admit that the Zone of Interest thoughtfully interprets the banality of good. The story goes that while Jonathan Glazer was visiting the historic site of Auschwitz, he was introduced to an old woman. She says that she left little apples for the inmates in the nighttime when she was young. She wanted them to have a little something to eat. Glazer seems to have been moved by the banality of her goodness, that he felt compelled to insert her into the film. The character serves as our analogue for Oskar Schindler, the one character that we actually want to identify with. Her being a child without much in the way of political power is meant to demonstrate the banality of resistance. She doesn't plot to kill Rudolf Hess or burn down the serene little house, but she just gives inmates the apples that the Hess family rides horses over. Her small gesture doesn't change the inertia of the system, but she gives something valuable nonetheless. Hope. A little hope to those suffering Jews. We never see them eat those apples, but it enforces them that other people know that this is wrong. And there are two elements of this act that are very curious to me. The first concerning the manufactured cruelty of the camps. Hannah Arendt writes about how the camps were not only cruel because cruelty was pleasurable to the guards, but also because the extremity of that cruelty served a purpose: to render the inmate an unreliable narrator internally and externally. When so much murder is going on around you, when you see so many horrible things every hour, you actually start to misjudge yourself. You start to wonder whilst you're still awake if this isn't all but a nightmare. How you literally experience something so beyond comprehension, and then you move along to the next job. So you don't trust yourself to tell your own story, but if you are courageous enough to actually voice your own experience, the vastness of the cruelty makes the unaffected layperson assume that, damn, you must have done something truly despicable to deserve that kind of treatment. Relying upon our general schemas and trust in the institutions of law and police to shield the individual from too much institutional shame. If the masses follow the state, and the state is just, then who is this man who can't even tell life from a nightmare to criticize the system or you for following the system? By including this little girl's act of resistance, it not only provides us with just a little bit of hope, the new generation standing against the authoritarianism of the current state, but also because the gift of those apples allows the inmates the confidence to narrate their own stories. for the feeling of food in their bellies is proof of someone else agreeing that their suffering is horrific. The second and more immediate connection is contrasting the Hess children, how Rudolph reads Hansel and Gretel to them, setting up ideas of the necessity of burning people as an act of self-defense, and in his invocation of Noah, he slowly acclimatizes his children to wider propaganda techniques. We discussed how this is depicted in more complicated ways, but playing alongside his narration is this young girl placing apples for the Walking Dead. The juxtaposition of this sequence is to show that children are not passive agents who have an underdeveloped moral barometer, as though they were dogs in need of training, but they are little people who have sophisticated understandings of right and wrong. The girl who leaves apples after dusk mirrors Hesse's eldest daughter, who struggles to sleep at night and sits up watching the glow of chimneys outside. Linked by nocturnal femininity, the child barely gets a line of dialogue and has nothing resembling a character arc, but it serves as a reminder that manipulative propaganda doesn't always work. She can be told fairy tales every single night before she sleeps, and she still feels uncomfortable pangs in her belly. She doesn't quite have the words to describe or even denounce the horrors that she views at night, so she stays awake exposing herself to them so that she can try to understand them. Through this girl, we learn that hope and a will to live are not in fact priceless. It just costs an apple. We are then struck by the artistic choice to portray this footage in inverted thermal imaging. This is a unique way to display the night scenes, to make it look visually interesting and distinct, but it also serves to place her actions outside of the regular visual language of the film, literally inverting the banality of evil into the banality of good. So if the banality of evil is common and mundane, it will be lit in broad lighting and be unremarkable to look at. If the banality of good is rare and remarkable, it makes rich artistic sense to completely invert nighttime footage so that we can view it completely in unlikely circumstances. We see that resistance doesn't require grand acts. Apples gifted at night are more than most people did during that war. This girl is sticking her neck out. If she was caught, then she would certainly be executed. But the fact that the guards aren't patrolling the work grounds is yet another indictment. For the state didn't need to work these men to death, that their labor was vital and important. With no one watching this piece of land at night, it proves how useless and cruel their digging of holes in frozen earth truly was. The Nazi asserted power and forced Jews to do this because the act of asserting power was existential and pleasurable rather than vital or essential. Torture and subjection matter more than logical coherency. It's also noteworthy to remember that Glazer met this woman before she died. She might have been elderly at the time, but with this piece of paratext, which I think is actually essential to understanding the film, we were reminded that the Holocaust wasn't all that long ago. My grandparents were born a year or two after the end of the Second World War, so we would like to think that it was further back in the past, and that much has changed since then. But it hasn't really. Medic discusses the ways in which we talk about righteous Gentiles and heroes who resisted the Nazis. Quote, moral heroes, of whom we want to call something like saints, make us uncomfortable precisely because their goodness appears to be in such vivid contrast to what is ordinary for most of us. We turn the intensively good into superhuman icons that our community can almost or literally worship so that we will not be revealed as the morally inept flops that, next to them, we have to judge ourselves to be. The stories we tell about such singular creatures display and celebrates what makes them different from us for good and for ill, and the more dramatically so, the better. This does not help us comprehend their goodness, nor the evil of others. Still more does fail to help us understand what is going on when goodness has, again for a time in a particular situation, become undeniably ordinary, daily, just what one does, the only way of carrying on. We can view the Apple Girl as this saintly figure who just did the correct thing because it was right. We are not invited to empathize with her psychology because the film isn't really about her and her decisions. She is highlighted to contrast the Hess children primarily, but we can fall into the trap that many did with Oskar Schindler. The film swerves away from this by introducing to us another essential piece of its political tapestry. During the sequence where Hess narrates fairy tales for his girls, the Apple Girl finds a tin with some sheet music in it. The girl takes this home, evading guards, and plays it for us. Sunbeams, the composition, was actually composed by a Jewish inmate in around 1943. We even hear his voice, outside the language of the film, to implore us to pay attention to the performance. While this is played, we see the apple girl's mother rush in to take drying clothes, before they are covered in ash. There is nothing this mother can really do to save those people before they were cremated, and the language of the film does not condemn her as complicit. But the act of juxtaposition itself is powerful because it is an antidote to complicity, of growing numb and knowing that once the wind picks up, your clothes will be ridden with ash, and contrasting that with placing apples for surviving Jews. The song is played awkwardly. The actress is not here to compose this piece beautifully or anything. Rather, this song is played to show us that the inmates of the Holocaust camps could create art as an act of resistance. This song is played roughly because this child has just found it and hasn't mastered its cadence, but we are nonetheless struck by its rustic beauty. We are reminded that the people beyond the walls of the house are complex people with inner lives. In many Holocaust films, we see The Walking Dead as just that. Entire films with character arcs and complex decisions are made that cannot capture this singular moment of beauty. It usually is a mistake to reify the one into the value of the collective many, to lament one Anne Frank and the life that she could have lived, the books that she could have written, in place of hundreds and thousands of other children. But in this sequence, the child's awkward rendition adds humanity to the thoroughly dehumanized, and her resistance is then strengthened, because she would still be doing the correct and the moral thing even if she hadn't found this sheet music. For one doesn't need to be able to compose music to be valuable, but in creating this moment of realization, we are finally able to touch what makes this girl's resistance so powerful. I can't help but see this piece of music composition as something of a soul shard. The inmate left a smuggled piece of himself where he knew someone might rescue it. Perhaps the recognition that he even existed at all could be saved. I can't help but draw an analogy here with the posts of Palestinians on social media, many of whom have since been murdered by genocidal colonists. To hear their speech patterns, intonations, to see the life in their eyes, the fear in their mouths, I feel that their resistance meant something, because I too can witness the shards of their souls. All we can do is bear witness to these moments and attempt to remember them. Archiving projects are ongoing, and hopefully someday these moving images and songs will be preserved or used to hold power to account. After this inversion, a powerful statement on the banality of good, and in hearing the internal sounds of hope and life from one man who is made to dig frozen dirt for no reason, we then immediately cut to the Hess children sig-hailing before heading to school. The juxtaposition between these two sequences are fascinating to unpack, but it's worth discussing the oncoming scene itself. Before the sequence in which Rudolph assaults the inmate, there is this scene in which Hedwig's mother cannot sleep. Her room is glowing red. She knows that this is not moonlight. We see her fear come up against her anti-Semitic sentiment. We discussed during the garden scene her envy and her complicity. That rubs up against the means. Seeing a giant wall is one thing. Experiencing a glowing old night is altogether more different. Throughout her stay, she gains a cough that grows in frequency. She experiences in this moment a feeling that all of the Hess family members have likely felt in the years prior, and have consequently grown numb to. We see her attempt to process the reality of it all. After the previous sequence discussed, Hedwig wakes up in the morning and waits for her mother to join her for breakfast. She learns from the help that her mother left the house in the night. She left Hedwig a note. We have no idea what was written, but we can assume that it wasn't affirming in tone. What's fascinating about this little interaction is that it has grave emotional stakes. It is this act of disrespect, but it doesn't change anything. We might view her mother's cough as a metaphor for her growing guilt. She felt a growing sickness in her chest. She struggled to breathe until she had to leave. We see Hedwig begin to spiral, losing the social approval of her mother. But if you were to remove this scene from the film, the plot would not change at all. We see Hedwig's mother averting her gaze, for refusing to acknowledge what's happening in the camp, and in being blinded by guilt, she leaves without looking her daughter in the eye, and telling her that this is wrong. It was brave in a small way, but it was also an act of cowardice. We see Hedwig just throw the note into an unlit oven, without even reading it twice. Her mother may be one of the few people who could be allowed to say nasty words to her and not immediately be sentenced to death, looks away because she can't stomach her own part of the shower. Elie Wiesel, survivor and writer of the Holocaust, has said that it is indifference that we must fear. We've also heard that all is needed for evil to prevail is for good people to do nothing, that turning our heads let the murderers march on. I agree, but also wish to fold in the realization that good people doing nothing is indeed a necessary condition, but it does not suffice for extensive evil to get its difficult, sustained work done. Extensive evils must be supported by shared social conventions, cliches, banalities, that keep its many workers actively engaged by their work to try and do well at it, to earn its pay and its perks and its status. And yes, many of those workers must also manage to remain indifferent. I would say, first inattentive, a choice to be out of touch that makes indifference possible, to what they were actually doing. In leaving a note that can so easily be thrown into the fire, the mother doesn't confront as much as she disavows and then leaves entirely complicit. I fear that this is the most common reaction to a genocide. We are horrified so much that we do our damnedest to erase it from our memories. So in averting our gaze, we never actually have to confront it. In fact, by refusing to confront the daughter, the mother actually makes the lives of the help momentarily worse. She can't handle the sound of droning industry, or her complicity. British Palestinian writer Wassim El-Sarraj wrote an article in 2012 for The New Yorker, describing the mental toll of Israeli drones on the Palestinian populace. Drones, in Gaza, they are called zananas, meaning a bee's buzz. They are incessant, irritating creatures. They are not always the harbingers of destruction. Instead, they remain omnipresent, like patrolling prison guards. It creates a terrifying soundscape, and at night, we lie on our beds hoping that the bombs do not drop on our houses, that glass does not shatter onto our children's beds. Sometimes we move from room to room in an attempt to feel some sense of safety. The reality is that there is no escape, neither inside the house nor from the confines of Gaza. Though something in Hedwig does change. In a rare moment of powerlessness, in lacking control, she lashes out against someone who cannot talk back to her. We have discussed how under this patriarchal situation, she lashes out against the help and selectively treats the gardeners with kindness whenever it suits her. She invites a housemaid, Alina, into the dining room, and then piecemeal decides to verbally assault her. Accusations of malice projected entirely onto her, and then she calmly, in a monotone diction, says that she could have this girl's ashes spread elsewhere as easily as she bites into her breakfast.
Wenn ich wollte, würde mein Mann deine Asche sofort über den Feldern von Babice verstreuen.
This isn't a cold joke, but it's cruel. The scene is often commented upon as being one of the most gasp-inducing of the film, revealing Hedwig's capacity for cruelty in as mundane a fashion as possible. It has sparked most of the discourse that we have read. I find the words of critic Drew Burnett Gregory to articulate our feelings the best. Quote, "And yet it seems odd to be disturbed by the rudeness of a woman so directly involved in genocide. For the first time, I felt challenged by the film. Why was I able to have a more emotional reaction to this mundane meanness than the greater horrors across the wall? I think lots of us are better equipped to respond to smaller wrongs than incomprehensible evils. Maybe this is why I find it easier to get upset at celebrities for remaining neutral than to fathom the actions of our politicians." We encourage you to go and read that article because it is wonderful and it has influenced our writing immensely. I find that most of the Zone of Interest does not engage with the banality of evil in the most nuanced of ways, but what's amazing about this small scene is that it is the one time that the film goes beyond the banality as described in 1963. It's not only that a woman eating breakfast cannot even look at another woman who she threatens to have killed for no real reason other than she likes to feel powerful. It's not just that. It's that this scene is placed here to make the audience aware of that disgust impulse. Hundreds of thousands are heard dying off screen. Why are you so hurt by one particularly nasty comment said upon it? The film seems to be referencing a phenomenon prevalent in survivor literature. I'll pick an example from Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, because this is where I first encountered the idea. Frankl writes about his experience of being beaten by a sadistic guard. At such a moment, it is not the physical pain of which hurts the most, and this applies to adults as much as punished children. It's the mental agony caused by the injustice, the unreasonableness of it all. The most painful part of the beatings is the insult which they imply. In the vaguest sense possible, I have experienced moments parallel to this, where someone has done something cruel to you, and it's the lack of being able to talk back or respond that hurts more than anything else. Glazer and his team invoke moments such as these with Hedwig's verbal assault. We vicariously experience the girl's pain. She's in a situation where she cannot respond, lest the alluded violence turns literal. So she just has to do her job. Listen, take on board, smile, and then cry later. Hedwig knows this and relishes it. I really feel that most people in the audience have experienced small moments like this, and allowing us to empathize on another level with a victim of someone else's tyranny serves a stronger purpose than showing us the banality or causing us to reflect on the reaction we had to this scene. It causes a tense, horrified disdain because we worry that one day we may begin to mirror those who abused us. Power doesn't corrupt Hedwig absolutely. It reveals what she always wanted. Entitlement to property and envy of others will allow you to give yourself plenty of grace when others infringe upon that serenity. In a sequence of such small moments, a fairy tale juxtaposed against quiet resistance, a small piano piece, angry and cowardly disavowal, and quiet cruelty, we experience a tonal polarity that shouldn't work. It should be messy, and it should make you want to roll your eyes. But it doesn't. It's not that the zone of interest is literally about Palestine, but Palestine is the zone of interest because the emotions that underlay the banality are functionally so similar. We swore to learn from the inevitable failures of fascism. We swore to never let it happen again. But it did. But we avert our gaze because the perpetrators belong to a minority that were once victims, and the new victims aren't visibly white. We swore to ourselves that if we were alive back then, that we would resist. And we roll over currently and avert our gaze so that we don't have to confront how our complicity mirrors our forefathers. It's not flattering, and I cannot say that I am wholly immune to it. I made this video and I assure you that I am not holier than thou. But I want you to consider something that I feel on a visceral level. I firmly believe, in my heart and soul, that you should never trust someone who cannot acknowledge their capacity for evil. Anyone who comes to you and says, "I do not understand racism. How could someone be seriously anti-Semitic?" has not spent a long time coming to that conclusion. Thus far, they have abdicated having to educate themselves on the dynamic of these social forces. To proudly proclaim that they haven't read any books or literature analysing these forces indicates an incuriosity towards the material concerns of other people. To neglect your own capacity for cruelty is to defer it until it becomes advantageous. I firmly believe that you have to face these tendencies head on, to become conscious of your unconscious drives, and to interrogate them for what they are. I do think that this Israeli cry of anti-Semitic meaning something entirely different is almost certainly unconscious. It isn't a manipulatively framed concept, as we have discussed with Russia and their war on Ukraine. Rather, we should elevate that subtext to the forefront, confront it, dispel it, and synthesize a more productive conversation. I do not feel that the Israeli state deserves much grace. They have flagrantly exacerbated the historic conflict at every turn, and then they act shocked when people fight back. The current conflict is happening because a couple hundred Israeli citizens were killed by guerrilla gangs representing Hamas. I continue to disavow the attacks on civilians. But that doesn't change the fact that over 100,000 Palestinians have been senselessly attacked and close to 40,000 have been genocided over it. And millions have been displaced and are suffering. The attack is wildly, outrageously, mind-bogglingly disproportionate. We are not angry over Jews doing it this time. We are angry that it is happening at all. We are enraged over the disproportionate violence itself, not at the people firing missiles. I will not allow my complex feelings towards Zionism to stand in the way of that any longer. I want to finish this video with one of the biggest things that I ask you to take away from it. We view the zone of interest and we wish to think of ourselves as that little girl. That if we existed in that time period, we would be as selfless and divine as her. But this is an ego-flattering line of thinking. It's unlikely that you would stand up against oppression because it's hard and the consequences of being caught would be massive, along with a generalized apathy towards anti-Semitism in general. In reality, you would be more likely to be Hedwig's mother. You might learn of a genocide, feel horror, get angry and disgusted, and then leave and forget about it. Her leaving did make a non-verbal statement to Hedwig, but she couldn't confront the Queen of Auschwitz to her face. Now granted, one private conversation could not have changed the inertia of the Third Reich, doubly so because this is a fiction film. But in refusing to look, in refusing to bear witness to the logical end state of anti-Semitism, propaganda, and totalitarian rule, you are complicit with the violence that is taking place. Jonathan Glazer putting that scene directly after Sunbeams is a damning statement. We can appreciate the somber beauty of the art, but when it comes time to stand up for that composer's rights, it's too hard and intimidating. By declaring that Israel is subject to the banality, that Palestine is the zone of interest, he is asking you to look towards the humanity of Palestinians, their capacity for creating art, their complicated personal flaws, their rich interior lives. The war and settlement of that state is long, and it is complicated, and it's upsetting to learn about. But looking away, complaining about seeing blown up children on your social media feed, and refusing to do anything about it, this does make you complicit. Do not be the mother. Attempt to muster a fraction of the courage of that little girl leaving apples to the walking dead because your acknowledgement of their pain might give them hope. Spend your time talking to some people you know. Use what I have spent a year labouring over to chat with someone over the course of an hour and hopefully shift their position even slightly. If I can help some activists shift other people's positions some, then all of the stress and work here will have been worth it. I have been reading a poem by Holocaust survivor Primo Levi throughout this video. He might be the most regarded adult writer beside Viktor Frankl. Just when I thought I had a firm understanding of the Shoah, Levi's biography infused small moments that completely blew me away. Before his suicide in 1987, he wrote a preface to Rudolf Hess's biography, composed in Nuremberg prison before he was sentenced to death. Levi described Hess as, quote, a coarse, stupid, arrogant, long-winded scoundrel who sometimes blatantly lies. Yet, he does admit that he was honest. He wasn't as clever as Eichmann, but he was horrifyingly competent at his job, and his attempt to present himself as an honourable man in his biography leaves the reader viewing his falsifications like flies in milk. Despite his dishonesty and his reasonable skepticism Levi felt in how genuine Hess's apparent guilty pleas were, Levi felt that his memoir could be used to teach future generations about the fallacies of fascism, while embracing the horror of Jewish suffering, not using the latter to bolster the former. Hess wasn't particularly special. He wandered his way into a supervisory role into the greatest death camp in human history. He kept the show going, he approved of plans of people cleverer than himself, and he carried out his orders without thinking about them very much. He enjoyed his work without being sadistic, that much is true. At the core of the banality of evil is the idea that evil doesn't manifest in awesomely charismatic monsters, that accomplices were not truly guilty because they were put underneath this spell. But the killers didn't need to be particularly special to be worthy of being immortalized in history for their cruelty. The zone of interest merely allows us to draw that conclusion, and to notice how our shame compounds suffering within this context, and that in other cases of genocide past and present. Primo Levi also had a complicated relationship with Zionism. He chose not to emigrate to Israel after he returned from camp, though he didn't seem to begrudge any survivors who did. He felt that Zionism needed to exist in some political sense, but he disagreed with the spiritual zealotry of his contemporaries. As a self-described godless Jew, he found other ways to appreciate his Italian Jewish heritage. He was impressed by Zionists, so he probably wouldn't have been the harshest critic of the explicitly colonialist tendencies. He centered his Italian identity, and he never disowned his Jewishness. But I think the distance that he kept from Israel emotionally would have allowed him to have noticed the country's fallacies today. He found a Jewish postmodernity that worked for him. His life work advocated healing trauma, and in not renewing the stinging emotions of living memory. One could not expect a man who suffered so severely to have found something meaningful in spite of it all. And yet somehow he did. I have more to say about both the conflict and the Holocaust. Once again, I am trying to be brief here. But I will leave you with a little sentiment drilled into me by Hannah Arendt. We cannot submit to a sense of having no power, because apathy and complicity are exactly how Hess and Eichmann thrived in the first place. We cannot proclaim never again as parallel violence is taking place in front of us. Instead of smugly assuring yourself that you would also leave little apples and shovels, risk being annoying, risk being combative, be respectful, allow grace where you feel it is deserved, but do something more than posting on social media about how the whole thing makes you feel bad. All that I ask is that you do not feel guilt over being a colonizer and allow that guilt to make you look away. Refuse that feeling, engage with the history, and try to craft something new for yourself and others. Maybe Primo Levi would be rolling in his grave over my use of his poem. I decided to stick with it though because, despite its unignorable historical context, it has this universalism and timelessness to it. He didn't want this to happen to anyone else ever again, not just to the Jewish community. I want to read this poem one more time, and I want you to ruminate upon, after considering who is a man, why we have allowed such cruelty to happen again. You who live safe in your warm houses, you who find, returning in the evening, hot food and friendly faces. Consider if this is a man who works in the mud, who does not know peace, who fights for a scrap of bread, who dies because of a yes or a no. Consider if this is a woman, without hair and without name, with no more strength to remember, her eye is empty and her womb cold, like a frog in winter. Mediated as this came about, I commend these words to you. Carve them in your hearts, at home, in the street, going to bed, rising. Repeat them to your children. Or may your house fall apart. May illness impede you. May your children turn their faces from you. Fascism has come back into fashion. Do not allow it to come back quietly. Thank you for watching.